that the declaration of that date is so very, very sad. Also getting information about some of the victims who were aboard those planes. There were 4 of them hijacked and crashed. 2 American Airlines, 2 United Airlines. They're beginning to release more and more of the passenger manifest. What is perhaps most important right now is that intelligence sources are telling us they believe that on one of those hijacked flights, there was a person who was connected with Osama bin Laden, and that person may have some connection in Broward County, Florida, or Daytona Beach, Florida, and that the FBI may be preparing to launch some sort of search in those areas. We're also getting word of other people who were on board those flights. We have mentioned before that Barbara Olson, a colleague here at Fox News, a frequent political commentator, was on board the plane that took off from Dulles Airport and ended up crashing into the Pentagon. Word now coming in that the passengers were herded in the back of the plane and told to call their loved ones and let them know that that plane was going down and that they were going to die. Also, more information coming in about others who were on board. The American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. Among others, we now know that the executive producer of the NBC TV show Frasier was on board that plane, along with his wife. Also, the co-founder of a very well-known technology company called Akamai, also on board American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston. More and more names coming in, but we are getting more and more information from those manifests. They are not complete yet. American Airlines, United Airlines, trying to reach all the relatives of those on board those planes, and until they do so, they will not give us a complete list of the manifests. John.
Before we go back to Monsignor Lasante, let's go to our Derry Alexander, who is at St. Vincent's, where they've been handling the wounded and the burned and the maimed and all of those injured today. Derry has some new information about what is going on there now. Derry?
Yeah, actually, John, over my shoulder, you can see they're actually bringing out a police officer, New York City police officer. There you see him on a gurney. I'm understanding that they are actually going to start digging again down at the World Trade Center. So they're expecting in the next couple of hours for things to get very, very busy here at St. Vincent's. Apparently, there's been a bit of a lull. You see another officer on a gurney. This officer actually laying down, and he does not look to be conscious. There are several emergency rounds.
I guess they're going to be lifting him off very, very carefully here. This is actually a bit more than we've seen in the last few moments. They just picked him up. He appears not to be moving at all. Like I said, this is a bit more action that we've seen in the last half an hour. We understand when they begin digging, and we saw lots of heavy construction equipment heading south towards the World Trade Center. Apparently, they're expecting to have a lot more, many more people arriving at the hospital. Altogether today, they've seen 362 people. They've had 4 deaths. One, a firefighter, apparently had a heart attack, just overcome by all of the destruction. 50 major injuries. You know, the interesting thing that Mayor Giuliani was saying earlier was that he was saying the city doesn't need any more volunteers. Apparently at this hospital, they had 500 doctors show up, 150 nurses show up, all volunteers from all over the city, all 5 boroughs, Long Island, upstate New York, New Jersey. They said they've been overwhelmed with volunteers. But the other thing is, interestingly enough, we've been saying all over the place and actually all over the country, we've been talking about how they need blood. Well, apparently right here at St. Vincent's, they've turned away people. They're saying that they do not need blood. They're in very, very good supply. And one of their major strategies here, they seem to be very, very together. One reason, because they were a main artery for victims during the 1993 bombing at the World Trade Center. So they've been through this before. Most of the injuries then were smoke inhalation, but they've been through this before. They get the people who are have minor injuries, smoke inhalation, those types of injuries. They get them in and out of the emergency room right away, and they send them to other places to check on them, other makeshift emergency rooms throughout the city, so that they can have lots of room in the emergency room for the major injuries. So they say right now they've got about 5 people in the emergency room. They are on standby for all of the officers
officers, all of the firefighters, and all of the other people that we've been talking about all evening who are supposedly alive underneath that debris, and that is exactly what they are waiting to see come up here. Now, I just want to introduce the person who runs the emergency room. It's Dr. Richard Westfall. He has been on top of this the entire time. And Doctor, tell me, what is going on right now? We just saw a couple of officers come in, and what is the status really right now?
Right. As you know, we've had at St. Vincent's about 360 patients since about 9 o'clock this morning, of which about 50 of them are really severe traumas, and we've had 4 deaths, and we've admitted many patients. And as you mentioned, we have triage patients out of the emergency department up to other areas. We've taken over a rehabilitation gym, we've taken over a Rice psychiatry gym, and we've taken over a dialysis unit and made them into makeshift small emergency departments so that we're available. And right now we do have about 5 patients in the main emergency department, so we're available for major traumas, for rescuers that are coming in, and for, I would agree with the mayor, we're all hopeful that some victims will still be rescued and we'll be able to help them to survive. I think that's a hope that we all have.
Now, I was just saying before that you've been through this before because of 1993, so you really know how to handle. Obviously, this is much greater magnitude, but I mean.
Yeah, I think that's probably the only fortunate thing from 1993, because there we saw about 200 patients, but about 185 of them were smoke inhalations, meaning people that had some difficulty breathing and had smoke on their face, etc. But we're not really that injured or that hurt. I just reviewed an article we participated in from then, and only 10 victims throughout all New York City. Only 10 patients died during that disaster, and certainly the numbers obviously are more dramatic than that now.
Now, we are really surprised to hear, because I heard the governor of Pennsylvania talking about go out and give blood. All over the country they've been talking about giving blood, and you just told me that you all don't need that.
Well, you know what happened was, all since this morning, right on the corner behind me on 11th Street, 7th Avenue, we had a makeshift card table with tables, and we actually took volunteers that went up to the blood bank and donated blood. But as of about 5 or 6 o'clock, they closed that down by asking volunteers that we didn't need it any further.
Okay. You know what? I just want to divert us over again. We see more patients seeming to come over. I can't identify whether or not it's an officer or a civilian, but we see once again activity picking up from people coming in off of gurneys from downtown, and it seems like maybe they've started the digging, and maybe hopefully they are bringing those people up, because as we have heard reports throughout the night that there were a lot of people who were crying screams, trying to indicate that they were definitely alive under all of the debris, which is absolutely amazing considering all of these hours. But once again, I guess I can say that maybe the only wonderful news out of this, as the president was saying today, we may have had buildings damaged, but the American spirit is certainly not damaged, and they are definitely very well prepared right here at St. Vincent's Hospital. Because of the last tragedy in 1993, because of all of the volunteers that have come out. I mean, I was over at Chelsea Piers just about an hour and a half ago, and there were streams of people, civilians just coming, just arriving, walking in, volunteering. People just off the street in regular clothes, willing to help out however they could, because they just wanted to be a part of this. Everybody feels, their hearts just go out to all of the victims, whether or not you knew people or not. There's no way not to feel what is going on here. So once again, they are very much prepared.
Derry Alexander, we thank you very much for your live reporting as we continue to sort of track the triage effort in New York City. Also, some interesting information just coming in. This on the massive investigation. The Justice Department, obviously, at the lead of it, the FBI working very hard right now. We have gotten word from senior correspondent Rita Cosby that apparently her intelligence sources are telling her that the intelligence intercepts that they have gotten that may link this to Osama bin Laden or his backers. Apparently, these were cell phone calls. Rita reporting that in one case, they intercepted a call where a bin Laden backer was acknowledging that some of the targets had been hit. Another intercept apparently was from someone who appears to have been a bin Laden backer on a plane, who may have been talking to someone else either on another part of the plane or elsewhere. Just a little bit more information. Cell phone intercepts have been helpful in previous incidents in terms of tracing who is behind terrorist attacks. We would just remind you that in August of 1998, U.S. intelligence was able to pin down Osama bin Laden's ties to the East Africa bombings, those two embassies, U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, because they were able to intercept cell phone calls. Once again, it appears that cell phone calls may give us a significant break in this investigation in these first hours after the terrorist attacks.
Linda, you know, we're still, we still have with us Monsignor Jim Lasante of the Catholic Church. You know, Monsignor, you heard Daria Alexander talking about all the volunteers over at St. Vincent's helping the wounded. Does the faith community have a similar, like, outpouring of volunteers to help what is going to be a huge number of bereaved?
Yeah, I think that folks will step forward. You know, religion can be a great help in that people are encouraged by their particular religion to be generous. I have to tell you, though, that what you're seeing, if it is bin Laden, is a real bastardization of religion, which happens too often in our world, where people use their particular religious point of view to justify their killing. Certainly the statements you've had on Fox earlier tonight from him indicate that he believes that his religion gives him the right. No one who is a theologian who reads the Quran or is a Muslim believes that that idiot knows what he's talking about. But he believes he has the right to kill because of his religion. It's very sad. I need to ask you guys questions. Do you worry about saying on the air that the FBI is moving in on Dade County and maybe giving a leg up on these poor people who can be co-conspirators and hide information?
We would worry, but we assume that they are a step ahead of us.
Okay.
Monsignor, if I could just ask you to hang on for just a moment. I mentioned a moment ago this information that senior correspondent Rita Cosby is just getting from her intelligence sources. We've tracked her down. She's on the phone with us now to explain a little bit more. Rita, what do you know about these cell phone calls that may be linked to Osama bin Laden backers?
Well, and Linda, I want to also tell our viewers I'm on a train right now coming from Stamford, Connecticut to Washington, and in fact, some people who were wounded actually in the attack are on the plane with me here, including some Red Cross workers. A lot of them got on at Penn Station, and some of them got off in Newark, some of them got off in Trenton, but some of them are still on the plane, the train with me here, and some of them covered with ash. These are sort of the so-called walking wounded, the ones who are not seriously injured, but some of them said that they were going home. Some of them were going to go to other hospitals outside of New York, so it's a pretty ominous sight here, even on this train that I'm on. But I've been talking to some law enforcement officials, and they were telling me that my intelligence sources are telling me that they were able to intercept at least 2 cell phone calls from bin Laden supporters. And they were able to intercept one from a supporter that appears to have been on the ground, acknowledging that 2 of the 3 or 2 of the 4 targets were hit. We know that there were at least 4, but the intercept may have said 2 of the 3 targets have been hit. In the other case, there was another phone call that was intercepted from appears to be someone who was on the plane, a bin Laden backer, talking about some logistics of the hijacking. So these are 2 intercepts that were intercepted by U.S. intelligence officials, actually overhearing bits of conversations from bin Laden backers. And this is part of the reason that they strongly believe that he is behind this attack. It's also important to note that this has been a resource that intelligence officials have used before, that in August of 1998, U.S. intelligence officials were also able to intercept mobile phone conversations from 2 bin Laden backers at that point who were discussing the East Africa bombings. Those are the bombings of the U.S. embassies in East Africa, and that's how they were able to pin those 2 blasts to bin Laden. So this is a practice that they have used before successfully. And this is indeed what we're hearing in addition to some other information that are pointing signs towards bin Laden. In addition to this, they keep telling me that they strongly believe that they've done a lot of research since these attacks were carried out, and that they still strongly believe that he is the only one with the sort of sophistication, the finances, and the widespread infrastructure to be able to carry that out. But now they're getting some hard and fast evidence that seems to be tying him to it.
Rita, it may seem to a lot of people that it would be impossible to have records of or some recording of a cell phone call. I mean, most people think that cell phone calls, when you make them, your voice goes out into the ether. But apparently there is some system that does track cell phone calls. What do you know?
Yeah, there very much is, and I can tell you particularly at sensitive locations. Often I'm told, it's funny because I have a lot of individuals that I speak to in the intelligence arena, and I'm told, look, do not make a cell phone call, particularly around the Pentagon, around the White House, because there are intercepts there constantly with individuals who can constantly overhear cell phones. You put out a signal when you make a call, and that signal can be easily intercepted if you can determine what frequency those calls are made on. And particularly when something like this happens on U.S. soil, they dial into all these frequencies, try to pick up any sort of intercept. And often, even though these individuals seem to be fairly sophisticated, they were obviously not sophisticated enough for them not to be intercepted on cell phone calls. In addition to that, what we were talking about, I was reporting earlier from two FAA officials who were telling me that it appears that they shut off the transponders on these planes. So these were fairly sophisticated individuals who were behind the attack. And one of the big concerns is that they may have actually pulled the breakers which go to the so-called black boxes. And that could be very difficult in terms of an investigative tool, because if they pulled the breakers, which if they were able to pull the transponders, which it appears was the case, in other words, so they were not being able to be picked up on radar, then they may have been sophisticated enough to pull the breakers that go to the so-called black boxes, that's the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder, and that means that the power would have been shut off to those boxes. So even if the investigators are lucky enough to find the black boxes in these 4 separate attacks, there may not be anything on them, because it's highly unusual they would have shut off the transponder. If they did that, there's a good chance that they may have also shut off the breakers, therefore no information going to the black boxes. So they appear to be very sophisticated, but not sophisticated enough not to make some cell phone calls that seem to be easily intercepted.
All right, senior correspondent Rita Cosby. Rita, thank you for bringing us that late-breaking information.
Let's go now to Carl Cameron in Washington, where, of course, one of the hijacked planes slammed into the Pentagon today, still trying to figure out how many people may have been killed there and injured and so forth. And Carl, following the investigation into what is going on or where we stand in determining who is responsible for all this. Carl, at this late hour, what's new?
Well, a number of things, and much of it sort of dovetails with what Rita Cosby was reporting. First of all, congressional leaders have been briefed by U.S. intelligence and Defense Department officials, classified briefings, so much of what was said behind closed doors stays behind there, but there is always a little bit of leaking in Washington. And we can tell you that the Bush administration and intelligence and defense officials have told lawmakers that they believe that the pilots, or at least on each plane there was a hijacker who was a pilot, or at least a highly trained individual capable of flying this. They point to a number of different things. First of all, as Rita pointed out, the transponders were turned off, which meant basically that it couldn't be tracked not by radar but by audio, and it couldn't ping back to flight control and air traffic control. In addition to that, it is believed that the Attorney General John Ashcroft told lawmakers behind closed doors that the vectors with which these planes crashed into the World Trade Towers as well as in the Pentagon were so sophisticated that it simply couldn't have been dumb luck. It had to have been accomplished by some people with extensive training, and they believe, in fact, that it's possible that each of these planes were piloted in the crash stage by terrorists who may have actually attended U.S. flight school. Apparently it's $50,000 for the appropriate level of classes to fly a 757. If not something of that nature, the United States government is now conducting a worldwide inventory to find out what countries might have highly sophisticated simulation machines, the type of machinery in which one sits inside and literally is trained how to fly them. There is considerable reason to suspect that the use of the cell phones on the planes was not for lack of sophistication, but was in fact by design, essentially leaving a trail of crumbs for U.S. government officials to find out, because ultimately terrorists' success depends upon their being understood and their being found out. And if this is religious martyrdom, as many Islamic fundamentalists choose to achieve for their goals, they want it to be known that they're doing this. A variety of other... I'm sorry, John?
No, go right ahead, Carl. I was not interrupting.
Oh, I'm sorry. The other thing that we are now told was said behind closed doors by the Bush administration is that there is likely to be a whole series of very significant economic impacts to all of this. Airline industry officials across the board have told Congress that they're, notwithstanding the loss of life and the terrible tragedy today, but they are expecting a 50% fall off in airline ticket sales in the next few months. And the airline industry has told Congress that they don't think they're going to have the cash flow to make it through the end of the month based upon the projected ticket fall off that this whole process will, they believe, lead to. On the subject of money, Congress tomorrow, even though they will publicly be taking up a resolution of condemnation, will crack open the budget and will start looking into an immediate supplemental budget, which would be increased spending for such things as airport safety, counterintelligence, a whole slew, billions and billions of dollars that just yesterday were not planned to be spent because of what seems trivial in retrospect, the argument that they had over what is a Social Security lockbox and what is a Social Security surplus. Democrats and Republicans alike now no longer constrained by that rhetoric, planning as we speak to start throwing money at national security issues. Finally, a couple of things that are perhaps unrelated, but intelligence and diplomatic officials looking at. The chief of staff for Saudi Arabia was scheduled to come to the United States for an entire month to take part in the planning of coordinated military operations. And just yesterday, quite abruptly, he canceled his trip. Officially, a pro-Osama bin Laden newspaper in Arabic out of London says the trip was canceled because the Saudi Arabian government vehemently protests what they consider to be unfair U.S. support for Israel in the conflict with the Palestinians. But the diplomatic sources want reassurances that there was in no way any indication in Saudi Arabia that they may have been aware of an impending attack on the United States. And some of these intelligence officials note that Osama bin Laden is, of course, originally a Saudi Arabian, although now he is believed to be in hiding in Afghanistan. An awful lot of potential coincidence, but all of these avenues being aggressively pursued. In addition to the Osama bin Laden supporters who are believed to be in Broward County as well as in Daytona Beach, investigators have already begun questioning ground crews in Boston and in New Jersey and at Dulles Airport, looking into a variety of possibilities, including the opportunity for co-conspirators on the ground to have smuggled in knives and other weapons and stowed them on the plane for the hijackers to use at a later date. And finally, again, potentially utterly unrelated coincidence, but something that investigators are looking at, so we share that with our viewers because it is being looked at as we speak. A Pakistani family that owns a baggage handling company at Dulles, which is also intended to be met with by the FBI tomorrow. John?
Carl Cameron, a wealth of information as usual from Washington as this investigation is pursued, Osama bin Laden or whoever. Carl, thanks a lot. So Linda, you know, one of the most interesting things Carl said of all that stuff was that evidently if you want to teach your terrorist student to fly a 757, you only have to pay $50,000 and send them to flight school.
Right, because after all, John Ashcroft is telling congressional leaders that the vectors with which these planes used for these planes to crash into these buildings were so precise. It's not an accident. Attorney General John Ashcroft saying that this had to be planned and simulated and rehearsed for months. That would lead one to believe that if they didn't attend some sort of U.S. flight school, that at least they had access to many hours in a very sophisticated flight simulator. Part of the ongoing investigation spearheaded by the Department of Justice, many field agents of the FBI having been dispatched already to airports around this country. We're going to continue our live coverage here, also letting you know that United Airlines, American Airlines, have dispatched care teams, so to speak, to the airports, departure and arrival airports involved in these flights to try to assist the many families who are now suffering a terrible loss of life.
Yeah, and we continue to try to figure out how this happened. How did two planes get hijacked out of Boston and fly a few hundred miles to the west and then turn south and head to New York and hit the World Trade Center? Those two towers, as huge as they are a needle in a haystack over that great distance. Somebody knew how to fly those planes and knew how to fly them expertly and precisely. in order to hit those trade towers exactly as they did today. With any luck, we're going to find out exactly what happened. We're going to take a very brief pause for Fox stations to join local news. And this is the Fox News Channel continuing coverage. Terrorism hits America and hits it big, as you well know. The World Trade Center in New York no longer exists. Both towers hit by hijacked airplanes today. All people on board the aircraft were killed, as well as perhaps thousands on the ground at the World Trade Center. The president now discussing thousands lost their lives today, and also an attack at the Pentagon in Washington, where some 850 people were working, or believed to be working, in a certain part of the Pentagon. Fox News correspondent Brian Wilson has been at the Pentagon, keeping an eye on exactly what is going on there. Brian, earlier we were talking about a range of anywhere from 100 to 850 people killed. How is it going now? Do we have a better idea?
Well, we're not going to know for some time exactly how those numbers are going to shape up. Let me tell you how they got there. We know there were about 65, 67 people on the plane. So those people, we don't believe any of those survived, of course, because that plane came in very fast, nose first, a deep dive, under full throttle, and there's not much left of the plane, and certainly no one survived that. But inside this building, as many as 850 people may have been working. Now, so the Arlington County Fire Department has made an estimate that the death toll in this part of the building could be, here at the Pentagon, between 100 and 800. So it's a big range. And they don't have any way of trying to narrow those numbers. They're giving us probably the best and the worst case scenarios in the 1 in 800 numbers. John, they're still fighting a fire here. They still have smoke coming from the Pentagon more than 12 hours after the attack. The plane went in at about 9:40 this morning, and we're still seeing smoke rising up from the building. The fire chief from Arlington County, Virginia, says that they hope to have the fire out by in the morning, and then they can hopefully start a search and rescue effort. Once they determine whether there are anybody to be recovered and rescued, then they will begin a recovery effort. But it's going to be a very, very long day today, and we are told the scene inside the building is indeed quite grisly. John?
Brian, let me ask you about something that has been reported, is being reported in tomorrow morning's Washington Post. And while it makes a lot of sense because of what people saw today, I wonder if you know how they would know this. The Post reports that the flight that took off from Dulles and eventually crashed into the Pentagon seemed to have been aimed at the White House at first, and then the plane suddenly diverted and went to the Pentagon. What do you know about that?
Here's one thing I do know. The flight plan to National Airport is only just a few seconds by jet to the White House. But it's awful hard to see the White House. It's tucked in among a bunch of trees. It's not a particularly large building. It is entirely possible that the pilot was headed toward the White House, could not find it, and then did a big circle around and came after a secondary target, which was very easy to see, and that would be the Pentagon. That's complete conjecture on my part, but I will tell you that security experts who've been watching these kind of things for many, many years and have been studying them for many, many years will tell you that was always the nightmare scenario, that a plane headed to National Airport on a routine route up the Potomac River would literally only have to divert a few seconds to be right into the White House. John?
Brian Wilson, outside the Pentagon, where firefighting still underway, rescue operations still underway, trying to figure out how many people were killed at the Pentagon today when the flight out of Dulles hijacked and then flown into the Pentagon. Apparently expert piloting going on there as the plane seemed to be headed to the White House, then diverted, aimed directly at the Pentagon, and smashed into a huge fireball. That same sort of expert piloting seen in the two planes that headed towards the World Trade Center in New York City. They both took off out of Boston and flew a few hundred miles to hit both World Trade Center towers precisely. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Fox News coverage will continue live all night long with Lori Dew and Rick Fulbaum here to bring you up to date on all the events as they occur throughout the night. Rescue operations now beginning in earnest at the World Trade Center, looking for live people. Recovery a little later. Lori and Rick coming up.
America changed forever after a devastating day of terror.
This is Fox News Channel's continuing coverage of the attacks on our nation on September 11th, 2001. A day of terror and tragedy, the likes of which have never been seen. The first evidence we saw Tuesday morning, shortly before 9 a.m., a plane crashes into one of the World Trade Centers.
And then just minutes later, another plane pummels into the other World Trade Tower, ripping apart the structure in the blink of an eye.
And just as all of us literally stopped in our tracks in disbelief, and just as the government realized what was happening, the Pentagon, a symbol of our military might, itself became a target. Another plane crashing into that massive structure in Virginia right outside our nation's capital.
Meanwhile, in the middle of the chaos, about 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, another plane goes down, killing everyone on board that plane as well. Hello, everyone. It is 1 o'clock in the East. I'm Rick Fulbaum.
And I'm Lori Dew. And what an extraordinary day it has been for everyone here at the Fox News Channel here in New York and all over the country. And perhaps the most difficult part of all of these terrorist attacks is that we still do not know yet the number of dead or injured.
And we might not know for some time to come. Some law enforcement people in New York City say it's possible that 10,000 people died in the World Trade Center attacks. Apparently up to 50,000 people work in those two towers alone.
That's right. It may be days and even weeks before we know exactly how many people were in there. We have team coverage across the nation tonight.
At what was once the site of the World Trade Center, a massive search and recovery operation is now underway. I'm David Lee Miller in Lower Manhattan, and coming up, I'll have the complete details.
At the Pentagon, the fire is still smoldering. The effort to find out exactly what happened here continues. And worldwide, the military is at DEFCON Threat Alert Delta, the highest. We'll have complete details coming up in just a moment.
Los Angeles International Airport, along with every major landmark in the western U.S. under lockdown. The shockwaves felt on this side of the nation. I'm John Dupree. I'll be back live with the very latest.
We want to begin our Fox team coverage with Fox's David Lee Miller.
David is at Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan, where he's been all day long. Hi, David.
Hi there, Rick. We do have some good news to report. In some sense, we've already seen something of a miracle. According to the mayor of the city of New York, we do know that there are people definitely alive under the rubble of what was once the World Trade Center. That in itself, miraculous. Add to that now the fact that some of the survivors, two of them now, have, according to the mayor, placed phone calls to family members in Seattle. That just adds to the miracle that people have survived, because this entire area throughout the day has suffered a serious lack of cell phone service. In fact, the media as well as the authorities have been unable to get out on some of the cell phones. In fact, earlier today, some of the emergency workers actually broke into a communications store here, hoping to get their hands on walkie-talkies, because the cell phone system just wasn't doing the job. So right now we do know that there are thousands and thousands of people believed to be buried under what remains of the World Trade Center. How many of them are alive, though? That question still remains to be answered, although there definitely are survivors. Now it is going to definitely be a race against the clock to get them out. Now, towards that end, right now, in this area, they are bringing in some very heavy equipment. They are bringing in cranes, they are bringing in tractors, they are bringing in portable lights, so that by the time dawn arrives, this search and rescue effort in earnest can really be underway. Up until now, the authorities have not been able to do any serious searching for a number of different reasons. Number one, there was a massive fire going on just a few blocks south of where I'm now standing. And secondly, another building, not the Twin Towers themselves, but a building identified as the World Trade Number 7, a 47-story building, was in flames, and it was thought that it might collapse, and that's exactly what happened at about 5:40 this afternoon. That building collapsed. It is now resting on its side. The two World Trade towers are collapsed, something like accordions, according to some of the rescue workers who are down there. They say the antenna system is impaled into the sidewalk. That's the huge antenna system that rested on top of the Twin World Trade Center. Now, as to who might be trapped inside, we are told now that it is feared some of the rescue workers may be trapped inside those buildings or may have died on the scene. The mayor of the city of New York is reporting now that between 30 and 40 policemen are missing. 300 plus firemen are feared dead at this hour, including the chief of the department as well as the chaplain for the New York City Fire Department. For a while, in fact, the situation was so volatile that the mayor of the city of New York, Mayor Giuliani, who came down here to inspect the scene, got trapped in a building nearby, 75 Barclay Street, because no one anticipated that these buildings were in fact going to collapse. But the mayor got out. Unfortunately, though, a number of the top brass for the New York City Police Department did not. Now, as for the Isle of Manhattan, essentially it is sealed off from the rest of the world. You can leave the island, but you cannot enter. All the bridges and tunnels are closed if you want to come into Manhattan. The situation is even more secure down here south of 14th Street. The police department has warned people, do not come down here. This area is only for emergency personnel. If you try to come down to Lower Manhattan below 14th Street, you will be arrested. Back to you in the studio.
David Lee Miller, thanks very much. You know, David was talking about all of the various victims and the search and recovery operations which are ongoing at this hour. And a lot of those injured have been taken to St. Vincent's Hospital, not far from the scene of where the World Trade Center towers used to stand.
In fact, that is the hospital that is the very closest to this area, where literally hundreds of victims have been taken since 9 a.m. this morning. Our own Derry Alexander is standing by with the very latest from there. Hi, Derry.
Hi, Laura. You're absolutely right, actually. St. Vincent's Hospital is a straight shot up north from the World Trade Centers, the Twin Towers, and this has been the main artery where people have been coming all day. In fact, we're getting a count of like 362 victims that were brought up here, 50 major injuries, and we had like 30 of those were some of the rescue workers. They wound up being victims themselves, obviously went in there to try to help people and wound up in this very hospital with the civilians that came here to also be treated. I want to show you something really quick. We were talking about the fact that, and I believe David was just talking about the fact that they were digging, they've started digging. This is one of the paramedic trucks that was down there. I just saw the paramedic worker get out of the truck. He was completely covered in like Mount St. Helena type ash, completely covered in his eyes bloodshot. I mean, just absolutely incredible. Mask on over his mouth. It looks like, I mean, this truck is completely covered. He went inside to be treated just to kind of refresh himself, and then he's going to be coming back out and going back down there. And over the last few moments, we've seen lots of EMS trucks driving up here. If we can just find any light in this situation, and of course we've been talking about the fact that America is bonding together, people are bonding together, all of the victims and all of the volunteers trying to help people all over the city. You know, we need to show you a look right over here at the people waiting outside of the hospital, the staff. I mean, this is like military-style hospital, MASH unit right here. We have all kinds of workers just standing out on the sidewalk waiting for the EMS trucks to come. I mean, if you, in this situation, you can't say that there could ever be any overstaffing, but they certainly have more than enough people to treat all of the people that we believe are still alive. We've been hearing that there are people still alive under the debris. The manager of the emergency room, Dr. Richard Westfall, told me that he believed that there were still people. He had gotten word to stand by. They are just literally standing out on the sidewalks, so the minute the EMS trucks come up this way, they can get them immediately. We were also told about a half an hour ago that there were like 5 people in the emergency room, 5 victims in the emergency room. Usually they say that there are more than 50 people in the emergency room. What they're doing is treating the people who are not seriously injured and moving them someplace else to a less stressed area. and then leaving the emergency room open for the most seriously hurt victims. So if there's any light that we can bring in the situation, it seems that St. Vincent's Hospital, the major artery of care in the city, seems to be very well prepared for the situation. And one reason we're told is because they received the victims back in the 1993. So that's what's going on here at this moment. Back to you guys in the studio.
Derry, it's Laurie. Very quick question
Yes.
for you. Earlier, you reported that the hospital did not need any more blood. Is that still the case?
Absolutely, and that's so incredible, Lori, because we've heard all over the country about, get to the hospital, get, to any center and give blood. They are saying that they had like a line that was like 5 hours long. As soon as the word went out that they needed blood from Mayor Giuliani, people were just flowing all over the place to give blood. So at this point, they don't need volunteers and they don't need blood. But I mean, of course, stand by. We still have, victims coming up, still people alive. So, that maybe that alert may be turned on again. But at this point, they're saying they really don't need any blood, and they would be turning people away. So once again, that's another light in this situation, Lori.
Indeed. Derry Alexander reporting from St. Vincent's. Thanks very much, Derry.
Terrorists struck Lower Manhattan. They also struck the Washington, D.C. area. An update now on the situation at the Pentagon.
The very nerve center of American intelligence. That is where our Brian Wilson has been all day. He is still there now. Brian, what is the latest there?
Well, we still have a little bit of a fire going on here. They think they can knock it out early in the morning as soon as they get some more light on the situation, and then they will begin what is known as a search and rescue, and then after that they will begin the recovery. We have some pictures that we can show you that were taken earlier this evening. This is the video being shared by all networks of the scene very close to the impact site. Now, this is the south side of the Capitol. You're looking at a building right now. The Pentagon basically consists of 5 concentric rings, A through E. The outer ring is the E ring. The plane came in with such force under full throttle that it penetrated the E, D, and part of the C wings of the south side of the Pentagon building. So it was moving. But what a structure this is. It is so solidly built out of old school materials, brick, mortar, and stone, that it was hit on one side, and people who were on the other side of the building scarcely knew anything had happened. But however, one of the people who was in the building earlier today at 9:40 a.m. when this plane slammed into the Pentagon was none other than the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, and he said earlier tonight that he heard a shudder. Take a listen.
I felt the shock of the airplane hitting the building, went through the building and then out into the area, and they were bringing bodies out that had been injured, most of which were alive and moving, but seriously injured. And a lot of volunteers were doing a terrific job helping to bring them out of the buildings and get them into stretchers and into ambulances and into airlifts.
And while we must point out that many parts of the government basically had to shut down, the Capitol was evacuated. That's actually where I started my day early this morning, and they evacuated that building, and the members of the House and Senate leadership were taken to a bunker where they were making decisions and staying in touch with the president telephonically. The president was out of town. He was in Louisiana for a while and then later in Nebraska and came back only this evening. But at the Pentagon, they continued to stay in business all day. Even though this building was under attack and burning, they were operating out of the very basement of this operation and continuing to direct the operations of the military. A couple of quick things we need to pass on to you. The Arlington County Fire Department has been working on the scene throughout the day. They are now giving us the estimate that between 100 and 800 people may have died at this location. That's a big variety of numbers. Of 100, 800 is a large difference between those two numbers. But apparently they're giving us the best and worst case scenario. There were 67 people aboard the plane. All of them are, we believe, perished, of course. There were about 850 people who could have been working in this particular part of the building. This part of the building, however, had been under construction and renovation, and so people were just beginning to move in. No one here can give us a firm number, but the best estimate is that the worst case scenario could be as high as 800 people died here at the Pentagon. And the Arlington County Fire Department believes it is entirely possible there are still people alive inside this building. They say they have a pancake structure kind of collapse, and in those kinds of situations, it often is the case that people survive. Back to you, Rick, Lori.
All right, Brian Wilson at the Pentagon. We'll be checking back with Brian, of course.
And even though these terrorist attacks happened here on the East Coast, there is a ripple effect that is being felt across the nation tonight.
Fox News' John Dupree joins us now live from Los Angeles International Airport. John.
Every major landmark, Rick and Lori, from the Mexican border crossing in San Diego to the Space Needle in Seattle, Washington, closed or under tight security, giving you a sense for how hard the impact hit the west coast of the United States since those 4 airliners crashed there in New York City and in Washington and in Pennsylvania. The Los Angeles International Airport, the West Coast's busiest airport, normally where 150,000 to 250,000 people travel via the airway, is closed. 178 planes poised this morning to take off from this airport are grounded. Now, the ATF, the FBI, and local police bomb experts have been through every terminal, every building, every parking structure, and every airplane and have declared this facility safe. However, it is closed and will remain so, along with San Francisco International and all other airports that facilitate commercial flight in California and all the western states, until the FAA tomorrow at noon decides whether to open again and get back to business. 3 flights were destined for this airport. The American flight number 11, American flight number 77, and United flight number 175, all bound for Los Angeles International to arrive here around noontime or about 1 or 2 in the afternoon, respectively. And so throughout the day, loved ones and family members of the victims on board those 3 flights have been trickling in. They were taken away and escorted by United and American officials to private offices that the airlines have here on the plant, and they were consoled and they were briefed and they were helped. Then they were whisked away when the airport was completely shut down and cordoned off and swept. As you can see behind me, if you'll take my picture again, this normally teeming thoroughfare where bumper-to-bumper traffic is a daily occurrence is now empty. You may, over my voice, hear in the background the recorded public address system still sounding, sounding messages to nobody except police authorities and us. All across the western United States, major landmarks are closed, from the Space Needle to the Mexican border, and 54 dams have been locked down by the Army Corps of Engineers. Hopefully that gives you a sense for how seriously we are taking the tragedies in the East, also here in the West. That is the very latest. We'll keep you posted from this side of the story. Rick and Lori.
All right, John Dupree at LAX in Los Angeles. Thanks very much. You know, as we've grown accustomed, whenever there is some sort of an accident or catastrophe involving airlines in this country, there are 2 federal agencies that are always on the scene to investigate as soon as these events happen. One of them, of course, is the FAA. The other is the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB. And joining us now is a former board member of the NTSB, now with the Omega Group, Vernon Gross, who's joining us from Washington. Nice to talk with you, sir.
Same, Rick.
Well, your first impression, I mean, it seems as though terrorists came up with a very novel idea this morning, which was to use our airplanes as terrorist weapons.
Now, this is the first time we have of any use of aircraft. We've used trucks, we've used all kinds of other vehicles, but never aircraft. So this is the first time. In addition to that, they used 3 right off the bat to do that, and then perhaps the 4th is related to that, but we don't know that for sure. So I would point out that we want to bring some order out of the chaos now. We've had enough time to look at it, and if you study this, you know good and well that the crews flying those aircraft into both the Pentagon and the World Trade Center were very skilled pilots. And therefore, the only assumption we can really make is that they were able to displace, either kill or eject out of the seats the original pilots and take those aircraft right to where they wanted them.
Vernon, you know, the question that a lot of people are going to ask, that everyone's going to ask, and certainly anyone who ever travels, is how could 4 American airlines be hijacked on the same day?
Well, I think this testifies to the serious nature of what they've done and how much planning went into it. For example, after TW-800, we put a lot of money, $2.5 billion, into airport security, and yet everybody got aboard these airplanes. Now, that could be accomplished several ways. One, they might have accomplices who are acting as guards at the gates. You know, you don't know that. And on top of that, they had planned this sufficiently with a lot of sophistication, because the timing is a very precise kind of thing. It's 51 minutes from Boston to New York for American 11, and then it was 52 minutes for the aircraft that took off right after it out of Boston, the United Aircraft. So they had this thing planned right down to the minute.
Mr. Gross, it's Lori Dew. I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions.
Lori.
The next step in these kinds of airline disasters is obviously finding the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. What are the chances these will be recovered in the kind of horrific rubble that we're looking at right now in the aftermath here in downtown New York City?
Well, I think the chances are at least 50-50 in the two that hit the World Trade Center, provided that they didn't have to sustain fire for a long time. They're designed to handle 1100 degrees Fahrenheit for at least an hour, and if they fell down through that structure, they might be found. The one that crashed in Somerset, Pennsylvania, they should really find both the cockpit voice recorder and the DFDR, flight data recorder.
Okay, so assuming, in the best case scenario, these two boxes are found, then what? What do they need to try to find on these cockpit voice recorders, and what kind of information are they looking for right away?
Well, the thing that I'm really concerned about, Lori, is this, that the sophistication of the pilots, these terrorist pilots, is such that they could easily disable both of those recorders if they knew which circuit breakers to pull in the cockpit. And they probably might have done that because they also turned off the transponders so that air traffic control couldn't track them.
So you're saying, sir, that these boxes could be found and yet they could yield no information at all?
They would have no information at all if they managed to pull the circuit breakers, and that's a possibility if they really know the cockpit of those two aircraft.
Vernon Gross is a former board member of the NTSB, now with the Omega Group. He's also a Fox News contributor, and he's very kind to join us tonight. Thank you very much, Vernon.
You bet, Rick.
Well, in the first blows of this unbelievable series of terrorist attacks when they were struck in New York, Fox News correspondent Todd Connor reports from the staggering but determined city. Hi, Todd.
Hey, Laura. Hey, Rick. Shortly after the attacks on the World Trade Center this morning, the city of New York essentially went into emergency mode, basically shutting the doors to the city. That means all of the tunnels were closed off, all of the bridges all around the island of Manhattan were shut down. All of this to make sure, at least for one, that the terrorists couldn't get to those things. They couldn't get to the tunnels. People who did just get to work, many of them had to turn around and go right back home. In fact, it made it quite easy, though, once all of those people left, for the emergency crews to get around the city. Mayor Giuliani tonight, Rudy Giuliani, speaking tonight and looking ahead to what tomorrow brings.
The city is not officially closed. Manhattan is not officially closed north of 14th Street. But we're advising people, if you can stay home, it would be better. Outside of Manhattan, you go to work and do all the things you would normally do. There's no particular reason to be constricted in activities there. But if you can, stay out of the city.
So as you heard Mayor Giuliani there, basically 14th Street and below in Manhattan closed. People going to work tomorrow all across the country. Well, many of you can expect to pay much more for gas. Many gas stations, we're told, all around the country, actually gouging consumers at the pump. Some prices $3.60, $4 a gallon is being reported around the country. However, there is a run on gas as well. One gas station owner reporting he sold more gas in 2 hours than he normally sells all day. So a little bit of panic at the pump. However, one expert says gas supplies should be okay, a little tight around New York. You're looking at FedEx planes there right now. They recently got a contract to deliver U.S. mail. However, because all of the airports are shut down, obviously those planes sit idly by. not carrying your mail. In fact, many post offices were closed today around New York City. In fact, the largest Manhattan post office that's open 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, shut down tonight, surrounded by armed guards. So tomorrow, however, mail will be delivered in the city, but you have to take a lot of it if you want it delivered to the actual post offices themselves. All schools in Washington, D.C. and New York closed tomorrow. Bridges and tunnels into Manhattan closed, outgoing still open. That's the latest from Fox Central. Lori and Rick, back to you.
All right, maybe several days before we are even at all back to what may be normal. All right, Todd Connor, thanks very much.
Well, you know, I think that a lot of us will always remember where we were when we got word that this had happened, or that it was actually beginning to happen. President Bush was in the middle of an education event talking about his education policy down in Florida. Of course, the security of the president during a time like this, very, very important. He was shuffled around to various military bases before finally arriving back in the nation's capital earlier tonight, and then he addressed our very distraught nation at about 8:30 Eastern Time.
Always reassuring to hear the President of the United States in this time of tragedy and trouble. Let's listen to what he said.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Now, that was the first time we saw President Bush after the attacks this morning. He was taken to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where he tape recorded that message. It was broadcast later, and then later on at night at about 8:30 Eastern Time, as I said before, he did have a live report, a live address from the Oval Office at the White House. Of course, Washington shaken not only because of the attack on the Pentagon, but all of this comes about during a time of intense budget negotiations on Capitol Hill.
The president is saying we will move forward. It will be business as usual. Congress meeting tonight, getting briefings from the National Security Council and others. Let's go now to our own Carl Cameron, who is standing by live at the Washington Bureau with the very latest. Good evening, Carl.
Hi, Laura. There's nothing business as usual about it, and the budget negotiations, though they may go through the motions of trying to adhere to some sort of a legislative calendar, everything that the world of Congress was about yesterday has now dramatically changed. They were talking about the rhetoric of a Social Security lockbox and whether or not they could tap the Social Security surplus. That is out the window, and now in the very type of emergency and even a state of war in the minds of many members of Congress, they are now prepared to open the federal checkbook and do that which they say as a bipartisan Congress is necessary to protect national security. In the president's speech this evening, he made the point that the U.S. government will make no distinction between terrorist cells that we suspect are existing and training and operating around the world and the countries and governments that harbor them. That is a significant change in U.S. foreign policy. It suggests, in fact, that the United States could hold responsible through reprisals governments that have these terrorist camps in place. You're looking at video this afternoon at the Capitol that was shut down and evacuated, the leadership of Congress taken to various different secure locations all around the greater Washington area, in a couple of cases actually evacuated to points in Virginia. And now the President and Congress go about the business of the investigation and what to do next. It has long been U.S. policy by executive order that the federal government does not pursue assassination attempts of foreign leaders. There was an executive order during the Reagan administration to that effect. And for decades, and even going back to the Kennedy administration, it was believed that the United States would not do that because of presidential policy. Well, at one of the closed-door briefings that took place today with Bush administration officials, members of Congress tell Fox News that it was suggested by Republicans in the Bush administration that, in fact, an executive order by any president can nullify the existing ones, and that it would be legal for President Bush, in this case, to perhaps order a covert operation to go out and find the perpetrators and bring them back dead or alive. Lawmakers tell Fox that by way of explanation, the Bush administration pointed out that it is customary for an incoming administration to nullify or rescind executive orders by the outgoing administration. And in fact, President Bush did that on a number of environmental concerns just after he took office, because President Clinton had issued a number of executive orders prior to leaving executive office. Lawmakers telling us that this does not appear to be an imminent decision, that perhaps the Bush administration was sort of thinking out loud and perhaps floating a trial balloon, but it is considered a measure of the resolve that the Bush administration wants conveyed both to the American people and its elected leaders in Congress, that there will be an aggressive investigation to seek out those responsible for these attacks. We can tell you that there is, as we speak, a number of federal investigators heading to an aviation university in Daytona. Embry-Riddle University is a flight school and aviation college in Daytona Beach, Florida, that specializes in flight simulations, and they have a number of very expensive machines, flight simulators there, and we are told they actively recruit students from the Middle East. There is a Florida TV station apparently reporting that one of their students is unaccounted for. Earlier this evening, intelligence officials told Fox News that they did in fact intercept some communiques from the plane, cell phone chatter, that suggested that some folks close to Osama bin Laden had in fact been coordinating and discussing the logistics of the attacks. U.S. investigators are converging on Daytona and Broward County, where Osama bin Laden supporters are known to be, as well as preparing to question ground crews in Boston and New Jersey airports. The thinking being that perhaps there were conspirators on the ground. But
Carl,
at this hour, Embry-Riddle University, an aviation school with a flight simulator, another place that investigators plan to take a visit to.
Carl, you mentioned the executive order that's been in place for some time, that the United States does not assassinate other political leaders or leaders around the world. And if this was a trial balloon that you talk about, how did it go over amongst the Democrats and the Republicans that you spoke to?
Well, as a tactical matter, if this was something that the administration was seriously considering, one has to wonder about the wisdom of telling a bunch of elected lawmakers, politicians who are prone to talk to the media and leak. That might tip off the would-be target. However, it does suggest that the Bush administration is taking this very seriously, and coupled with the president's comments this evening that he intends to make no distinction between the governments that harbor these types of terrorist activities. It could mean that there will be sweeping military recriminations at such time as the perpetrators are identified.
Carl Cameron in Washington. Carl, thanks.
While today's attack was certainly tragic, and we've never seen anything like this on American soil, unfortunately, it's not the first time the United States has been attacked. The worst may be over. We hope it is over with regard to today's attacks, but certainly it's not the first time.
No, it's happened before, and Fox News' David Asman now has a look at the history of terrorism against our nation.
The attack was carried out by Jap torpedo planes together with dive bombers.
We went to war after terror came to our shores on the wings of Japanese bombers.
Bomb hit caused the Arizona to blow up.
We were terrified when car bombs exploded at our embassy in Beirut, but we prayed it wouldn't happen again on our soil until it did. We were a country under siege when a bomb went off in the basement of the World Trade Center.
It sounded like a bomb, then it sounded like something was falling, but it felt like an earthquake.
One guy came running out on fire. He was smoking, he was on fire.
It was terror in the heartland when a truck loaded with fertilizer blew up at the federal building in Oklahoma City, and we were outraged when we found out the man who did it was an American. The bombing in Centennial Park rocked the Olympic Games as the world watched, and the simultaneous attacks on our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania brought fear that terrorism was coming close to America. Then the USS Cole, a Navy vessel, bombed while it stopped to refuel in Aden, Yemen. But nothing could prepare us for today. 4 planes hijacked, each with a target. 2 to the World Trade Center, the 2 biggest buildings in New York City. 1 to the Pentagon, the heart of our military. The 4th crashed near Pittsburgh. Reportedly, it was heading for Camp David, the presidential retreat, and perhaps ironically, the location where the Camp David Middle East Peace Accord was signed. There is no doubt that terror has come to our shores, and the big question is who? Who is so full of hate that they could cause such destruction? The Afghanistan government, the Taliban, accused in the past of providing sanctuary for terrorist Osama bin Laden, claims they and he are not responsible. David Asman, Fox News.
Well, the shockwaves from today's attacks continue to roll through the streets of the United States, particularly in Washington and in New York City, and very particularly in the area of Wall Street where these brutal attacks happened. Wall Street will remain closed Wednesday.
But the attacks had repercussions that will go far beyond New York's financial district. Fox's Karen Gibbs now has the latest on that from Fox Central. Hi, Karen.
Hi, Rick. Hi, Laurie, and good morning, everyone. And the repercussions have more to do with not just Wall Street, but the way we live and the way we do business. In fact, already we're seeing the overseas market sharply lower. Tokyo is adding to the downside, closing in on a 7% loss. You're looking at a weaker opening also in Germany and London within the next hour or so. But now economists are starting to predict that we're going to see a global recession. In fact, the resilient consumer confidence is probably going to crack after this dastardly attack. They're not going to spend, especially on travel and tourism. And in fact, the airline industry says that they expect to see a 50% drop-off in travel, particularly by leisure travel, and that means it could not have enough money to last through the end of the month. The insurance industry also considerably vulnerable because they're going to be liable now for billions of dollars worth of claims here. And you're also seeing in world foreign exchange markets the dollar falling here, unable to mount any type of flight to quality defense as it usually does in these types of situations. Gold is up almost $20, and as I told you earlier, crude oil now back above the $31 per barrel level as there's fears that we're going to start seeing supply disruptions. Well, they're also talking about more disruptions worldwide. You know, the World Bank and IMF, the International Monetary Fund, are scheduled to meet in Washington, D.C. at the end of the month, September 29th and 30th. And after the riots in Seattle, Quebec, Genoa, and yesterday's attack on World Trade Center, the guys at Washington are saying, let's postpone, if not cancel, this two-day meeting. It's too close, and we don't want to really ignite any more type of unrest. And so this is going to be an ongoing situation. Of course, as we mentioned, the New York Stock Exchange, the Amex, and the NASDAQ are closed again today. It's the first time that they've been closed back-to-back since World War II. But some people are saying it could be days, even weeks before we open up again, because the World Trade Center was the financial nucleus for all of these transactions, and it's just not there anymore. It's incredible. Rick, Laurie.
Well, it really is. Karen, very quickly, I'd like to follow up on a point you made at the start of your report, which is that commercial air traffic is expected to suffer immediately. We all fly in airplanes, and perhaps now many of us will be afraid to. If you could just expound on that for a moment.
Because we never expected a concerted effort that would involve 4 planes and to be taken over like that, hijacked like that simultaneously. A lot of people are going to be terrified because, again, it looks like safety measures are not in place. We had one guest talking earlier about the Sky Marshal situation and why we did away with that. And that may have made people feel a little bit more comfortable. They certainly aren't there now, and people are most uncomfortable about any type of air travel. And because of that, that's why the airlines are expecting a drop-off in business already in Japan. And you know, they are trading. The banking stocks and the airline stocks are plunging. Back to you, Laurie.
All right, our senior financial correspondent, Karen Gibbs, thanks very much.
For people in New York City, for people in Washington, D.C., and for people in other cities around the country, they woke up, they brushed their teeth, they had breakfast, they went to work, and that's when their nightmare began.
That's right. We want to take you back to give you a look at the sequence of events that has literally devastated America. It started just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time, with word that a plane had crashed into one tower of New York's World Trade Center. It could have been an accident until this.
We just saw another one. We just saw another one. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks.
And Americans watched in shock as a second jetliner flew straight into the second tower.
Hey, let's go! I'm standing on the corner watching, taking pictures. You can see the wings of the plane come from the south. It hit the middle of the second building.
We're walking the dogs and we saw a plane flying really low, a small jet, and it flew directly into the World Trade Center, and then all the pieces fell to the bottom in seconds.
It was chaos.
Just get out of the tunnel and it blew.
Built in the mid-1960s, the World Trade Center towered over Manhattan. Each tower 110 stories. Over 40,000 people work in the 2 buildings. It is still unclear how many people were in the towers when the planes crashed and how the evacuation was going an hour later when we watched aghast as the towers collapsed. The skyline of Manhattan has changed forever. New York's Twin Towers are gone.
Pictures this of the second of the 2 World Trade Center towers collapsing.
Oh my God. There's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running in the other direction. There's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running for their lives, literally. Police, media. I see a woman pushing a baby carriage.
No, I'm all right. Let me go. I saw the building falling down.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
Some people jumping from the building.
I had just gotten out of the building. I was crossing the street when I heard some rumbling. I saw someone coming off the top of the building. I just ran. I didn't know where to go. My first reaction was to go down to a subway stop just to get some cover because I felt this cloud of all this stuff, the stuff coming down, the debris, and I thought that was the best, smartest thing, but I got stuck in there for a while. It was pitch dark.
And now all we are left with are questions. Who could have done this? What is the toll in human lives?
What happened was I was down in the basement. All of a sudden we heard a loud bang, and the elevator doors blew open. Some guy was burnt up, so I dragged him out. His skin was all hanging off. So I dragged him out and I pulled him out of the parking lot. This was what was left on it.
And what will happen now?
And we, of course, have no answers to that just yet. But one of the questions that a lot of people are asking are how did those hijackers get control of those 4 planes and steer them into their targets? 3 of the 4 did expert piloting in order to achieve the job that they set out to do.
Right, these are big planes. These are 757s, 767s, not easy to steer. It almost seemed as if these pilots may have known what they were doing. Let's go now to our senior correspondent, Rita Cosby, who joins us now with some late-breaking news on some terrorist pilot training. Hi, Rita, what can you tell us?
Well, Lori, law enforcement sources are telling me that they do believe that these pilots were very sophisticated, very highly trained to be able to make those quick turns, those very quick vectors, and to be able to do it at such a narrow window, to be able to do it so precisely to hit the Twin Towers as they did, and also the Pentagon. What I'm also hearing is, and they're pointing back to what came out in the embassy bombing trials. This is, of course, the 2 embassies in East Africa that were bombed, and obviously bin Laden was indicted tied to those blasts. And what they're talking about, there was a gentleman by the name of Ihab Muhammad Ali, and he was a sympathizer, a bin Laden backer. And during the grand jury testimony, this was not in trial, but when he testified before the grand jury, he told the grand jury in that trial, in that case, that he received pilot training in Oklahoma in 1994, and also that he got some training during trips that he took abroad for Osama bin Laden. It's very interesting, especially if he did indeed receive some training in the U.S., particularly Oklahoma is interesting because I've been out there to Oklahoma City, and that is where the FAA has its own training center. So it's very possible that he actually may have been trained by the FAA itself. A number of pilots sometimes go through the training center there in Oklahoma City. He was a taxi driver in Florida, in Orlando, and today, indeed, law enforcement sources are saying that they're looking at a name that just blared out to them on one of the manifests on one of the 4 planes that is tied to some locations in Florida, and Daytona and Orlando are some of the areas that they're looking at. So there appears to be a number of Osama bin Laden sympathizers in the Florida area. In addition to that, law enforcement sources are telling me, Lori and Rick, that they hear that what they received were at least 2 cell phone intercepts, that they were able to intercept 2 cell phone calls from Osama bin Laden backers. One of them appeared to be on the ground where they were saying, look, some of the targets have been hit, sort of jubilating and excited that some of the targets had been struck, indeed, by these planes. And then another one, it sounds like actually may have come from one of the hijackers themselves, a cell phone call intercepted by a hijacker, rather from a hijacker to possibly even another hijacker on the same plane or to somebody on the ground. But intelligence sources are telling me that they were able to intercept at least 2 cell phone calls indicating that Osama bin Laden was tied indeed to these 2 attacks, at least these 2 that were carried out, and obviously connected then, therefore, to the 4 others. Right now, law enforcement sources are saying they are almost 99% certain, is what I'm being told, that Osama bin Laden is behind this. And in addition, obviously, to the cell phone calls, which is much more hard evidence compared to other things that they were getting earlier, they are still looking at all the warning signs. This is the only man who had the financial backing. This is the only man who had the infrastructure for the World Wide Web, the tentacles really all over the world to be able to carry out this. And they also say it would have taken at least many months to plan this type of thing. And, of course, they're trying to find out right now, was it somebody on the inside in terms of the airports getting in who was able to get in this close? Were they all on the manifest? Were some of them able to just sneak in? Some of these things, of course, have yet to be determined. Back to you.
Senior correspondent Rita Cosby joining us on the phone with new information. Rita's sources saying that they are 99% certain at this point that Osama bin Laden was behind today's terrorist attacks.
That's right. Well, it is about 1:45 in the morning Eastern time. I can't even do the math right now, but it's, I guess, been something like 18 hours, something like that, since these attacks happened in New York City. The search and rescue mission, I'm not sure if it has exactly proceeded yet, not because of darkness, but because of the conditions in that area.
Fox's David Lee Miller is in downtown Manhattan, and he joins us now with the very latest on that. David.
Hi there, Rick and Lori. Let me set the scene for you right now. It is a very surreal one. If you take a look behind me, You can see that all the lights are out here except for some of the emergency lights provided by generators and batteries. I'm on Church Street here, which is a street that heads northerly. Nevertheless, you see these emergency vehicles, cars filled with police officers and firemen heading in a southerly direction towards the World Trade Center, which is a few blocks behind me at this time. And what's left of that structure is lit up with the emergency lighting. In many ways, it looks like a movie set from a Hollywood disaster film, but in this case, no special effects. For people here, this is just all too real. Now, for the last few hours, we've been watching them bring a significant amount of very heavy equipment to the former site of the World Trade Center. Tractors, cranes, generators, lights, all types of equipment to actually get this search and rescue mission underway. Now, the authorities wanted to get this thing going as soon as possible, but their efforts were hampered by a number of reasons. Number one, there was a fire at the location of the World Trade Center. Number two, one of the adjacent buildings was not only ablaze, but in danger of collapse, which it did shortly before 6 o'clock tonight. Now, authorities expect that in earnest, the search and rescue operation is actually going to get underway at just about dawn. It's not clear exactly what they're going to find, but according to the mayor of the city of New York, we are told that it is certain that there will be survivors. At least 2 people buried under the rubble, incredibly, were able to use their portable phones and call their families. But exactly how many survivors there will be, that figure unclear. It's going to be at least a couple of days, the mayor says, until we get a real indication of the death toll. For now, back to you in the studio.
David, thank you very much. And for those who have been rescued, a lot of them are being taken to a hospital nearby where the World Trade Center towers used to be at St. Vincent's Hospital.
That's where our own Dari Alexander has been standing by all evening for us, and she joins us again with the latest. Hi again, Dari.
Hi, Lori. Hi, Rick. You know, something new to tell you about right now. Earlier, we were talking about how all of the hospital workers were outside. Well, there are still many, many workers outside waiting for the incoming wounded. But I have to tell you, they've actually split treatment locations right now. We've heard that they've actually gone down to the scene because, imagine, visualize, the people under the rubble, people alive under the rubble. They figure these people obviously are going to need care right away. So they want to be as close to them as they possibly can. Obviously, they can't keep them there for very long because of the fact that there's so much debris, very difficult to breathe down there. But they have decided the way that they are going to look at this is they are going to try to treat the people as quickly as possible. I know we are tight on time, but I've got a worker who has been digging through the rubble, who I asked to come over, and all the TV crews now are interviewing him. So I'd really like to just stick my mic in here, and if you have to leave me, just let me know.
You physically can't get to the scene. You can't. It's just very hard. And there's no emotion. It's just physically impossible to get up to the scene.
Words can't describe what you're seeing down there. It's just...
You came in and you were covered. I talked to you. You were covered in debris. What does it look like down there? Can you see anybody in the debris? Any survivors?
We have no survivors right now. Right now, it's more recovering bodies. Just twisted steel. It's something that is undescribable with words.
But now we've heard reports that people were calling their families on the cell phone underneath all of this rubble.
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard any sounds while I was there. I haven't heard anything at all.
In the area you were working?
Yeah, in the area that I was working.
It's very possible, but the area we were in, there weren't any survivors. There were some bodies, but they have to bring in the heavy machinery in order to get to it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Once again, let me just tell you, that's obviously what 2 rescue workers have told us, but we did speak with the chief of the emergency room, and he is hopeful and does believe what Mayor Giuliani believes, that there are survivors under there, and that is why they have sent doctors down there to treat them right away. So once again, you know, this is one of those situations where you can't speculate, but you hope for the best, and they are ready for whatever they have to face. Outside of St. Vincent's Hospital, I'm Dari Alexander. Back to you, Rick and Lori.
All right, Dari, thanks very much for that update.
All right, and some new developments at the Pentagon, also the target of today's attack.
That's right. Let's go now to Brian Wilson, who has been there live for us all day. Brian, what is the latest?
Well, Lori, let me just step out of the picture briefly so you can see what's going on behind me. They have brought in a very large crane in the last few minutes right above that impact crater in the south side of the Pentagon building, and there is apparently a basket attached to the crane. Part of the problem they've been having is they've still got a little bit of a fire going up there in the roof area, and they're having a little trouble getting it out. That may be part of that. It may be for the rescue efforts and the recovery efforts that will go underway tomorrow morning at first light after they're able to extinguish the last bits of this fire. Here are some pictures from earlier today, right up at that impact area. I mentioned earlier there are 5 concentric rings in the Pentagon. They run A, the very most innermost, and to E on the outside. The plane was in a full power nosedive right into the south side. It penetrated rings E, D, and C. So some serious damage here. The most important information that we have for you on how many people may have been injured or killed here, according to the Arlington County Fire Department, they are now estimating that between 100 and 800 people may have died here. Now, there's a large difference between those two numbers, but what we're getting is the best and the worst case scenarios. And they tell us that as many as 850 people could have been working in this particular part of the Pentagon complex. So they're giving us a worst case scenario. Of course, all 67 people aboard the plane did perish in the first few moments of the impact. Back to you.
All right, Brian Wilson at the Pentagon. Thank you very much, Brian.
September 11th, 2001, a day no one will forget. Horrible events playing out here in Washington and in New York City.
Let's take a listen now to some of the accounts of eyewitnesses, people who saw these events unfold firsthand.
It's about 10:31. Where is she? Where is she?
Well, when we got down to the bottom floor, we thought we were okay, and then there was a collapse. We don't know what collapsed. There was a collapse of something. The police and fire department told us to go run to the wall and don't look outside. Next thing we know, billowing black smoke just came in, and I mean, it went down my mouth, up my nose, all over the place, and people were hysterical at that time.
Keep going. You're okay.
There was a big shaking. Some of the ceilings collapsed. Looks like there was a fire in the elevator shafts. What did you feel?
The whole floor shook. The building was shaking, and it felt like a bomb hit or a plane hit or something like that. But the whole floor was shaking.
A
plane did hit. Yeah, and then we looked out the window. All we saw was debris all over the place. But we thought the building was going to topple over. It was going so.
One of them did.
One of them did. We were in Tower 1. We made it out.
We do need to put it down now. I think we need to put it down now. Here we go.
The one just got out of the tunnel in the blue.
The subway tunnel?
Yeah.
The subway.
Yeah.
I saw the building falling down. Saw people jumping from the building from the 100th floor, and I saw the building just coming down. What are you doing?
We just felt a big explosion. I didn't know what after the fact that we talked about, knew it was a plane. I was on the way down. It was pretty calm. There's some small fires, and from the 85 on below, there were small fires and some floods, but it wasn't that bad. And I had just gotten out of the building. I was crossing the street when I heard some rumbling. I saw someone coming off the top of the building. I just ran.
There was nowhere to run. People were just falling down on top of each other. People were, panicking. They were scared. Here's a 100-foot, here's a 100-story building just collapsing, coming down. Where do you run? You couldn't help nobody. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. If you didn't have an oxygen tank, you couldn't even go in there. You couldn't because of the debris. Concrete would just choke you. All this white that you see in the street is concrete. It's concrete. This is all concrete that you're looking at. Everybody's pretty much depressed, but until we actually get numbers and find out what the actual story is, we only hope and pray for the best.
All right, go down here to James.
My heart broke. My heart bleeds for everybody in there. Civilians, firefighters, police.
You were supposed to be on the 22nd floor?
That's right.
Yeah, but I don't have a cell phone. What? You were on your way into work?
And I was late. I guess it wasn't my number.
All right, what are you going to be doing for the next hour?
It wasn't my number.
Just an incredible day, almost unspeakable, very hard to talk about. Lots of everyday folks downtown, but also lots of journalists, including Rick Folbaum. Rick, you were on the scene immediately after both of the planes had crashed into both of the towers. Tell me a little bit about the morning. Tell everyone about it.
Well, I think that this is something that's going to take me a little while to actually, figure out in my own head before I can talk about it in a way that will make sense to everybody. But we were down there pretty quickly after the two planes had struck both of the towers, before the towers fell. And all I can tell you is that, you're a journalist, but you're also a human being, and all of the emotions and everything that you might imagine come into play as we just stood and watched the two towers burn. We watched people try to escape unsuccessfully, and then we watched the two towers collapse right before our eyes, and it was really something that I will absolutely never forget, and as I said, something that I think it's going to take a little while to sink in.
Well, such a interesting and unfortunately very sad perspective that you and many journalists and hundreds and thousands of people saw today in New York City.
Well, our coverage is going to continue right here on Fox News Channel all night long. We are live. Stay with us.
Mike and Andrea, do you hear me?
All right, welcome back with our continuing coverage here on the Fox News Channel of terror, which has hit the east coast of the United States in Washington and New York City. Terror striking at the World Trade Center as well as at the Pentagon.
And Fox News' Rick Leventhal was there as the Twin Towers came crashing down. And David Lee Miller, I'm sorry, David, go ahead.
Hi there, Rick. It is now a race against the clock to save the lives of those buried under the rubble. I'll have the complete details.
I'm Jerry Alexander, live outside of St. Vincent's Hospital, where we are awaiting the arrival of possibly more incoming wounded. I'll have the latest.
The Pentagon continues to smolder. The rescue efforts continue here, but the Pentagon continues to operate as a functional director of the military forces around the world. I have a complete report coming up in just a moment.
Team coverage, I'm Rick Folbaum.
And I'm Lori Dew. We want to go over with you exactly what happened on a day that rivals really any of the darkest days in the history of this country. September 11th, 2001, a day that will go down in infamy. At first, it appeared to be a horrible accident. A passenger jet crashes into the World Trade Center, and the race to put out that fire begins.
But just minutes later, a second plane flies around the adjacent tower right next to it and slams into it. And only then does it become very clear that this was no accident. America was under attack, and the attacks extended beyond New York City. The Pentagon, outside of Washington, America's home for national security, ripped by a third plane crash.
And then back to New York, America's skyline changed forever as Tower 1 of the World Trade Center crumbles to the ground in a plume of smoke, as you see there.
Followed and then moments later, the plane, as you can see, this is the plane going through the second tower. Just a day of horror in New York City, near Washington, D.C., and in other parts of the country, too, including western Pennsylvania, where a fourth plane crashed outside of Pittsburgh. Apparently, this was a plane that we are told was headed to Camp David, the presidential retreat. But luckily, it didn't get there. It is 2 o'clock in the east, and it is 11 o'clock out west. And we begin our team coverage now with Fox's David Lee Miller, who joins us now live from Lower Manhattan. David.
Hi there, Rick. As Laurie said, New York skyline has changed. The lives of New Yorkers have changed as well, and the lives of all Americans have changed because of what has transpired over the last few hours. Let's go to the camera now atop of our live truck, and here you can actually see what is taking place a few blocks south of where I am standing. This is the site of where the World Trade Center stood only 24 hours ago. Today, nothing more than a pile of rubble. You're looking at it under the glow of special portable lights that have been brought in. The area here has no electricity. There is no gas for fear that there could be further explosions and fire. Now, rescue workers are on the scene, and they are in the midst of a massive rescue operation. Much earlier, their efforts were severely hampered because of fire and an adjacent building that collapsed. Trade Center building number 7 literally fell to the ground, falling on its side, we are told, at about 5:40 this afternoon. As for the World Trade Center itself, it now resembles a pancake, an accordion. We are told that it is now a little more than 5 stories tall. Everyone, of course, is concerned about the survivors, who is buried under that rubble, and what it will take to get them out. Mayor Giuliani has told reporters that a number of people, 2 people, have called their family using portable phones as they were trapped under the rubble. They notified their families in Seattle, so we do know that there are survivors, but it is going to be a race against the clock to get them out. In similar emergency situations, what the authorities have done is they bring in special sniffer dogs to detect the human presence. They also bring in special acoustical equipment to try and listen for cries for help. And no doubt that's the type of activity that will be getting underway in just a few short hours as dawn approaches here. Now, we are told that as many as 30 to 40 New York City police officers died. Those are some of the first officers on the scene when the buildings collapsed. And there are also as many as 300 plus firefighters who died, including the chief of the fire department for the city of New York and the department's chaplain. As I mentioned earlier, this entire area now is without electricity. Authorities are warning people, do not come to Lower Manhattan. This area is going to be sealed off and limited only to emergency crews. Anyone who comes here will be arrested. That from New York's police commissioner. As for the Isle of Manhattan, it also remains sealed off. You can leave Manhattan, but you cannot enter it. All the bridges and tunnels now have also been closed to prevent people from entering the borough of Manhattan. So, Rick, in just a few hours in earnest, we expect that the search and recovery operation is going to get underway. And from the emergency workers we have talked to, they expect to find a very grisly sight. For now, back to you.
David, I know that for a large part of today, there was a prevailing sense of just shock and disbelief. And I know that people there have a lot of work to do, but I'm wondering if you've been able to sense that that feeling is now changing to one of anger.
Yeah, very much so. I'd say it started, as you said, with disbelief, moved to shock, and now there is a great deal of anger. People are talking about retribution. They don't know, of course, any more than the government does who is responsible, but you do hear people demanding that some action be taken because they are fearful. This is what we're hearing in the street here, that unless something is done, attacks like this will only continue. Rick?
David Lee Miller in Lower Manhattan. David, thanks.
Well, many of the victims from today's attacks were taken to St. Vincent's Hospital. That is the hospital that is closest to where the World Trade Center stood until this morning, where hundreds of victims have been taken. Derry Alexander is standing by with the latest. Hi, Derry.
Hi, Lori. You know, you talk about moods. David was just talking about the mood down there, from shock to horror to anger. I have to tell you that the mood up here is very, very different. I mean, we're in front of a hospital. The mood here, I would say, is very one of peace. People are very peaceful and one of very high spirit. It's just sheer determination and belief that there will be more people to recover, more people to treat out here. Let me just give you these numbers real quick. 300 and roughly 65 people have come through this hospital today. Think about it, Lori and Rick. That's not really a great number considering the fact that we're talking about 50,000 people that were potentially working in those 2 buildings today. 362 people they treated. So they obviously are wishing that there could have been more people up here that they could have treated, indicating that, just giving you a sense of what the death toll could possibly be. Other numbers, 4 deaths, 4 people died inside this hospital today. 1 was a firefighter. We understand 50 serious injuries here inside of here today. 45 of the victims were rescue workers. We have had massive volunteer efforts out here today. 500 doctors from all over, from the 5 boroughs, from Connecticut, from New Jersey, from upstate New York, 150 nurses from all over the place, people showing up. We talked about something else, Lori, you asked me about. They don't need blood. That's absolutely incredible when we were talking all over the country, give blood wherever you can, and we're going to ship it to New York or to Washington or to Pennsylvania. They don't need blood here. So many people have showed up to donate blood. They had a line that was 5 hours long. So they are doing very, very well as far as blood is concerned. They're doing very, very well as far as staffing is concerned. We just really need to know that there are people alive under that rubble. People have been very, very hopeful. Just a complete mood of peace here. In fact, as we've been standing out here, lots of owners of delis have come up to us, offered us coffee, offered us sandwiches, offering everyone all kinds of things. The other thing that we have up here, and if we could just slowly get a little shot of this, I want to show you, there were some major trucks coming by through 6th Avenue here just a while ago. They had huge trucks that were loaded with these. See these floodlights? These floodlights, they had maybe 20 floodlights on each truck. They were taking them downtown, hopefully so they could see people, so they could identify people. I know David talked about bringing in dogs. Obviously, they also need to have as much light as possible, and until morning comes, this is what they are depending on. But at this point right here, the scene is lots of workers, gurneys, wheelchairs, IVs, just waiting for the people to come up here, and also there are some doctors down there hoping that they can pull some people out and treat them right away, because you can imagine if there are people alive who have been there for several hours, they'll need to be treated right away. So that's actually what's happening out here. I'm Derry Alexander reporting live outside of St. Vincent's. Back to you, Lori and Rick.
All right, Derry, thanks very much. Talking about sheer determination.
All right, Washington, D.C., that area there, also a target. Let's get an update now on the situation at the Pentagon from Brian Wilson. Brian.
Let me give you 3 words. They call it Threat Con Delta, Threat Condition Delta. The military around the world at the highest state of alert. And although you cannot see them in the skies above Washington, D.C., there are military jets patrolling to make sure that other planes cannot get into the Washington area. They are protecting the nation's capital and protecting the leader of the free world, the President of the United States. Here at the Pentagon, the efforts to clean up, to try to put out the fire, still continuing. Let me step out of the picture for a moment so you can see in the last few minutes there have been a big crane brought in. This crane towers over the massive structure and apparently will be used in the cleanup effort and the rescue effort and the recovery effort, all of those things that will take place. They hope to have this smoldering fire out by morning. They say they need a little daylight to make sure their firefighters can be safe, but a very bad situation at the Pentagon today. Take pictures that we shot earlier today, and you get a sense when you look up close in the daylight at just how tremendous the damage is. Understand that this jet came toward the Pentagon building under full throttle in a dive. It penetrated 3 of the 5 rings in the Pentagon complex on the south side. There was an amazing fireball, and the fire raged for many hours. At one point, firefighters had to be pulled out because there was a serious concern that another plane might be headed this way. So the fire raged unabated for a few moments before they finally brought the firefighters back in, thinking that it was safe to fight the fire. Now, the Arlington County Fire Department has given us an estimate. They say that there may be as many as 100 to 800 people who died at this location. Now, there's a big difference between those 2 numbers. We are told it's the best and the worst case scenario. They say that as many as 850 people could have been working in this part of the building when the plane hit. One of the people who was working inside that building was the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld. And here's what he said it sounded like when he felt the plane hit the building. Take a listen.
I felt the shock of the airplane hitting the building. went through the building and then out into the area, and they were bringing bodies out that had been injured, most of which were alive and moving, but seriously injured. And a lot of volunteers were doing a terrific job helping to bring them out of the buildings and get them into stretchers and into ambulances and into airlifts.
The Pentagon continued to operate even though it was under attack, even though the building was burning, a fire was raging at one point. Compare that to the White House, which was basically closed down today. The president was out of town, and the Capitol, which closed down and sent the leadership to bunkers. So it was the only part of Washington that was really functioning as it was supposed to, as they were deep within the belly of this Pentagon building, continuing to direct the operations of the United States military. Back to you.
All right, Brian Wilson at the Pentagon will continue to update the situation there. Thanks very much, Brian. It was, as we take a look at some live pictures now of Lower Manhattan, hard to believe that that's what's left of the World Trade Center. These were two towers that reached as high as 110 floors each. Just two pillars on the southern tip of New York City reduced to rubble, and looks like popsicle sticks sticking out of the street.
Yeah, it really does. It's really amazing that this is New York City, and that this is all that is left of two of the real pillars of the skyline of downtown Manhattan, which you see when you, from every point in New York. It really is just incredible. It's surreal. All right, we want to take you back now and give you a look at the sequence of events that have devastated this country today. It started just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time, with word that a plane had crashed into one tower of New York's World Trade Center. It could have been an accident until this.
We just saw another one. We just saw another one. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks.
And Americans watched in shock as a second jetliner flew straight into the second tower.
Hey, let's go!
I'm standing on the corner watching, taking pictures. You can see the wings of the plane come from the south and hit the middle of the second building.
We're walking the dogs and we saw a plane flying really low, a small jet, and it flew directly into the World Trade Center, and then all the pieces fell to the bottom in seconds.
It was chaos.
Just got out of the tunnel and it blew.
Built in the mid-1960s, the World Trade Center towered over Manhattan. Each tower 110 stories. Over 40,000 people work in the two buildings. It is still unclear how many people were in the towers when the planes crashed, and how the evacuation was going an hour later when we watched aghast as the towers collapsed. The skyline of Manhattan has changed forever. New York's Twin Towers are gone.
Pictures this of the second of the two World Trade Center towers collapsing.
Oh my God. There's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running in the other direction. There's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running for their lives, literally. Police, media. I see a woman pushing a baby carriage.
No, I'm all right. Let me. I saw the building falling down.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
Some people jumping from the building.
I had just gotten out of the building. I was crossing the street when I heard some rumbling. I saw someone coming off the top of the building. I just ran. I didn't know where to go. My first reaction was to go down to a subway stop just to get some cover, because I felt this cloud of all this stuff, the stuff coming down, the debris, and I thought that was the best, smartest thing, but I got stuck in there for a while. It was pitch dark.
And now, all we are left with are questions. Who could have done this? What is the toll in human lives?
What happened was I was down in the basement. All of a sudden we heard a loud bang, and the elevator doors blew open. Some guy was burnt up, so I dragged him out. His skin was all hanging off. So I dragged him out and I pulled him out of the parking lot, and this was what was left on it.
And what will happen now? Well, we showed you what happened early this morning, and now you are looking at live pictures at 2:17 a.m. Eastern Time in New York City. This is all that is left of what once proudly stood as the World Trade Center Twin Towers, each tower 110 feet. These two towers containing at least 40,000 people working, going about their day. Now, this is it.
Site of a massive search and rescue operation. You know, 3 of the planes involved in Tuesday's attacks were all headed for Los Angeles International Airport. And that's exactly where John Dupree is for us right now. John.
And that's exactly why Los Angeles International Airport was and is considered to be a possible terrorist target. And so even now in the 11 o'clock hour Western time, Pacific Standard Time, when there would be the last bank of airliners coming in for a landing, the skies above are dark and empty. The only sound here at this massive facility is the recorded public address system echoing announcements to no one in particular, law enforcement authorities and us, the only people who can hear the announcements today. Well, we can tell you that LAX is closed. 178 planes which were staged for takeoff are still grounded. Every plane, every building, every terminal here has been searched and declared safe by the ATF and the FBI, but nobody goes anywhere until the Federal Aviation Administration comes out tomorrow and tells us that they can get back to business as usual. Those 3 flights headed here meant that a lot of the people on board those 3 airliners were from here, so family and loved ones began showing up earlier today. They were whisked away by United Airlines and American Airlines officials, taken to briefing rooms where they were informed of what happened, they were consoled, and they are now being helped. But this airport was locked down, as was San Francisco International, which was the destination of the 4th plane which crashed over Pennsylvania. Up and down the West Coast, from the border crossing at San Diego to the Space Needle at Seattle, Washington, either under lockdown, heightened security, or completely evacuated. 54 Army Corps of Engineer dams throughout the western states have been placed under lockdown from St. Louis to the West Coast. That may give you a sense for what we mean when we say, without fear, that we're overstating the story. What happened in Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, and there in New York hit hard here on the West Coast. Everybody felt it, even this far away. Live at Los Angeles International, John Dupree reporting. Now back to you, Rick and Lori.
All right, John, thank you very much as we look at some more live pictures from lower Manhattan. As John mentioned, a 4th hijacked plane crashed in western Pennsylvania, and there is now word that air traffic controllers out there were warned that a plane was about to crash. Here's the latest now from that Pennsylvania crash.
Crash investigators inspect a 20-foot crater in a rural cornfield in Somerset County. The point of impact for one of 4 commercial airliners today hijacked by terrorists.
It appears that the plane landed here in that dark trench down here near the tree line and proceeded on into the wooded area. From what I can.
United Airlines Flight 93 left Newark this morning bound for San Francisco. Instead, the 757 jet nosedived into this rural area near Shanksville, about 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh.
When I heard the noise, I got up and I had my phone in my hand and I saw the plane by the time I was out here, and the plane was heading nosediving.
Everyone on board died, including 38 passengers and 7 crew members. This woman says she saw the jetliner go down.
On impact, you could feel the impact and the fireball and like the smoke ball. It was so fast within seconds of each other.
At nearby Johnstown Airport, air traffic controllers got word just before the jetliner went down. They were told to evacuate the air traffic control tower.
We could not visually see the tower or visually see the aircraft from the tower 15 miles out, which is quite unusual for an aircraft that size. So we did, several of us stayed to see what was going to happen, to see if, in fact, the aircraft was going to come in closer.
Governor Tom Ridge toured the crash scene today. He is calling this tragedy an act of cowardice.
There is no rational explanation because we don't resolve our differences in this country that way.
All right. Well, terrorism hitting America. the impact visible on the New York skyline. We saw the two World Trade Center towers, each 110 stories, simply collapsing. These dramatic pictures coming from the New York Post. Of course, we've been seeing these all over the television networks and in the newspapers. It is almost indescribable. The New York skyline forever changed because of this acts of terrorism. All right, well, it is visible in the New York skyline, but what about the economic impact on the world? These are the questions that will be asked in the coming days and weeks. Fox News' senior business correspondent Karen Gibbs joins us now live from Fox Central. And Karen, we're already getting reports of immediate impact on the airline industry.
Oh, yeah, Laurie, you're already starting to see it because, you know, this was a lot of business and leisure travel. These 266 passengers are really caught blindsided pretty much, and that's going to put a chill on any type of business leisure travel going forward. In fact, the airline industry expects to see as much as a 50% drop-off in business and might put them in a cash crunch through the rest of this month. That, of course, is going to really affect not just the travel, but the tourism business and certainly the economy. A lot of people, or economists that I'm talking to, are now saying that this one act of terrorism could plunge the whole world into a recession as everybody pulls back. We've already talked about crude oil being higher. It's up over $1.55 in London, over $31 per barrel. Gold is still holding on to a substantial number of gains. It's up $15 now at $287, but still we're seeing the rest of the world stock markets down. Japan's off almost 7%, Singapore down over 8%, and Hong Kong off 9.5%. Malaysia's market was closed. You talked about the Twin Towers being closed. Now Germany's DAX market opening is being called into question. Their biggest office there, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right, the Messerturm, has been evacuated as well. And the Financial Times, of the FTSE 100 index, due to open in less than an hour in London, that could be very, very rocky with no U.S. guidance whatsoever. But we do have word that Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill is en route from Japan's Tokyo airport. He arrived there yesterday after a 4-day trip in China. Now, there's no information on how, when, or where he is going to arrive in the United States, but he is prepared to be back in Washington and hopefully in touch with Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan, who also says he is prepared to add more liquidity to world markets to help smooth out any type of financial dislocations that could be seen. Laurie?
All right, senior financial correspondent Karen Gibbs, as always, thank you so much.
It is impossible to underestimate just how devastating a day it was after those 4 terrorist attacks.
That's right. 4 U.S. aircrafts literally used as weapons. The World Trade Center completely destroyed and severe damage inflicted on the Pentagon.
There was another one. We just saw another one. We just saw another one apparently go. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks.
We saw a shadow, it looked like a plane. Next thing we know, it was boom, and the floor started shaking.
We just felt a big explosion.
Yeah, David, we are looking at the replay of what happened that you're describing. It happened just moments ago. It sure appears that the building simply collapsed.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America.
Everything came down. Couldn't see, couldn't breathe. It's terrible. I never seen nothing like it.
I saw the building just coming down.
We have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism.
Just saw a burst, a big burst, and then I saw people jumping out of the buildings.
This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour.
Everybody took cover to run. We ran down the subway, but the dust followed us down there.
I used to work in the 105th floor of the World Trade Center. And I'm in shock that I know a lot of people are still up there. I mean, I don't know where they are. Of course.
Our thoughts and prayers are with those families and those injured and those who are the casualties of today's attack. We also remember those thousands of people who are rescue workers. We'd ask now that we all bow our heads in a moment of silence and remembrance. Thank you.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Todd Connor. This news just coming to us over the AP wire. It's actually a story that's going to be appearing in the Boston Herald. It has to do with possible suspects in this case. Authorities in Massachusetts, it says, identified at least 5 Arab men as suspects in yesterday's attack. In Tuesday's attack, launched from Logan International Airport, seizing in the central parking garage at Logan a car filled with Arabic language flight training manuals, according to sources for the Boston Herald. 2 of the men whose passports were traced to the United Arab Emirates were brothers, one of whom was a trained pilot, a source told the Boston Herald. At least 2 other suspects flew to Logan yesterday from Portland, Maine, where authorities believe they had traveled after crossing over from Canada recently. The car was rented from National Rental Car. It was secured by the FBI, and authorities have prepared a search warrant for it. But once again, authorities searching Logan International Airport have apparently seized a car, according to sources telling this to the Boston Herald newspaper. This car filled with Arab language flight training manuals. One of those men apparently connected to that car, a trained pilot. We're going to have much more on this breaking story that we're just getting in here to Fox News Channel a little bit later in this hour. I'm Todd Connor. This is a Fox News alert.
All right, thank you, Todd. Well, until today, the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995 was the worst act of terrorism on American soil. Not anymore.
The attack was carried out by Jap torpedo planes together with dive bombers.
We went to war after terror came to our shores on the wings of Japanese bombers.
Bomb hit caused the Arizona to blow up.
We were terrified when car bombs exploded at our embassy in Beirut, but we prayed it wouldn't happen again on our soil until it did. We were a country under siege when a bomb went off in the basement of the World Trade Center.
It sounded like a bomb, then it sounded like something was falling, but it felt like an earthquake.
One guy came running out on fire. He was smoking, he was on fire.
It was terror in the heartland when a truck loaded with fertilizer blew up at the federal building in Oklahoma City, and we were outraged when we found out the man who did it was an American. The bombing in Centennial Park rocked the Olympic Games as the world watched, and the simultaneous attacks on our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania brought fear that terrorism was coming close to America. Then the USS Cole, a Navy vessel, bombed while it stopped to refuel in Aden, Yemen. But nothing could prepare us for today. 4 planes hijacked, each with a target. 2 to the World Trade Center, the 2 biggest buildings in New York City. one to the Pentagon, the heart of our military. The fourth crashed near Pittsburgh. Reportedly, it was heading for Camp David, the presidential retreat, and perhaps ironically, the location where the Camp David Middle East Peace Accord was signed. There is no doubt that terror has come to our shores, and the big question is who? Who is so full of hate that they could cause such destruction? The Afghanistan government, the Taliban, accused in the past of providing sanctuary for terrorist Osama bin Laden, claims they and he are not responsible. David Asman, Fox News.
It is now 32 minutes after the hour. We're about 17 and a half hours since this nightmare began. I'm Rick Fulbaum.
And I'm Lori Dew. Thank you for joining us here on the Fox News Channel. Let's go over what happened on a day that really rivals any of the darkest days in our American history. First, a passenger jet crashes into the World Trade Center, and the race to put out the fire begins.
But then just minutes later, a second plane flies around to the adjacent tower and slams into it. And suddenly America is under attack. And the attack actually extends beyond New York City. The Pentagon, America's home for national security, is ripped by a third plane crash.
And then a permanent gaping hole in America's security and its skyline is made as Tower 1 of the World Trade Center crumbles to the ground.
Followed moments later by the second tower sinking into the ground, killing thousands, including those would-be heroes who had come in to rescue the people who were injured by those plane crashes. And just when it seemed like the worst was over, a fourth plane crashes in western Pennsylvania. We later find out that it could have possibly been headed for the White House. And then these haunting images from Jerusalem. Palestinians smiling, cheering, celebrating in the streets, rejoicing in the deaths of thousands and thousands of Americans.
A nation reverberating in shock. A nation stunned, looking to its leadership, and President Bush promises to punish anyone and everyone responsible and any country that may protect these terrorists. Congress rallying together. Partisanship a non-factor today, standing together on the Capitol steps, singing God Bless America, promising to cooperate and to bring those responsible to justice.
And now the rescue missions. New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani says that there are people alive underneath the rubble in Lower Manhattan, promising that the city will do whatever it can to get to them. And those search and rescue operations underway right now. Let's get the latest on those operations where the Twin Towers used to be with one of the first reporters who was able to report live from the scene, my colleague Rick Leventhal. Rick.
Lori, hard to believe that some 17 and a half hours since the planes hit the towers, 16 and a half hours since the towers came crashing to the ground, there is still thick smoke in the air over the scene. Still apparently some hot spots in there. Firefighters are continuing to put water on the remains, the rubble of the World Trade Center buildings and area buildings that were also in smoke and flames, trying to cool things down. And as you mentioned, in the meantime, there is a search and rescue underway. We're told as many as 2,000 people are searching or will be searching or have been searching through that area looking for possible survivors. We have heard reports that at least 2 people may have called relatives using cell phones, apparently from the basement of one of the 2 World Trade Center towers, covered with rubble, buried under the debris, but able to get cells out and call people and tell them that they were alive and okay. We have also heard that there may have been police officers trapped as well, and we also heard that one of those officers may in fact have been rescued from the rubble already. We're not sure if more people have been located, where that rescue effort stands at this point, but again, we have been told that as many as 2,000 people are searching for possible survivors. Want to give you our mass cam look at the scene if you haven't seen it already. This is a shot from our camera above a pole, above our satellite truck, that shows you Church Street right in front of the World Trade Center complex. An eerie sight with those two large pieces of one of the towers sitting right in the middle of the street, and the broken remains of the building littered all around it. Emergency vehicles all over the place, as well as police, fire, and other rescue personnel, obviously trying to get the situation under control as best they can. As many as 300 firefighters still missing, many of them presumed dead. At least 30 police officers also missing, and many of them presumed dead. And thousands of office workers who were inside the World Trade Center also feared dead. Those bodies likely to be recovered, many of them starting first thing in the morning as the smoke clears and the sun comes up, and they're able to move the heavy equipment into the area to begin moving the rubble and getting to the people who are buried beneath it. We also have pictures we can show you that were just shot a short time ago, raw video shot from the West Side Highway towards the scene where these buildings collapsed. Again, another vantage point demonstrating how awful this collapse was. We've been talking to numerous firefighters and police officers, some of whom went into the buildings before they collapsed. I talked to a couple firefighters not long ago who were on the 21st floor, making sure that people got out of the building okay. These firefighters reporting that the evacuation, for the most part, was orderly. And in fact, I spoke to a guy early this morning, soon after the buildings were hit by the planes, who told me he climbed down 77 flights of stairs and told me at that time that things were relatively orderly in the building as people were evacuating. But there were many people who could not get out. People who were killed in the initial explosion, others who were trapped on burning floors with nowhere to go. And those are people who you've probably seen the horrible pictures leaping from the building, from high floors, giving up all hope of surviving and just leaping to their deaths. The area, again, here in Lower Manhattan, completely sealed off by police. They are not allowing any vehicles in except for the firefighters and emergency workers and construction workers on scene. Again, these fire trucks are continuing to circle the area. There's one right behind me now. The area of Lower Manhattan off limits to anyone who doesn't belong here. The police have said if you're caught here with no reason to be here, you will be arrested. They're urging everyone to stay out of the area so that they can do the work that they need to do to try and clean things up, look for survivors, and recover the victims' bodies. Rick, Lori, back to you.
Rick, how is it the fact that the lights are out in Lower Manhattan, how is that affecting the search and rescue operations?
Well, they did cut power to this area, power and gas, because of fears that there might be more fires or explosions. But that, I don't believe, is hampering rescue efforts, because they do have generators out here. They have their own big lights. In fact, we saw the National Guard pull in here not long ago with trailers of generators and large lights attached to them. You know, the vehicles, you can see this fire vehicle right here has lights on it. They've lit up the area over there near the scene of the building collapse, so they do have light with which to work. But they have turned off the power, as you mentioned, in this area to avoid fires and that sort of thing. So anyone who lives here is basically out of luck as far as that goes.
Rick Leventhal. Thank you, Rick.
All right, we want to take you now to St. Vincent's Hospital, the hospital that is closest to where the World Trade Center stood until this morning, where upwards of 350 victims have been taken. Derry Alexander is standing by with the latest. And Derry, despite this tragedy, you have been reporting that folks are in high spirits there.
Well, yeah, Lori, if there's at all a bright light to the situation, we can certainly say here at the hospital they are very well prepared. One of the things we were talking about earlier is the fact that this hospital, as you were saying, close to the Twin Towers, or what was the Twin Towers, straight shot up 6th Avenue, straight shot up north from that area, the Wall Street, the financial center. So they are ready. They've been ready. They went through this in '93. Obviously, this is a much greater magnitude, but they've had to deal with, you know, a huge tragedy like that before. Earlier today, I was told that there were as many as 100 beds laid out in front of the hospital, just waiting to take people. The mood has been very positive here. It's been one of determination. It's been very hopeful. They want people to come. They want to receive people, because that means that obviously, you know, we're thinking that there are people still alive. unfortunately, I have to say at this moment, we are just in a waiting state, and so are a lot of the staff. You got to think that when buildings like that are coming down, we're talking stories and stories of I mean, so much debris. So if in fact there are people still there, they are underneath so much debris. So it obviously will take quite a while to get them out, and we're hoping that's exactly why it's taking a while to see patients come up here. One thing I can tell you, I know David Lee Miller had a lot of information to offer, and one thing I believe he said earlier was he was talking about police officers, and he said he had heard that a police officer had been pulled. I can confirm for you that 2 police officers were pulled from the scene, and they were brought here to St. Vincent's Hospital, and they were treated, and they are okay. So that's certainly a bit of good news. Also, earlier, we saw 2 priests actually come out of an EMS truck, and they were treated, and they were walking covered in debris, just like everybody else. They were covered in debris, but they were certainly walking, and you know, they look like obviously they would be okay. But other than that, I mean, it is really, the scene out here is really one of quiet, just waiting and hoping that there are people to rescue. We've heard as a total of injuries throughout Manhattan was about 1,500. I know I said earlier, I said 362, that's what, or 365, that's what this hospital has received. We heard overall about 1,500 ratio to 50,000. Once again, that's not very good. But once again, I'm saying, you know, we're just waiting for people to arrive. Back to you guys.
All right, Derry Alexander reporting from St. Vincent's Hospital. Thanks very much.
All right, let's check on one of the other targets of this attack, the Pentagon. Brian Wilson is standing by with an update from there. As once again, we take a look at what is left of the World Trade Center. Let's head down to the Pentagon and Brian Wilson. Brian.
Well, you know, basically you have to start from the beginning and tell this story. A plane leaves Dulles Airport, which is about 25 miles west of Washington. It is hijacked. It apparently at one point, some people believe, was headed directly for the White House. For whatever reason, it didn't go there. It made a big circle, and under full throttle in a dive, at a very steep dive, it slammed into the south side of the Pentagon at 9:40 this morning. A ball of flame. There was smoke in the air. It took many hours to bring the fire under control. And now there is a gaping hole that penetrates from the outer ring, the E ring of the Pentagon, all the way into the C ring. 3 of the 5 rings on the south side of the building are damaged as a result of this plane flying in. There were 67 people on board that plane. All 67 are thought to have perished, of course. What we don't know is how many people were inside the building. The Arlington County Fire Department has suggested to us that as many as 850 people could have been working in that area, and they say the death toll could run as high as 800. They also suggest that it could be as low as 100. Excuse me, and they say they just don't know exactly how long it will take to get a firm number. However, tomorrow they will begin first a search and a rescue effort, and then as the day progresses, they expect that to turn into a recovery. We should also tell you that according to the authorities here, they believe that it is possible for survivors to be in this structure. They believe that the way the building collapsed in a pancake type way, that there could be people in crevices throughout this building. They've heard nothing so far, but they are holding out hope that someone survived inside this building. At the Pentagon, they are at DEFCON Delta, which is the highest military alert threat rate they can be at, and they say basically that they will stay on that for till further notice. And although you cannot see military jets flying around the area, they are in the air. There is what is known as an air cap over Washington, D.C. That is to protect the nation's capital and the president from any other threats from the air. We continue to watch and monitor what's going on here at the Pentagon. A dark day, but there is one bright note to point to, and that is that throughout it all, the Pentagon remained in operation, directing the military around the world from this location, even though a portion of the building was indeed burning. Back to you, Rick. Lori.
All right, Brian Wilson at the Pentagon. Once again, a live picture of Lower Manhattan, what's left of the World Trade Center, a deadly assault on America. And now a lot of people are asking, how could someone commit such a horrible act? Joining us now to talk about that is Brian Levin, director at the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism at California State University. He is also a former New York City police officer. Mr. Levin, thanks very much for talking to us. And, you know, I said, how could one person, but clearly we're not talking about one person here, are we?
No, we're talking about a coordinated and professional effort here that took a long time to plan, could be even more than a year. This was executed with dastardly efficiency, and it's one of those things that those of us who track terrorism had feared. A lot of times the terrorists in the past have tried to do things and they were more like Keystone Cops. These individuals were people who were very well trained, and they trained for a multitude of different things. They would fall under a category of terrorists that we would call ideologically motivated terrorists, and they're probably the most dangerous of these ideologically motivated, and that is the theologically or religiously motivated, these zealots. And again, this zealots don't belong to any one religion, but in this particular case, these people were committed to their cause and willing to die for it. In fact, wanted to achieve martyrdom against an entity like the United States, which is considered the great Satan. These are the hardest kinds of individuals to deter because they don't care about losing their lives. In fact, that's part of the plan.
So who are we talking about, Mr. Levin? Is there a short list? Of course, everyone is thinking about Osama bin Laden. Some people are actually saying Osama bin Laden, although no government officials on the record as of yet. But is there a short list that you could tell us about?
Sure. I think Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda is at the top of the list. Look, this is someone who comes from a family that is quite wealthy, a billionaire dynasty out of Saudi Arabia. It also resembles the types of attacks we've seen before that were attempted. Give you an example. About 10 years ago, there was a plot to blow up the arterial highways and bridges coming into New York from New Jersey. Also to blow up the Diamond District, the United Nations and the Empire State Building. It was thwarted. There was also a plot to blow up 9 airliners over the Pacific. There are very few entities out there that have the motive and opportunity and resources to carry it out. To be sure, there are people throughout the world who loathe and indeed have extreme hatred for the United States, but I'd say bin Laden's group has to be at the top of this list.
Mr. Levin, it's Lori Dew. Question for you. Hi there. Thanks for being with us. Osama bin Laden has been interviewed. He can be found when he wants to be found. So what is the United States going to have to do to try to locate this man, and even go so far as to hunt him down?
Well, he's a difficult guy to catch. First of all, he's being harbored by the Taliban, which, look, let me tell you something. This denial from the Taliban is rubbish. Right. The Taliban has harbored this known international fugitive for some time now, and I think the Taliban is not necessarily responsible for this, obviously, but they certainly know that they're harboring a known wanted terrorist. This guy travels in nomadic convoys probably throughout Afghanistan, and probably with a wink and a nod from the Taliban regime. He might also travel into rural parts of Pakistan, for all we know. American intelligence did track him. They almost killed him at one point a few years ago. They missed. They were tracking him through the use of a satellite telephone. But you know, when you're talking about someone who is being harbored in an extremely remote part of the world by a government that is at least not against him, it makes it a more difficult operation. That being said, I think you're going to see a ratcheted response from the United States military to catch him, and by the way, the people responsible for him. One thing that I just want to say, even if you take out Osama bin Laden, he has many minions out there who regard him as a mentor and who would carry out this work even if he was taken out. The thing here is he has the financial resources and the wherewithal to coordinate this kind of stuff.
Presumably the National Security Council and the intelligence community are meeting to talk about options to try to find bin Laden or whoever is responsible for this. We may not know who's responsible for quite some time. Should we have confidence in our National Security Council and in our FBI that they will find whoever's responsible for this?
Yes, I'm living proof that the FBI does their job. When I was working at a civil rights office in Alabama, they thwarted a bombing attempt. The thing is, in a pluralistic, democratic country like ours, we don't live in a hermetically sealed society. And one of the things that they do have is hindsight now. In other words, they can go in and look at all their intercepts. They can look at manifests. They can piece together information that they might not have been able to put together before the picture had come together. So I have a high degree of confidence that the FBI, who are scrambling people internationally now, will catch many of the people responsible.
All right, Brian Levin, terrorism expert, director of the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism at California State. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise with us tonight. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you, and our hearts go out to the victims, and as a former New York City police officer, to those firefighters and police officers who are absolute heroes. God bless all these people.
God bless them indeed. That's a very good point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, the leader of this great country of ours, President Bush, addressed our very distraught nation earlier tonight with words of reassurance in this incredible time of trouble.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
The President of the United States at 8:30 Eastern Time, several hours ago now, as we look at the scenes live. On the left-hand side of your screen, that's the Pentagon. That is in the Washington, D.C. area, actually Northern Virginia. And on the right-hand side of your screen is what's left of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. And these disasters changing more than the skylines in these two cities. They're actually changing America.
The skyline of New York changed forever. And with it, the landscape of America. Today, the nation is reminded there are forces at work in our world that would destroy us all if they could.
This has been an absolutely unbelievable morning. The news is breaking almost faster than we can get it to you right now.
Both buildings are down now. Taken down by enemies so motivated and so willing to act. Now, what will the United States response against them be? Not just today, but in the weeks to come, and for the future of this nation.
The city is closed. You cannot leave the city.
Today in New York, the tunnels and bridges to Manhattan close. Many of the subway stations down. The financial markets canceling trading. Workers sent home. Hospitals initiating enormous disaster plans. And in and around Washington, D.C., the Pentagon, the White House, the Capitol, all evacuated. The President airborne, location undisclosed, fighter jets escorting Air Force One. Across America, all air travel suspended for the first time in the nation's history. State and federal offices closed. And perhaps most ominously, the United States military went to its highest alert status. For them, we are at war. In the days and weeks that follow, America will take toll of this day. The wounded, treated, the dead, buried, then mourned. And even before the mourning is complete, the nation will turn to preventing this from happening again. But how? And what will those precautions be? Given today's events, no idea, no suggestion seems outrageous. Will armed fighter jets patrol the skies? Will anti-aircraft defenses be put into place in and around major cities? Will New York look like London during World War II? There is no event to which we can turn in order to put today into context. The attacks have no counterpart in world history. As a nation, we can recover, but we will never return to a time before 9/11/2001. Whatever the United States response will be, certainly we are in uncharted waters, and our very livelihoods are at stake. In New York, Shepard Smith, Fox News.
All right, we gotta run. Look at this.
Today we've had a national tragedy. Two airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act.
September 11th, 2001, a day in America that will live in infamy.
An unimaginable horror. 4 jetliners, all hijacked, 3 of them deliberately flown into major American landmarks. Thousands of people injured, thousands of people dead for sure. That death toll could reach four figures or perhaps even higher. It is 3 a.m. in the east, midnight in the west, and we're glad you're with us. I'm Rick Fulbaum.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Lori Dew. Welcome to Fox News' continuing coverage of Terrorism Hits America. This is a multi-pronged story as we come to you at this hour. The FBI is looking into a possible link between these attacks and the international terrorist Osama bin Laden.
And the other part of the story is that rescue workers are mounting two massive efforts. They're sifting through the rubble at the destroyed World Trade Center Plaza in New York City and also the damaged Pentagon in Northern Virginia. And there are reports that some victims on the 4 hijacked airplanes made last-second goodbyes from their cell phones before those planes crashed. We begin our coverage this hour with David Lee Miller in downtown Manhattan, where the skyline there has been changed forever. David?
That's right, Rick, and so too have the lives of New Yorkers and in many ways Americans as well. Now, a massive search and rescue effort is now underway at this hour. The authorities say as many as 2,000 searchers are taking part. We expect that it's really going to begin in earnest when dawn begins. We have some new pictures to show you. Now, these are unedited pictures. They are raw pictures, but they're important to see. They were recorded just a short time ago, and they were taped right near the World Trade Tower, what was once that site, near New York's West Side Highway. And here you can see the fallen debris. You can see a footbridge over the highway that has collapsed. You can see the ground covered with white ash. It looks almost like a dusting of heavy snow, and you can also see the remnants of some of the people who fled the scene and perhaps who died in this horrible, vicious attack. Now, we also have some live pictures we can show you, which are tell you what is unfolding now about 6 blocks behind me here on Church Street in Lower Manhattan. This is the scene now where rescue workers are beginning their operation. The authorities believe that thousands of people are now buried under once what was the World Trade Center. Not known how many of them might be alive. The mayor of New York, Mayor Giuliani, has said that at least 2 people trapped under the rubble were able to call their family in Seattle. So definitely people are alive. How many, we do not know. It's really going to be a race against the clock to get them out. All but certain now they're going to be bringing in sniffer dogs, acoustical equipment to try and detect the people that are buried. But as I mentioned, it's not clear how badly they are hurt or how much longer they can last. The mayor said it's going to take at least a few days before we can get some type of clear estimate as to exactly how many people have actually been killed. And as for the scene right now in Lower Manhattan, as you can tell, the electricity is off here. The authorities have turned it off. They have disconnected the gas in order to prevent the possibility of explosions or further fire. And the lights you do see are provided by batteries or generators. It almost makes for a very surreal setting, but as dawn approaches, the search itself is going to begin in earnest, as I said, and at that time we expect that some of the officials here are going to start to make some very gruesome discoveries. Back to you in the studio.
All right, David Lee Miller, thanks very much, David. As we continue to look at some live pictures of the devastation, a lot of the injured are being treated at a nearby hospital, New York's St. Vincent's Hospital.
Derry Alexander has been there all night. She joins us again with the latest. Derry.
Hey, Lori, you know, once again, we, along with hospital workers, are playing the waiting game. We haven't seen any EMS trucks come up here anytime soon, and I guess, you know, as David was talking about it takes quite a while for them to get through all of that rubble. I know that because David is a journalist and they pushed a lot of people back pretty far, it's hard perhaps to get somewhat of a perspective on what's going on, but I'm standing here with Rafael de la Peña, who is a reserve member of the National Guard. He was out there early this morning between the plane strikes, so he was there after the first, helping some of the people, and was there when it happened. And I was talking with Rafael earlier, asking him to give me a little bit of a perspective of what this rubble looks like, so we can understand exactly how long and what has to be done to really get those people out. Those people we're hoping that are still alive. And you heard also the report that people were calling
on the cellular phones. Yeah, that gives us a lot of hope, especially for people like me that were there from the very early of the disaster. And we saw actually people jumping through the windows, people falling, the actual 2 towers collapse. actually at the third tower collapsed, the number 7. And we could only do the first phase of the search and rescue, which is not moving any debris, just with the dogs. But after that, there was getting too dark, and they told us that it was over. So they now have to bring the big trucks to move the debris. Then we received the news that they're activating another 50 ambulances here, because there's people calling from cellular phones inside the debris.
Now that is certainly, we're very happy to hear that. I know that you and I talked about the fact that what we don't want to talk about is what you saw immediately after the blast, the bodies, all of that stuff. But help me out here. Describe to me, you talked about like a 2-story high pile of debris. I mean, help us understand how you get people out of all of that. I mean, because that's obviously what we're waiting for, those people who are alive under there.
Well, the sensation that we get from the actual activity of rescuing, it could be overcome by the fear of another explosion. See, when you're walking in top of this debris trying to get people out, you're also scared because you don't know if it's going to explode again. And what we did is the most we could, moving debris that was little, and actually, trying not to hurt people more.
That's right.
Because that's why they can use trucks until we finish. When we finish, that's when the big trucks come in. They actually gave up at that point, and they were just moving big debris when they started hearing people calling. So this is like a renewal of the spirit of going back again, which I'm going back again next morning to continue doing the search and rescue.
Now, describe to me, though, the huge chunks of debris. I mean, a lot to move down there, right?
Okay, first, if you want, I could tell you, actually, when it fell down, that's the whole thing. When it fell down, you saw the cloud of smoke, and you could not see if the actual debris was coming in top of you. You just saw the cloud coming on top of you. So you're running thinking that something is going to hit you.
Right.
So when you come back, you actually expect to see the debris all over. And it was neatly in top of a pile, like I would say like almost 2 blocks. And it was 2-story or almost 3-story high. Okay. The pieces of debris were not small.
Okay.
But some of it became sand. Some of the, what do you call it?
The debris, the little
debris,
spectacles.
They became sand. So it makes it harder for us to see and breathe inside of the actual zone.
Well, you were certainly one of the lucky ones that definitely got out of there, and as we reported to you earlier, about 45 rescue workers did come through this hospital. 1 firefighter did die, but once again, as you just heard Rafael say, a high spirit. They had to reassess at 5:30, figure out what they could do, but once again they have a high spirit again, went back down there, and Rafael will be back down there tomorrow, hoping once again to find some more people that they can bring up here and treat. That's what's happening here outside of St. Vincent's Hospital. Back to you guys.
All right, Derry Alexander at St. Vincent's, thanks very much. Well, one question looms in the minds of Americans. Who is responsible? Well, possible suspects are emerging in this terrorist attack.
And Fox's Todd Connor is live now from Fox Central with this late-breaking story. Todd?
That's right, Rick and Lori. As you know, the newspaper is starting to hit the newsstands this morning, and one of the stories from the Boston Herald has apparently led police to, or the story is about police finding some possible suspects out of Logan International Airport in Boston. The story goes that authorities in Massachusetts have identified at least 5 Arab men as suspects. They launched from Logan International Airport. Police seized in the central parking garage a car filled with Arabic language flight training manuals, according to the source for the Boston Herald. Now, 2 of the men whose passports were traced to United Arab Emirates were brothers, one of whom was a trained pilot, according to this source. Now, at least 2 other suspects flew into Logan yesterday from Portland, Maine, where authorities believe they had traveled to after crossing over from Canada. Once in the air, according to this source of the Boston Herald, the hijackers in one of the 2 planes that left Boston that hit the Twin Towers began killing flight attendants in order to lure a pilot out of the cockpit and then take over the plane. They started killing stewardesses in the back of a plane as a diversion. The pilot came back to help, and that is how they got into the cockpit, according to the source. The suspects apparently had no guns, but used shaving kits and other carry-on luggage to smuggle knife-like weapons made up of plastic handles with razor blades inserted into those handles. That's what they used as their weapons, according to this source for the Boston Herald. People were calling the plane, as we've heard many reports, you two have reported, saying they were going to die. They were calling 911. In fact, one stewardess called her husband to say goodbye. Now, how did the authorities find this rental car in the first place? It's believed they were led to the rental car by a civilian who got into an altercation, he says, with several Arab men as they were parking their car. This man had gotten onto a flight, flew to his location, and it wasn't until he got off his flight yesterday and heard the news about the plane crashes and the hijacking that this came back to him about his altercation with these gentlemen in this parking garage. Well, he called authorities, and authorities traced his story back to this car, and that's how they found this car at Logan International Airport. Again, just to recap, this car apparently filled with Arabic language flight training manuals, and they found some passports, apparently, according to this story in the Boston Herald, and one of those passports belongs to a gentleman from the United Arab Emirates who is a trained pilot. Whether these men are really suspects in this or not, I'm sure we'll find out in the days to come, but that's the latest story. Story hitting the newsstands this morning in the Boston Herald. Lori and Rick, back to you.
Todd Connor from Fox Central, thanks very much. And of course, we'll keep you posted on any developments regarding that story. But now we want to give you a recap of the tragic events of today. At 9:31 a.m., after the two hijacked planes smashed into the World Trade Center, President Bush, who was in Florida, calls the crashes an apparent attack on our country, an apparent terrorist attack on our country. At 9:40 a.m., American Airlines Flight 77, carrying 64 people from Washington to Los Angeles, crashes into the Pentagon. At 9:48 a.m., the Capitol and the West Wing of the White House are evacuated. Immediately after, the FAA bars aircraft takeoffs across the country in an unprecedented act. International flights in progress are told to land in Canada. At 10 a.m., United Flight 93 crashes 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Between 10 a.m. and 11:30 a.m., government buildings across the country are evacuated, including the Capitol and the White House. At 11:40 a.m., President Bush arrives at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. About 2 hours later, the president leaves Barksdale for a secure, undisclosed location. At 2:51 p.m., the Navy dispatches missile destroyers and other equipment to both New York and Washington. At 7 p.m., President Bush arrives in Washington from Nebraska. We want to take a closer look now at what has been happening in New York as we look at live pictures of what is left of the World Trade Center towers.
It started just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time with word that a plane had crashed into one tower of New York's World Trade Center. It could have been an accident until this.
We just saw another one. We just saw another one. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks.
And Americans watched in shock as a second jetliner flew straight into the second tower.
Breathe, let's go!
I'm standing on the corner watching, taking pictures. You can see the wings of the plane come from the south and hit the middle of the second building.
We're walking the dogs and we saw a plane flying really low, a small jet, and it flew directly into the World Trade Center, and then all the pieces fell to the bottom in seconds.
It was chaos.
Just get out of the tunnel and it blew.
Built in the mid-1960s, the World Trade Center towered over Manhattan. Each tower 110 stories. Over 40,000 people work in the two buildings. It is still unclear how many people were in the towers when the planes crashed and how the evacuation was going an hour later when we watched aghast as the towers collapsed. The skyline of Manhattan has changed forever. New York's Twin Towers are gone.
We are looking now pictures, this of the second of the two World Trade Center towers collapsing.
Oh my God. There's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running in the other direction. There's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running for their lives, literally. Police, media. I see a woman pushing a baby carriage.
No, I'm all right. Let me go. I saw the building falling down.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
Saw people jumping from the building.
I had just gotten out of the building. I was crossing the street when I heard some rumbling. I saw someone coming off the top of the building. I just ran. I didn't know where to go. My first reaction was to go down to a subway stop just to get some cover because I felt this cloud of all this stuff, the stuff coming down, the debris, and I thought that was the best, smartest thing, but I got stuck in there for a while. It was pitch dark.
And now, all we are left with are questions. Who could have done this? What is the toll in human lives?
What happened was I was down in the basement. All of a sudden we heard a loud bang.
Yeah, I'm here.
And the elevator doors blew open. Some guy was burnt up. So I dragged him out. His skin was all hanging off. So I dragged him out and I pulled him out of the parking lot. This was what was left on him.
And what will happen now?
And the destruction did not end with the attacks in the morning. At approximately 5:20 p.m., Building 7 of the World Trade Center collapsed. That 47-story building had been weakened by the fires and the other collapses in the area. That building had already been evacuated.
So, as Lori said, the big question on everybody's mind is who could have done this, how could it have happened, and what happens now? What's the appropriate response? Joining us now is Michael Knock. He is the Dean and Professor of Public Policy at the University of California in Berkeley. And Dean Knock, thanks very much for joining us at this late hour. We appreciate it, sir. The first question, what is the appropriate response? We've heard from the President that we will hunt down and pursue those responsible. What does that entail? When he says that, what is he talking about?
Well, first, it appears from the recent press reports that they've made tremendous progress in linking the events, the horrible events of today, to the bin Laden group. Now, we still have to hear more, but it appears now increasingly likely that bin Laden's group was behind this set of attacks.
Okay, so
and if that's true, yeah, that's the first step, because often terrorists don't leave calling cards, and that's a huge perplexing issue in fighting terrorism. You don't know who to respond against because you don't know who did it. We may be over that hurdle rather quickly, I think surprisingly quickly.
Well, with what we know about bin Laden, though, who has followers and I guess what they call cells all around the world,
yes.
How easy is it to link these separate attacks to one man?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, there are press reports, as you've reported, yeah, of folks who may have trained pilots who've been in Boston. There's a man in Florida, I think, who's under arrest, or they've been trying to arrest him, and other individuals. If they can document that bin Laden was the orchestrator of this, there's still speculation, I think more than speculation, that he's still in Afghanistan. Then I think you will see a coordinated effort by the United States to apprehend bin Laden.
To apprehend him or to assassinate him?
Well, you know, at the moment, assassination of foreign leaders, even non-governmental leaders, is prohibited by American law. Now, that has not prevented the United States from taking military action against foreign leaders when we were in a seeming state of war. We did that clearly against Saddam Hussein during the Gulf War. We even did it in the Reagan administration against Gaddafi of Libya. But exactly how that will be worked, I think, of course, is still to be laid out.
Would you agree, though, sir, that it needs to happen soon, that some kind of game plan it must already be in the works, wouldn't you think?
Oh, of course. And after all, you know, the United States in the Clinton administration, where I served, attacked Afghanistan and actually sought to destroy bin Laden and a number of his infrastructure there. So it's been tried before. I think this would be a much more substantial use of military force, and perhaps even coordinated with other governments. And I think it was very notable that the president today cited clearly the fact that those who harbor the perpetrators will be held accountable, as well as the perpetrators themselves, which means the Afghan government. So we could be in for a wider retaliatory effort than just going after the actual perpetrators here.
Dean Nocht, it's Lori Dew. A question for you. The fact that whoever was responsible hijacked 4 planes simultaneously indicates that there was a major break in airport security.
Right.
Let's talk a little bit about that. How
Sure.
does this kind of thing happen? And may it have been an inside job? Might these people have gotten help from the inside?
Right. Well, I think now, I was speculating about that along with others early this morning, but now there's a lot more evidence that suggests it's almost certainly the case. First of all, there have been some people who've done kind of investigative reporting about the porous security of airports, and they, I guess, have documented that for example, Logan Airport has been fined a lot of money for failure to implement required security procedures. So in all likelihood, there were members of, assuming it's bin Laden now, members of bin Laden's group who were on the ground. Now, they could have been workers who load the meals onto the airplane. Mm-hmm. They could be, they could be in a lot of support roles, but could have facilitated the smuggling of weapons onto the airplane.
Final question for you, Dean. What changes are we likely to see come out of this, both in airport security and aviation security in a larger sense?
Oh, I think we're going to, this is not only a horrific event of unprecedented proportions on American territory, but it's going to have profound effects on these matters. They're talking about far more stringent search procedures now, which might require passengers, all of us, to get to the airport several hours in advance of flights. So there's a huge new queuing problem that will result. They could be much more intrusive with their inspections than ever before. There's going to be a whole crackdown and a whole review of the support facilities and all the personnel who work at the airports. And I think in general, you're going to see major resources and major attention to airport security. Now, of course, doing that will have solved in a way possibly yesterday's problem, and now there'll be some new problem tomorrow that'll be quite different. And I should add that even in the event that bin Laden is apprehended or his entire organization gets sort of wiped out, it's not at all clear that this sort of action will end, because I think, as was cited in one of your early reports, there are many other individuals who are very sympathetic with what bin Laden is trying to do, and it well may be that if he falls, others will move forward to pick up and carry forward his torch.
Dean Michael Nocht of the University of California at Berkeley. Dean, thanks very much again for joining us at this late hour. I just want to let you know we've been looking at some just horrific pictures, both video and these are still pictures. We want to tell you that the still pictures that you're seeing that are just unbelievable, look at that, come courtesy of the New York Post.
Well, shortly after the 2 planes smashed into the World Trade Center, the nerve center of the United States military, the Pentagon, of course, was struck by a 3rd hijacked plane. Brian Wilson has been standing by live for us all night at the Pentagon. He has the very latest. Brian, is the fire still burning? I think I can see it behind you.
There are still a few wisps of smoke and steam rising from the building. The firefighters from Arlington County say that at first light they have a plan to snuff out the last remaining hot spots, and then they hope to move forward to a recovery and rescue effort and try to see if there are perhaps anybody who might have survived this crash that has now occurred almost 18 hours ago. I was on Capitol Hill early this morning when we first heard the explosions across the river, and knew that what had happened in New York was also beginning to happen in Washington. The Capitol was evacuated, and eventually I made my way over here. We are continuing to monitor the situation. Here's what we know. 9:40 this morning, a plane left Dulles Airport a few minutes before that. It headed toward Washington after being hijacked. and apparently some people believe actually was initially headed toward the White House, was making a beeline right for 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Something happened, we don't know what, but it made a big circle, came around, and slammed in full throttle in a nose dive right into the south side of the Pentagon behind me. We have some pictures perhaps we can show you of some of the damage taken up close earlier in the evening before it got dark, and you can see twisted metal, but this is an old-fashioned building built with a lot of brick and mortar and stone and granite and marble, and it takes an awful lot to dent this building. Even so, even with this massive construction and the massive size of this building, the plane was able to penetrate 3 of the 5 rings of the Pentagon, from the outer E ring all the way into the C ring. The Arlington County Fire Department now estimates that the death toll could run between 100 and 800. Now, there's a big variety between those two numbers, but they say it's awful hard to pin it down beyond that. Everyone aboard the plane believe, of course, to be perished, but there is some question about how many people might have been working in the Pentagon at the time of the attack. We are told that the area could potentially house as many as 850 military employees. So they are giving us, when they say 1 to 800, they're giving us the best case all the way up to the worst case scenario. We'll wait to see more on that tomorrow. But one thing we should tell you is that throughout it all, the Pentagon continued to operate. There's an area deep within the belly of this beast where they house the National Military Command. It stayed in operation throughout, and it will continue to stay in operation. We are under threat condition Delta, the highest defense condition that we can be in right now, and there are planes circling the Washington area. A complete air lockdown continues to protect the nation's capital and the President of the United States. Back to you.
All right, that is reassuring to know that at least the Pentagon is still operating. Brian Wilson, thanks very much for the update. Target America. We saw that yesterday morning. Unfortunately, we are no longer unfamiliar with devastating acts aimed directly at Americans. A look now at some of the attacks that have changed this country.
The attack was carried out by Jap torpedo planes together with dive bombers.
We went to war after terror came to our shores on the wings of Japanese bombers.
Bomb hit caused the Arizona to blow up.
We were terrified when car bombs exploded at our embassy in Beirut, but we prayed it wouldn't happen again on our soil until it did. We were a country under siege when a bomb went off in the basement of the World Trade Center.
It sounded like a bomb, then it sounded like something was falling, but it felt like an earthquake.
One guy came running out on fire. He was smoking, he was on fire.
It was terror in the heartland when a truck loaded with fertilizer blew up at the federal building in Oklahoma City, and we were outraged when we found out the man who did it was an American. The bombing in Centennial Park rocked the Olympic Games as the world watched, and the simultaneous attacks on our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania brought fear that terrorism was coming close to America. Then the USS Cole, a Navy vessel, bombed while it stopped to refuel in Aden, Yemen. But nothing could prepare us for today. 4 planes hijacked, each with a target. 2 to the World Trade Center, the 2 biggest buildings in New York City. 1 to the Pentagon, the heart of our military. The 4th crashed near Pittsburgh. Reportedly, it was heading for Camp David, the presidential retreat, and perhaps ironically, the location where the Camp David Middle East Peace Accord was signed. There is no doubt that terror has come to our shores, and the big question is who? Who is so full of hate that they could cause such destruction? The Afghanistan government, the Taliban, accused in the past of providing sanctuary for terrorist Osama bin Laden, claims they and he are not responsible. David Asman, Fox News.
It is 3:30 a.m. in the east. It's 12:30 a.m. out west. We are about 18 and a half hours or so since the start of this national nightmare, and yet it's a story that continues to build. And as we learn more and more, there are some newspaper reports about possible suspects. There are more and more people pointing the finger to Osama bin Laden and his terrorism network based out of Afghanistan. We're going to have every angle of this story covered for you throughout the next half hour and on right here on Fox News.
And indeed, thousands of people have been injured in these attacks. The death toll expected to reach 4 figures if it hasn't already, perhaps even higher. Rescue workers are mounting massive efforts. They are sifting through the rubble that was destroyed at the World Trade Center as we look at live pictures where once the World Trade Center Twin Towers proudly stood until about 18 hours ago.
That's a live picture, and standing just below where that camera is perched is our Molly Falconer, who's been out there all day, first at St. Vincent's Hospital and now down at this Church Street location where we've got her standing by with an update on what's going on there now. Hi, Molly.
Good morning. It's a scene of continuous activity, but still there are more questions than answers. We've got about 2,000 search and rescue personnel just combing the scenes this morning, but the news is not good. There are several hundred, about 300 firemen who are missing. We're not sure if they're believed dead, but they're already missing right now. We are told by a few construction workers on the scene that one person is trapped beneath the rubble and they may have to amputate his leg in the next few moments just to get him out from under and all of the wreckage. If you can look behind me, you can see kind of the scene of continuous activity. New York Fire Department, New York City Police Department on scene, but we've been seeing from many different states, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Connecticut, all personnel is on hand here to try and get people out of the rubble. Now we have some live pictures for you from our mass cam. If you can see that, you can see several city blocks to the south on Church Street where the World Trade Center once stood. Some of the burning rubble there, they're still having to douse some of it because it's still smoking. Some of it is still apparently on fire, and they've got water on some of those buildings. Now I should tell you that they've already turned the electricity off, the gas off, and the phones off. Certainly on this block, and we've heard over a 30-block radius here to prevent any kind of explosions or fire from happening. Again, this entire scene is locked down. You cannot get in or out except on foot or in an emergency vehicle. President Bush declaring war on terrorism, and there's just a bit of a war on the ground here this morning as the police and rescue teams try and comb through this rubble. There is no word yet, and there wasn't yesterday, or I should say earlier today, at the hospital of the number of wounded or dead we may be seeing, and still that ambiguity holds because things are just so chaotic here already. Crews are going through the rubble. We've got 2 Port Authority officers who were rescued. They were rescued alive out of the shrapnel this morning, but we've got numerous people still under there. Again, we have 2,000 rescue workers still combing the scene. We should have updates for you throughout the day. We'll throw it back to you right now.
All right, Molly Falconer down in Lower Manhattan. Thanks very much. You know, the bloodied and the broken bodies of victims from this terrorist attack are piling into hospitals. They have been since this morning.
Many were taken to St. Vincent's Hospital in New York City. It is the hospital that is closest to where you're looking right now, and that is the area where the World Trade Center Twin Towers stood until about 18 hours ago. Our own Derry Alexander joins us now live from St. Vincent's with the latest. Hi, Derry.
Hi, Lori. You know, in the last hour, we've seen some very interesting things. I saw a Jeep painted in camouflage with National Guard people in camouflage come rolling down the middle of Manhattan. Very strange feel. Heard more fighter jets just swirling around Manhattan again. Once again, a very strange feel, very, very eerie. Perhaps now, a slight glimmer of hope that I can offer you. I just heard a report from a volunteer here at St. Vincent's Hospital that 2 paramedics came here to clean themselves off because this is according to this volunteer, may have found 7 people alive in the rubble. but are having a hard time getting to them. Once again, this is a report that I heard from a volunteer who's been working at this hospital. She's a social worker, obviously offering any kind of counseling to any people. We've had a few spouses who've come up here who have reported that their spouses were missing. So she's been counseling them, but once again, a report that 7 people may have been identified alive in that rubble. So that's certainly, you know, if in fact that turns out to be true, a definite piece of good news. Oh, you know what? I am going to move over here because I believe that this is the volunteer right here who gave me this confirmation. And I'm going to ask you, who are you? Were you down on the scene?
Yes, earlier this morning, actually, I was at the north side of the one of the world, actually at the One World Trade Center. When I believe.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not sure that I have the right person, so I'm just not going to go ahead with that. But I do have the woman who was the volunteer who told me this information is on the scene here, and once again has said that she heard from some paramedics. That man was not a paramedic. That they may have identified 7 people alive in the rubble. So that's actually what's going on right here. We're hearing that they may not be brought here soon because obviously it is tough to get those people out because of the condition that they may be in. But once again, if we can get a concrete confirmation of that, that will certainly be a light in all of this. So that's what's going on here at St. Vincent's. Back to you guys.
All right, Daria Alexander down at the hospital. Thanks very much, Daria. I just want to mention you've been watching our pictures and a constant thing at the bottom of your screen, something that we in the TV business call a crawl because it's crawling from one side of your screen to the other right along the bottom. We've been telling you about the World Trade Center towers down in Lower Manhattan. They used to be down in Lower Manhattan. And below, on the bottom of our screen, are the list of tenants. These are the companies that used to hold their offices there. These are buildings that once stood 110 stories tall. And at their capacity, when they were filled with all the workers, there were some 50,000 people in both of those towers. And we wanted to let you know the names of the companies that were once based there. And so that's what you're seeing: Kidder, Peabody and Company, Korea Local Authority Foundation for the International, and so forth. And you can watch that on the bottom of your screen. You know, our financial markets never opened on Tuesday because of these terror attacks. And we're also told they won't be open on Wednesday either.
But in Japan, the trading session has just ended for the day, and Great Britain is just getting started. Fox senior business correspondent Karen Gibbs joins us now here in the studio with a look at how the terror attacks are affecting the international markets. It's been a long day and a long night for you. What can you tell us about that?
That it's still going on, and the markets are still weaker. In fact, we did see Tokyo close now. It's off 6.6%. This is the lowest close in Tokyo in 18 years. And of course, you can imagine not only the financial sector, and you're looking at a chart of the trading session today, you see that dramatic opening, and then it just kind of petered off. Most of the trade was thin, and it was limited to executing traders' orders, closing out positions, etc. But it looks like the selling pressure is building as we go into Paris, which is off almost 5%, and it is the CAC 40 now is below 4,000 for the first time in over 2 years. Germany, there was some question whether that market was going to open. The DAX is trading, although trade is thin there as well, but it's off 2.25%. And remember, the FTSE Financial Times Stock Exchange Index did have a chance to respond early Tuesday morning and saw a sharp fall off. Well, it has resumed trading today. It is off another 1.73%. And as I said, the trade is thin because they don't have the main driver of this world's economy, the U.S., to follow. And so we've got closing markets here, the Amex, the NASDAQ, the New York Stock Exchange, as well as the New York Mercantile Exchange, which is right across the street from where the World Trade Center was. This is where we trade gold. This is where we trade crude oil futures and its products, heating oil and gasoline. You're not going to see any type of trading there, and people will be unable to react to the rally that we're seeing in the crude oil prices. Crude oil now over $31 per barrel, and some saying it could even hit $40 a barrel, the same level it hit around the Persian Gulf health crisis. Gold is normally a safe haven in times of unrest, whether it's political or economic, and gold has reacted. It is jumping almost $20 now, just under the $290 per ounce level. And they're telling me that the longer U.S. markets are closed, and it could be for a period of time because of so much structural damage there, that the selling pressure will build. People are trying to exit positions. They don't like the uncertainty. And whenever the market does open, we could see a big sell-off.
You know, a lot of people have been looking at some of the economic numbers in this country that have been coming in over the last several weeks. The latest, I guess, was the unemployment figure that came in earlier this week. People have been talking about, you know, we're near a recession. Some people saying we're already there. You know, something like this. Could this be enough to push us over the edge?
Economists that I'm talking to around the world are saying, yes, we could see a global recession now because it was consumer confidence that was keeping the United States economy afloat and was helping all the other ones afloat. This act of terrorism could damage consumer confidence. And not to make light of it, you had 50,000 people there that were there, and you could see those people not working. I mean, even the peripheral ones, the guys that had the falafel cart, the shoe shine guys, all of those people are out of a job right now, and the uncertainty is dramatic.
Of course, this is affecting how we live, how we do business, and it is also affecting the airline industry.
Yes.
We're seeing right away commercial air travel could suffer, not surprisingly, as a result of this.
People would be terrified. These 266 passengers, some on pleasure, some on business, but all felt that it was safe to travel. You're going to see a sharp pullback, and the industry itself is saying maybe a 50% fall off in travel. That means that they may be strapped for cash as soon as the end of this month.
And that means, when you say strapped for cash, that's it, no money. So what do they do?
That means that you're going to see a lot of airline stock going down. You could start seeing them warning as the continued market just turns and turns and turns. It's not very good. And certain sectors, like the insurance sector as well, billions of dollars worth of claims there. Those stocks in Tokyo plunged, both banking and airlines.
Senior business correspondent Karen Gibbs. Karen, thank you very much.
Thanks, Karen. All right, well, federal investigators are finding possible links between some of the hijacking suspects and Middle Eastern terrorist Osama bin Laden.
Todd Connor now in Fox Central with the rundown on that late-breaking story. Go ahead, Todd.
Well, Rick and Lori, as you said, the search is on for the identity of these killer pilots and who is behind these attacks that seem professionally planned. Our Carl Cameron has learned that U.S. investigators actually headed for a Florida aviation school. It's called Embry-Riddle University. It's in Daytona. It's known for recruiting students from overseas in the Middle East. It has several sophisticated flight simulators, the types of virtual reality training mechanisms that U.S. investigators say might have been used to train the hijackers who commandeered these jets. Also, U.S. intelligence sources tell Fox News that they intercepted phone calls that link the attacks to Osama bin Laden and sympathizers in Daytona and Broward County, Florida. There's Osama bin Laden right there. Also, Utah Senator Orrin Hatch says that U.S. intelligence intercepted these communications between his supporters discussing the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Senator Hatch was very specific about this when he spoke earlier this evening. He said, U.S. intelligence, they have an intercept of some information that included people associated with bin Laden who acknowledged a couple of targets were hit. Senator Hatch apparently had to have very good information to be saying this in front of reporters. Also, investigators say a passenger list from one of the planes included the name of a bin Laden backer from Daytona, Florida. And in addition to media reports in Florida suggest a Middle Eastern student cannot be accounted for at that Embry-Riddle University I was telling you about a moment ago. Also, our Rita Cosby has said that, speaking of all this training that these pilots would need in order to fly these planes the way they did, Rita Cosby reports that bin Laden has a camp in Afghanistan where he is based, where he is living now, that includes pilot training, among other training. So, according to all of our sources and what we know here at Fox News, a lot of fingers pointing at bin Laden, and according to Senator Orrin Hatch, our intelligence sources have some very good evidence that at least would get us started toward bin Laden and considering him a main suspect in this. Also, just a quick point. As you two know, there were at least 4 cell phone calls made from these flights before they crashed. As far as we know, nobody was able to or did identify the nationality of any of these hijackers. Whether that was intentional, they were told not to for fear of their lives, we don't know. At least we haven't heard here at Fox News the nationality during those phone calls. But that's the latest from Fox Central. Back to you two.
All right, Todd Connor down in Fox Central. Thanks very much, Todd. You know, the greatest special effects wizards in Hollywood could not have come up with the images that we have seen unfolding across our television screens all day long. We've got some new video that we're going to bring you in just a few minutes, the very first pictures. We're going to get that video to you just as quickly as we can.
Well, our country will be forever scarred by the coordinated attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Will the way of life in this country now change?
The skyline of New York changed forever. And with it, the landscape of America. Today, the nation is reminded there are forces at work in our world that would destroy us all if they could.
This has been an absolutely unbelievable morning. The news is breaking almost faster than we can get it to you, and right now, both buildings are down now.
Taken down by enemies so motivated and so willing to act. Now, what will the United States response against them be? Not just today, but in the weeks to come and for the future of this nation.
The city is closed. You cannot leave the city.
In New York, the tunnels and bridges to Manhattan close. Many of the subway stations down. The financial markets canceling trading. Workers sent home. Hospitals initiating enormous disaster plans. And in and around Washington, D.C., the Pentagon, the White House, the Capitol, all evacuated. The president airborne. Location undisclosed. Fighter jets escorting Air Force One. Across America, all air travel suspended for the first time in the nation's history. State and federal offices closed. And perhaps most ominously, the United States military went to its highest alert status. For them, we are at war. In the days and weeks that follow, America will take toll of this day. The wounded, treated, the dead, buried, then mourned. And even before the mourning is complete, the nation will turn to preventing this from happening again. But how? And what will those precautions be? Given today's events, no idea, no suggestion seems outrageous. Will armed fighter jets patrol the skies? Will anti-aircraft defenses be put into place in and around major cities? Will New York look like London during World War II? There is no event to which we can turn in order to put today into context. The attacks have no counterpart in world history. As a nation, we can recover, but we will never return to a time before 9/11/2001. Whatever the United States response will be, certainly we're in uncharted waters, and our very livelihoods are at stake. In New York, Shepard Smith, Fox News.
All right, Shep, thanks very much. Now to those pictures that we are just getting in from Gamma Press USA. These are the very first pictures of the very first plane crashing into the North Building. These are pictures that are just coming into us from about 8:45 a.m. this morning. This is American Airlines Flight 11, which left Boston and was then hijacked. And here we watch it again. This is the plane flying into the North Building. Now, it was only minutes later, as everyone was just beginning to comprehend what had happened there, that the other building was struck by another plane. And then it was about an hour or so, a little over an hour after these terrible tragedies, that both of these towers on the World Trade Center collapsed.
Just unbelievable, isn't it? I almost can't get over it. You see the video, and this is the first time we're seeing it, and it's incredible how fast it happened, and the camera happened to be right there.
Well, the world is in shock, just as we are, over the terrorist attacks at the World Trade Center and also at the Pentagon, too.
This is the worst attack of its kind in U.S. history, but as Rick Leventhal reports, Americans being targeted is nothing new.
Horrifying images of Americans attacked by terrorists overseas. Tragically, we've seen these images before. In Beirut on October 23, 1983, a truck loaded with explosives drives into U.S. Marine headquarters, killing 241 American servicemen. Islamic Jihad, a Shiite Muslim group, is linked to the blast. On June 25, 1996, another powerful truck bomb explodes on the perimeter of a military complex near the eastern Saudi Arabian city of Dhahran, killing 19 American servicemen, wounding several hundred people. The government's investigation of the bombing collapsed over disagreements with the Saudis, and Clinton administration officials say we may never know who's responsible. And on August 7, 1998, two bombs explode near U.S. embassies in Nairobi, Kenya, and Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. At least 257 are killed and more than 5,000 wounded. 12 U.S. citizens are among the dead in Nairobi. No Americans died in the Dar es Salaam attack. The U.S. suspects Osama bin Laden of being the mastermind behind these bombings. Terrorism experts say there's no doubt America and Americans will continue to be vulnerable.
A lot of things have been done to sort of harden the target, but clearly there are so many weak points, and terrorist organizations always seek out the weakest point in the chain, and they're going to attack. So it becomes almost impossible to harden every target, every embassy, every naval war vessel.
Especially, Kushner says, when the terrorists are willing to give up their own lives to take others. Rick Leventhal, Fox News.
All right, let's take a look at those pictures again. They are just spectacular. Gamma Press USA. This is just before 9 a.m. this morning down in Lower Manhattan. That's the north building of the World Trade Center, and that's Flight 11, American Airlines Flight 11, which had been commandeered by a hijacker. Apparently, the hijacker had taken control of the plane and flying it, as you can see, directly into the World Trade Center building. If that building was about 110 stories high, you can see the explosion and the impact, I would guess, probably around floor 85 or so, right up near the top of that building.
American Airlines Flight 11 was a Boeing 67, a large plane. It had left Boston around 8 a.m. or a little before 8 a.m., so around 8:45 a.m., this is when this crash happened. And once again, we're seeing it for the very first time. The plane carried 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. This is what started it all. And about 20 minutes later, of course, the second plane crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. But again, we're looking at the very first video of the first plane crashing into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
This was the first thing that we saw, and everyone was like, what happened there? Was there some sort of explosion? There were reports that a plane had flown into the World Trade Center building. But why would a plane have flown into the World Trade Center? That's what we were all wondering. And so the calls started to come in, and then at about 9:03, just under 20 minutes later, that is when another plane, this one a United Airline jet, flew into the South Tower, which is the one that's behind this building that you're seeing right there. The United Flight 175 crashes into the South Tower, and then both World Trade Center towers, with flames shooting out and gaping holes, stood for about another hour before one collapsed and then the other.
Just moments after this happened, at around 8:45 a.m., I was on my way to work, like most of us were, and I looked down Fifth Avenue on the bus that I was taking to go to work. I look up, I see this plume of smoke, my cell phone starts going crazy, people saying, did you hear about this plane that crashed? I hadn't heard about it. I'd missed it because I was on the bus coming here. My mother called and said, did you hear about this? And then all of a sudden, of course, I get to Fox, everyone is gathered around the TV sets at Fox, people are in the streets starting to ask questions. That is how it all began on this beautiful fall day in New York City.
Yeah.
Tragedy.
Let's take a look back now at the events that have shaken our nation, but ultimately proved that the spirit of America is still alive.
There was another one. We just saw another one.
just saw another one apparently go. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks.
We saw a shadow, it looked like a plane. Next thing we know, it was boom, and the floor started shaking.
We just felt a big explosion. Yeah, David, we are looking at the replay of what happened that you're describing. It happened just moments ago. It sure appears that the building simply collapsed.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America.
Everything came down. Couldn't see, couldn't breathe. It's terrible. I never seen nothing like it.
I saw the building just coming down.
We have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism.
Just saw a burst, a big burst, and then I saw people jumping out of the buildings.
This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour.
Everybody took cover to run. We ran down the subway, but the dust followed us down there.
I used to work on the 105th floor of the World Trade Center. Are we going to go down there? I'm in shock. I know a lot of people are still up there. I mean, I don't know where they are. Of course.
Our thoughts and prayers are with those families and those injured and those who are the casualties of today's attack. We also remember those thousands of people who are rescue workers. We ask now that we all bow our heads in a moment of silence and remembrance. Thank you.
in the east, 1 a.m. in the west. 19 hours after that happened, right there, a plane hijacked flies right into the north building of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. And then a second hijacked plane slams into the South Tower, leaving thousands of people caught, trapped in the buildings.
There you see the second plane approaching that tower. That is the aftermath. Moments later, each tower collapsing from the crash, trapping thousands of people in the rubble.
And the Pentagon on fire after another hijacked plane plows into the Pentagon. President Bush calling these attacks evil acts and vows that the U.S. will hunt down and punish those people responsible. From Fox News Channel World Headquarters, I'm Rick Fulbaum.
And I'm Lori Dew. Thank you so much for joining us. September 11th, 2001, a day that will go down in infamy as tragedy strikes the United States.
We have Team Fox coverage for you round the clock. It's going to continue here on Fox. Let's get it started this hour with Molly Falconer, who was at the scene right near where the World Trade Center towers used to be in Lower Manhattan. Molly.
Well, the rubble is still smoldering here. There's a smell of dust and construction just absolutely smashed in the air. We just talked to a rescue worker who basically stumbled out of the zone that's locked down about 6 blocks in back of me where the World Trade Center used to be. And he is saying that they just pulled a police officer out of the rubble, but we have 300 firefighters missing. More than a couple dozen police are still missing. Construction worker has told us as well that there is one worker in there who may have to have his leg amputated before we can get him out. But there are 2,000 search and rescue personnel on the scene combing what is left of here in downtown Manhattan. If you go to our mast cam here at our Fox News truck, you can see a view of just the total destruction that has been left behind. They've been pouring water on this scene all morning because there's some danger of fire breaking out. Within a 30-block radius of this scene, it's absolutely locked down. All the phones, electricity, fuel is shut off for fear of explosions or continuing fires. And so far, it's been a very controlled scene. And nothing like that has broken out. On the scene, we've got firefighters, National Guard, New York police from not just New York City, not just from federal authorities, but from Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Jersey. Cranes and dump trucks are coming onto the scene to start loading rubble away and carting it right up the streets of Manhattan. And we can talk right now to a resident at one of the hospitals here, is Dr. Mark Curran, who has just walked out of the scene and can really give us the absolute latest on what's going on in terms of rescuing people. How does it look?
Actually, what I just saw is one firefighter was pulled out. He's sitting in a chair. He seems to be doing all right. They're also trying to pull out when I was leaving, they were pulling out one other victim, not a firefighter or a police officer.
How is that victim? How are they sounding? How are they feeling? How far under were they buried?
They were pulling out. They said that the person is alive. It was a lady, but her eyes weren't open. She wasn't really moving, so I'm not really sure what the situation is. The second person that they're pulling out right now, they brought in a couple more firefighters to spread some bars apart and stuff like that. And they're pulling him out of a hole between, what is it?
There's a hole there that the firefighter's in?
Because the debris is up like 20 feet off the ground between Tower 1 and number 7. They're pulling one out.
That's building number 7 that went down yesterday. Yeah. Can you tell us just quickly about the spirits of people? How hopeful are they of finding survivors?
Well, you know, spirits right now are, everyone's tired. They're a little like worn out and stuff like that, but everyone's spirits are still there. Like once they found out that there were survivors, everyone like stepped up, whether they were resting or sleeping, whatever. They were giving each other nudges. Everyone stepped up to between the two buildings to help out or do whatever, help the guys over and stuff like that.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us, Mark Curran.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. So that's how the rescue efforts are going. It sounds like it's slow but sure. They've got that officer who is trapped beneath what has become a hole, actually, in the ground if you go beneath, between the rubble there. If you look down the street, you can still see the scene of continuous activity behind me. It hasn't stopped all night, and again, the people are operating in this lockdown area with cranes, with National Guard, with dump trucks with every possible modus operandi of rescuing possible. They have got here on the scene, and we're just hearing words that's just trickling out as people come out of the scene that tell us the latest on who is getting rescued and what their hopes are. I've been covering this for a number of hours, and there's nothing but good things to say about the incredible efforts here. We'll throw it back to you.
All right, Molly, you're doing a great job. Thanks very much. You know, a lot of the wounded have been treated and taken to New York's St. Vincent's Hospital.
That is the hospital that is closest to where the World Trade Center towers once were. Close to 400 folks have been taken there. Fox's Derry Alexander joins us now live with the latest. Hi again, Derry.
Hey, Lori. Hey, Rick. You know, actually, I can't concur with what Molly was just talking about. I was telling you earlier about looking for that little glimmer of hope, that little light in all of this. We did see those EMS trucks come, and we did see those very people that Molly's interview was talking about. So, actually, two of them we saw were conscious. Not sure about the other person because they actually backed them up. If you can see behind me, they backed up a couple of trucks, and some came up along the side. You know, obviously, this being a hospital and there being so many people in Manhattan, to a certain degree, they have their other business as usual. So we've been real careful tonight to be able to discern between, victims related to this tragedy and victims related to perhaps another tragedy. And one way we've been able to obviously tell that these were victims related to the Twin Towers is that when they would come up, the EMS workers had masks on, the debris, just that look. What is that look that unfortunately we've gotten used to seeing after several hours of seeing so many people emerge from that horrible sea of destruction downtown. So once again, we are getting survivors. It seems to be very true that there were people underneath that rubble that remained alive, had incredible courage. And just like Molly's interview was saying, you know, when you see that, you all of a sudden get this amazing burst of energy. You can see it here at the hospital. I mean, I feel it. How many hours have we all been up? But, you know, when you see that there are people alive, people who have been through it and are staying strong and want to survive despite everything they've seen, well, you get a rush of energy. You know, you feel like you want to be there with them. You want to help them. So one little piece of light that we can offer in all of this is that definitely expect to see more people coming up to this hospital alive. Back to you guys.
All right, Derry Alexander, we certainly hope that Derry's prediction comes true. Shortly after two planes smashed into the World Trade Center, the nerve center of the American military, the Pentagon, was struck by a third hijacked plane.
But business kept going. Brian Wilson has the latest from the Pentagon.
3 words: threat condition Delta. The United States military remains on the highest state of alert some 19 hours after the attack on the Pentagon building. It happened at 9:40. A plane left Dulles Airport, was hijacked. It eventually looked like it might be headed toward Pennsylvania Avenue, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in the White House. For whatever reason, it didn't stop there. It made a big circle around Washington and slammed a short time later into the south side of the Pentagon building. The impact into this massive structure was such that it penetrated 3 rings, 3 of the 5 rings of this building: the E ring, the D ring, and the C ring. Inside, a massive ball of fire, an explosion, and we're now being told that perhaps as many as 100 to 800 people may have died in this incident here at the Pentagon. There's a lot of difference between those two numbers, but we're told that at some point as many as 850 people may have been working in this part of the building. And the Arlington County Fire Department says that's the best estimate they can give us. They say there is some hope that people have survived this incident, that the collapsing of the building is such that there may be pockets where people have been able to survive even though there was a tremendous fire and it's been some time since this incident occurred. The military continues to operate, is being directed from this building. That never stopped from the time the plane hit the building until this hour. In Washington, Brian Wilson, Fox News.
Brian, thank you. The world is in shock over these terrorist attacks at the World Trade Center, and as you just saw from Brian's report, at the Pentagon, too.
Indeed, this is the worst attack of its kind in the history of the United States of America. But as Rick Leventhal reports, Americans being targeted is nothing new.
Horrifying images of Americans attacked by terrorists overseas. Tragically, we've seen these images before. In Beirut on October 23, 1983, a truck loaded with explosives drives into U.S. Marine headquarters, killing 241 American servicemen. Islamic Jihad, a Shiite Muslim group, is linked to the blast. On June 25, 1996, another powerful truck bomb explodes on the perimeter of a military complex near the eastern Saudi Arabian city of Dhahran, killing 19 American servicemen, wounding several hundred people. The government's investigation of the bombing collapsed over disagreements with the Saudis, and Clinton administration officials say we may never know who's responsible. And on August 7, 1998, 2 bombs explode near U.S. embassies in Nairobi, Kenya, and Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. At least 257 are killed and more than 5,000 wounded. 12 U.S. citizens are among the dead in Nairobi. No Americans died in the Dar es Salaam attack. The U.S. suspects Osama bin Laden of being the mastermind behind these bombings. Terrorism experts say there's no doubt America and Americans will continue to be vulnerable.
A lot of things have been done to sort of harden the target, but clearly there are so many weak points, and terrorist organizations always seek out the weakest point in the chain, and they're going to attack. So it becomes almost impossible to harden every target, every embassy, every naval war vessel.
Especially, Kushner says, when the terrorists are willing to give up their own lives to take others. Rick Leventhal, Fox News.
Devastating loss sparking prayers and support for the victims and their families. The tragedy, of course, also sparking a whole lot of questions that we are just beginning to think of. Here to shed some light on this situation, we are joined by John Veth, retired U.S. Air Force pilot and aviation attorney. Lieutenant Colonel Veth, thank you very much for joining us this late hour.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure being here.
Everything has changed, hasn't it, sir?
Yes, it's a different world today.
Tell us how.
Well, I was reminded as I saw some of those pictures from the Pentagon, and I've been in that building many times when I was in the United States Air Force, and I think it's important for everyone to know that the command post, the control of the military goes on, and it is protected. As far as the world goes, I think when we get on airplanes again starting tomorrow or the next day, whenever that occurs, we will notice many changes in the way we get on airplanes.
What are the most immediate? What are the most immediate changes going to be?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me very much if there were more restrictions on handheld luggage, for instance. There may also be restrictions on the time that we have to show up to get on a flight, what we need as far as identification. There may also be changes within the cockpits themselves to make the cockpits more impenetrable so that the people, if there's anybody on the airplane that wants to get into the cockpit, they won't be able to do that.
What about in the intelligence community? Because I know that another area of expertise for you is intelligence. Obviously a major breakdown in that department.
Well, I'm not sure if I would agree that there's been a major breakdown in that department. Clearly, we didn't have advance warning of this, but then considering the type of attack that this was, I think that it's important to realize that there are people within the United States, and there are probably still people within the United States right now who have assisted those who got on the airplane. There appears to be somewhere between 12 and 20 people who got on the 4 airplanes. They somehow got to the airports. Their cars are either still there. The individuals who helped get them there are still on the ground. They're still in the United States. So I'm sure they'll be tracked down, and our intelligence community will work to take care of the problem.
I certainly don't want to quarrel with your expertise because God knows it's not my area of expertise. But as far as the intelligence community, what went wrong? I mean, if this was such a calculated, organized attack on so many different fronts, to think that not one of our intelligence officials anywhere in the world could have heard something about it, it seems a little unbelievable.
Well, I will reserve judgment on the intelligence officials and the people who work for the intelligence community until all the facts come out. It is important to realize that we have a lot of agencies working in the intelligence community, and it is important for those agencies to have communication one to the other. It's something that we'll have to filter through, and I'm sure there'll be investigations to find out how the people got on the airplanes once we know who they are, and we will find out who they are, and who assisted them, and who should have known about it, and who didn't know about it.
Lieutenant Colonel, it's Lori Dew. If I may, I'd like to ask you a question. It should be pointed out that you have logged over 4,000 flying hours as a command pilot with the Air Force. Is that correct?
That is correct, Lori.
Okay. Let me ask you to speculate a little bit, because right now we're all doing a little bit of that.
Yes.
There was a 20-minute lag time between the time that the first plane crashed into the first tower and the time that the second plane crashed. And a lot of people are asking, wouldn't that have been enough time for the FAA or the military to come in and stop this from happening?
Well, to expect the military to respond that quickly might be a little overreaching, but I do agree that with respect to the FAA, and at this point we don't know what went on with the FAA. That information has not been released as yet. I think that the FAA was caught by surprise. I think the military was caught by surprise, and what we need to do now is, as we do in all situations like this, we go back and assess it when it's over. There was a 20-minute period, and I was in John Wayne Airport at the time of the second impact, and we were all just getting ready to get on an airplane. In fact, we did get on an airplane, and then we were told that we were on a ground hold and that we wouldn't be going anyplace. But there was time between that and then the third aircraft as well. So what was going on in the FAA, I'm sure it was mass pandemonium. I do know that the terrorists on board the airplane turned off the transponder.
Right.
Once they turn off the transponder, then the FAA has no way of knowing exactly what the altitude is of the aircraft. They still get a skin paint, and they know where the aircraft is, but finding an aircraft flying that low is very difficult.
And of course, we're hoping that they're going to find the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. This investigation is going to be very difficult. We're going to have a lot of different entities working together, the FBI, the FAA, and eventually the NTSB. I'd also like to point out that you are an aviation attorney, and at some point, aviation attorneys are going to get involved in all this. How does this all work as one concerted effort?
Well, each part of the puzzle does their part to resolve the situation, and in this coordination between the agencies. Certainly, in a criminal investigation, the the FBI takes the lead in any criminal investigation. When the safety factors get involved, that's when the NTSB gets involved. So the lead agency right now, because all of the scenes have been declared a crime scene, the FBI is in charge of that investigation.
Lieutenant Colonel, for the first time ever, the FAA grounded all flights. When do you think it will be appropriate to get those flights going again, both domestic and international flights? When should we feel safe to take to the skies again?
Well, that's an excellent question. And in fact, I can mention to you, I've seen something tonight that I've never seen before. Driving in from Orange County to your studio here in Los Angeles, the entire sky was clear. There wasn't one airplane flying, obviously, as we know that. But it was an eerie sight, because normally coming into LAX, you see that what looks like a string of pearls as the aircraft landing lights line up a couple of miles apart as they're coming into LA. As far as when we will fly in the future, the latest I've heard is that the FAA plans to release aircraft to start flying tomorrow, approximately 12 o'clock Eastern time. Now, how that will be done and whether we'll get into it in a gradual mode, I'm not sure about that, because I haven't read anything on it or heard anything on the news. I think once we start flying, we as a traveling public can feel safe. As with any disaster like this, you're actually safer immediately after the disaster because there's more attention being looked at it.
We've heard reports that the two airlines involved in this tragedy, American Airlines and United Airlines, one of them, and I can't think now off the top of my head which one it was, has been fined recently for lax security as far as checking the passengers getting onto their plane. Wondering how quickly changes can be made in the commercial airline industry. I know your experiences is mainly your flying experiences with military planes, but in the commercial airline industry, how quickly do these changes get implemented?
Well, it's interesting. As you said, my military flying is my flying experience, but as an attorney, I've worked on commercial investigations of commercial aircraft crashes, the Alaska crash out here in California, and others. And I can tell you they can implement changes immediately. If the airlines decide, or if the FAA decides that there will be no hand carry luggage brought on an aircraft, that can be implemented tomorrow, for instance, and we just will not be able to carry hand carry luggage. So it's not something that would take a long time to implement. You're getting into the second area of my expertise, being the attorney side, and I can tell you that there will be actions filed. It's not appropriate to file those now, but airline security is something to look at. The airport security, particularly at Logan and Newark and Dulles, are areas that, as attorneys, we will look into representing the victims of this tragedy.
Lieutenant Colonel John Veth, a retired U.S. Air Force pilot and aviation attorney, thank you very much for your time, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye.
And we have a little bit of breaking news to tell you about. Unfortunately, the fires have not stopped burning in Lower Manhattan. And at 4:21 a.m. Eastern Time, we can tell you that the Millennium Hotel, which is near the area where the World Trade Center stood until yesterday, is burning. It is threatening to collapse. We don't have too many other details to tell you about, but this, of course, is in the area where both of the World Trade Center towers collapsed, as well as the adjacent building. It has been an area of complete chaos since these tragedies happened this morning. The Millennium Hotel near the World Trade Center is burning. We can presume that this hotel has been evacuated since the rest of the area was evacuated this morning. It's threatening to collapse, and we'll keep you posted on any and all developments regarding this hotel.
Yep, and we've got some cameras down there, and if and when this happens and we get that videotape, we, of course, will bring it to you and put it on the air and show it to you.
All right. Well, some intense investigations are ongoing as to who would have been responsible for these terrorist attacks, but a possible break is already emerging less than 24 hours later. Fox's Todd Connor has been covering the story for us live all evening. He joins us now from Fox Central with the latest. Hi, Todd.
Lori, I'm sure, as you would agree, one of the great things about living in a free country like the United States is we have a lot of independent news sources from which to get our information from, and I'm going to rely on a couple of those for these latest reports about possible suspects in these terrorist bombings. The first coming from the Boston Herald, morning edition, hitting the newsstands as we speak. Authorities in Massachusetts identified at least 5 Arab men as suspects in the terror attacks launched from Logan International Airport in Boston, seizing in the central parking garage a car filled with Arabic language flight training manuals. This, according to the source talking to the Boston Herald. That is the first plane hitting the Twin Towers. That is one of 2 planes to leave Boston's Logan International Airport, both of them crashing into the World Trade Center. Now, 2 of these men who they have identified as possible suspects, passports were traced to the United Arab Emirates. They were brothers, one of whom was a trained pilot, according to the source for the Boston Herald. Now, at least 2 other suspects flew to Logan yesterday from Portland, Maine, where authorities say they had traveled after crossing over from Canada recently. Now, once in the air, this is what another source is saying, the hijackers in one plane began killing flight attendants in order to lure a pilot out of the cockpit. It was when that pilot came out of the cockpit, they were able to get inside the cockpit and commandeer that plane. Now, according to their sources, the suspects had no guns, which we have also heard ourselves, but used shaving kits and other carry-on luggage to smuggle knife-like weapons made of plastic handles and razors. That's what they used as their weapons. Now, authorities were led to this rental car in the Logan International parking garage by a civilian who got into an altercation with several Arab men over an apparent parking spot or something going on in the parking garage. He ended up calling authorities. They traced this back to this car filled with Arabic language flight training manuals, and they have identified at least 5 Arab men as suspects, according to the Boston Herald. Now, they also quote the Christian Science Monitor website, which I'm looking at right now. They say that hijackers of American Airlines Flight 11, which was the first one to leave Boston that hit the World Trade Center, they say that according to a flight controller handling that flight, one of the pilots on American Airlines Flight 11, keyed his mic so that the air traffic controller could hear their conversation with the hijackers. And the hijackers said something like this in English, note that, "Don't do anything foolish, you're not going to get hurt." This according to the flight controller telling this to the Christian Science Monitor website. Also overheard was a request for a flight path to Kennedy. They turned off their transponder, which would make it hard to guess the altitude for the flight controllers. And lastly, ominously, but not understood by the controllers at the air traffic control at the time, was this statement from one of the apparent hijackers saying this to the pilot: "We have planes. We have other planes." That according to the Christian Science Monitor. So some conversations which apparently took place in one of the two planes, especially American Airlines Flight 11 coming out of Boston International Airport, or Logan International Airport out of Boston, I should say, and a possible lead on some suspects in this terrorist bombing. Lori, Rick, back to you.
All right, Todd Connor, thanks very much for that update.
It's just unbelievable as these details filter in these news reports and these investigations. And this is just the beginning. It's going to go on for weeks. It's going to go on for years. Disbelief, shock, and anger. The entire country is in mourning.
President Bush providing some comfort during one of the darkest days in the history of the United States.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you, good night, and God bless America.
Leaders from around the world condemning the violence.
That's right. President Bush, of course, not the only one. Here is what British Prime Minister Tony Blair had to say earlier.
I'm afraid we can only imagine the terror and the carnage there, and the many, many innocent people that will have lost their lives. I know that you would want to join with me in sending the deepest condolences to President Bush and to the American people on behalf of the British people at these terrible events. This mass terrorism is the new evil in our world today. It is perpetrated by fanatics who are utterly indifferent to the sanctity of human life. And we, the democracies of this world, are going to have to come together to fight it together and eradicate this evil completely from our world.
And local leaders as well condemned the violence. This is the New York City Mayor, Rudy Giuliani, and the New York State Governor, George Pataki.
The city of New York in the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail.
This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. The first step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk, and to help those who have been injured.
Our financial markets never opened on Tuesday because of these attacks. They'll be closed again today, Wednesday.
But of course, there is activity overseas. Japan finished up its trading session for the day, and Britain is just getting started. Fox senior business correspondent Karen Gibbs joins us now for a look at how these terrorist attacks yesterday are affecting the international markets. Hi again, Karen.
Hi, and it is still roiling the financial markets worldwide, but we are starting to see some signs of stability. As I told you earlier, the Tokyo market, the Nikkei, finished off nearly 7% and the lowest level in over 18 years. But we have seen, after a lower opening in Europe, a little bit of a turnaround. The current 40, the CAC 40, up about 2%, as is the DAX index in Germany and the FTSE 100 in London. I think part of it is the investors are reassured and encouraged by the U.S. response, as well as the response of various global leaders saying that they won't tolerate this, because you have to keep in mind this is not just an attack against the United States, but against freedom and democracy everywhere. Democracy plus political stability equals capital markets, equals stock exchanges, and when you don't have that, you get a serious flow of cash stopped. We are also hearing that Prime Minister Blair's 10 Downing Street residence had been evacuated because of some concerns there too. And so you've got a lot of shifting moods going on. You've got a little bit of uncertainty there, but for right now the markets are a little bit higher. We're talking not just the stock markets, but crude oil markets. They trade Brent crude over in London. It is about $2 higher. We told you about the knee-jerk reaction in the gold market, a stunning $20 move, which is almost unprecedented on a daily basis. But gold, of course, a safe haven in times of political and economic turmoil. And a lot of people are saying it is going to increase the chances of a global recession. This may dent consumer confidence, which has certainly been supporting the U.S. markets, but also now filtering through various industries, such as the travel and leisure industry. The airline industry itself says that they expect to see a 50% fall off in business, and they could start reporting red numbers under profits as soon as the end of the month. So you've got a lot of situations going on. Also, let me tell you, British Airways says off about 10%, and Swiss Re, which is the biggest insurance company in Europe, is expected to take $1 billion hit. It's a lot lower. The last time it did something like this was December of 1999, when those terrible storms ripped through Western Europe.
If I could bring things back to the United States for a moment and our markets, Alan Greenspan, what is his role going to be in helping the U.S. economy, which is going to take a hit from all this?
He is actually the central banker to the whole world, and he was in Basel, Switzerland for the Bank of International Settlements meeting. He's on his way back. He says that he is prepared now to flood the economy with liquidity, just as he did after the Asian crisis, after the Russian crisis, that sort of thing. Many people are now starting to say that you might see a pickup of maybe a 50 basis point cut at the next meeting, October 2nd, if they don't act before then. And Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill is on his way back from Asia, also coming to the rescue.
All right, senior business correspondent Karen Gibbs, hanging with us all night. Thank you so much, Karen.
Thanks, Karen. Let's go back to Lower Manhattan, where the search for survivors continues to take place, even at 4:35 a.m. New York time.
That is where our senior correspondent Eric Shawn is on the scene. Good morning to you, Eric.
Well, good morning. It is a race against time that has just begun as the searchers frantically look for any survivors. Of course, there's the fear that thousands have died in this horrible, horrible terrorist attack. Earlier today, estimates of upwards of 10,000, but there is here and there some good news. 4 people so far have been pulled out alive. A woman a little earlier this morning, a New York City firefighter, and 2 New York City Port Authority police officers a little earlier, both of them in good condition. So the task before the rescuers, and there are 2,000, upwards of 2,000 National Guard and others who are just now at work trying to move the massive pieces of debris and destruction with cranes and heavy equipment to try and reach people who may be still alive. Some people who have been using their cell phones, trapped in the rubble and the concrete and with the dust, using their cell phones to call out to authorities and to call out to their loved ones at home. Let's now go to our mast cam, which gives you a little better shot of what's going on behind me. You can see perhaps a 6 or 7 story chunk of the World Trade Center facade in the middle of this street, Church Street, just like this symbol of destruction, sitting and standing all alone in the middle of the street. The light that you see is only the light from the emergency vehicles. Electricity has been shut off for this 30-block area here. There are fears, of course, for many of the victims, including about 300 New York City firefighters. They were the ones who first raced to the scene of this horrific crash when the first airplane went into the World Trade Center, and then the second one did, as well as dozens of other police officers and emergency personnel. One of the doctors told me that they have recovered and have been recovering many body parts from this scene. Of course, other people to escape just panically jumped out the windows together. One couple was even holding hands. As part of the effort to try and get to some of the material out and moved, that is really the greatest task. With me now is Daniel Molina. He is a construction worker. You can see you've been here since 3 o'clock this afternoon?
Yes, I came here to, to help the people over there.
And what type of work have you been doing? What specifically have you been doing there?
We was just moving big pieces of steel and stuff like that to, to try to see if we can find somebody alive. We find some people over there. They pull like 4 people out, and that's all I see. And it's a bad situation over there because the whole building, you can see the whole building down, and it's a mess.
Did you see any of the people who survived being pulled out?
Yes, I saw 4 people that they was pulling out.
Did you see what condition they were in?
Oh no, I can't tell you really. I saw the people how they was hurt, but they was hurt because I saw when they was pulling out the people.
Now you have your safety glasses, your suit, which covers you completely, a contamination suit, your rope. What do they have you do physically? Pull steel and metal?
The steel, metals, and all that kind of stuff. Even cars, because they have police cars over there that they are in the middle in the scene, and You know, they got to clean all that.
So police cars that are under the rubble, under tons of concrete and steel and bars
All
and
that
broken
kind of
windows.
stuff. And also some of the building, they still on fire, so that's why the fire department cannot really get inside the Twin Tower now, because the building, they're still on fire.
Daniel, thank you for coming. Go home, get some rest before you come back here.
Thanks.
With the rest of us. So you can see the building is still on fire. We also have news that the Millennium Hotel, which is a upscale hotel which is across the street from the World Trade Center, has also been on fire, and there were some fears that that may also collapse. All in all, 2 of the 110-story World Trade Center towers collapsed, as well as a 47-story building number 7, which collapsed. That building number 7 was empty when that went down in the afternoon today. So again, the rescue workers here frantically trying to reach people who may still be alive. This expected, of course, to go on for days and perhaps more than a week, just to try and find people to see if they have been able to survive this horrific terrorist attack. We're live in Lower Manhattan. Eric Shawn, Fox News.
Eric, thank you very much. Not long after those 2 planes smashed into the World Trade Center towers, the nerve center of our military, the Pentagon, was struck by a 3rd hijacked plane.
David Schuster joins us now live this morning at the Pentagon with the latest. And David, is that fire still burning at the Pentagon this morning?
Lori, it is still burning, and in fact, when you cross the Memorial Bridge from Washington to Virginia to get to this location where we are, which is essentially on the south side of the Pentagon, when you cross that bridge, you can see at least 5 or 6 different cranes still dumping water on the roof of the Pentagon, and there is a very pungent smell in the air on the Memorial Bridge. You can see lots of smoke still billowing from the top of the Pentagon. Firefighters say that they do seem to have the fire that started yesterday out of control, but there are a lot of burning embers and they're trying to cool everything down. So still a lot of work to be done to try to make sure that they have the fire under control. There are at least 5 or 6 different cranes that have essentially surrounded the south side of the Pentagon, where they are working on essentially 2 key aspects to this operation. They are trying to put the embers out. They're trying to put out the fire completely, but the cranes are also trying to remove now some of the wreckage, some of the debris from that south side of the Pentagon where the United Airlines jetliner crashed into it. According to fire personnel from Arlington County Rescue, it appears that the damage may be worse than initially thought. According to this spokesperson for Arlington County Fire Department, he says there may be as many as 850 dead at the Pentagon, or possibly as few as 100, but there are great concerns because the plane apparently went farther into the Pentagon than was initially thought yesterday. Initially, there were some reports that perhaps the plane hit just in front of the Pentagon and then smashed into it. Now it appears that there was a direct hit and that the jetliner crashed not only through the E ring, which is the outermost of the 5 rings of the Pentagon, but it went all the way through the next 2 rings and into the 3rd. In addition, taking out a hole that's making a hole that's 150 feet wide. So you've got 3 essentially rings of offices into the Pentagon that the jetliner penetrated, and then you have 5 floors up and down that were all taken out. So again, it's difficult to tell at this point exactly how many casualties there may have been, but there are estimates now that there may be as many as 850. While the Pentagon was evacuated yesterday, 23,000 employees are out of the building. The National Military Command Center, which is located in a bunker-type facility in the basement of the Pentagon, is still in operation. That is where the military would coordinate any potential military response. The Boston Herald, as we have noted on our coverage earlier this morning, reported that there were 5 Arab men who were suspects on a flight from Boston Logan Airport that was involved in one of these 4 jetliner crashes. And according to counterintelligence sources, these bombings have the fingerprints of Osama bin Laden, the mastermind terrorist from who's based in Afghanistan, is a multimillionaire. Intelligence officials say he is one of the few people around the world who have the capability, the resources to pull off this kind of devastating attack. Osama bin Laden, while he is not just the only suspect, he is the one that intelligence officials, the military, are looking at very closely. The National Security Agency is in the process of going through literally millions of phone calls and electronic intercepts to try try to sort through and figure out whether or not the United States can pinpoint exactly which terrorist cells were responsible for this attack. Osama bin Laden, you may recall, he was responsible for the bombing on the USS Cole approximately a year ago. He was responsible for the Khobar Towers bombing, the embassy bombings in Africa and Yemen. He was also responsible for the initial attack on the World Trade Center garage just 4 years ago. But in any case, the efforts here at the Pentagon continue. It's described as a very aggressive effort to try to put out the fires and remove some of the wreckage. But again, it may be some time, it may be at least until later today, until officials have a better estimate as to how many people were killed in this attack here at the Pentagon. Rick and Lori?
All right, David Schuster down at the Pentagon. Thanks very much, David. That's the scene in the Washington, D.C. metro area. Here in New York, it's something entirely different. The city just inundated with volunteers, people coming to help out any way that they can, donating blood, and also turning up to help out at these medical centers that have been set up all over lower Manhattan.
Lots of brave folks here are pulling together, including Jamie Hazen. He is a triage volunteer who has seen firsthand some of the efforts. And Jamie, I'd like to point out also that you are a former New York State certified EMT. First of all, where did you go? What did you see? What did you do?
I saw 3 places today. I started at the American Red Cross up on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, went down to St. Vincent's for a while and stood outside for about an hour waiting for incoming and saw one very badly burned incoming victim, and then headed over to Chelsea Piers, which most of us know here in New York is a gaming place where people go to play hit golf balls and go bowling and things of that nature. But this evening, not too much fun there. It's been turned completely into a medical triage center, and they're also, from what I understand, they're using the ice skating rink as a morgue area for bodies that'll be coming in too.
Yep, we've been told that they'll be coming in tomorrow. What other kinds of injuries did you see when you got down there?
Well, I guess a classic scene. Most of the people that I treated down there during my time, I left at around 11:30 p.m. yesterday evening. I saw a lot of police officers coming in. All the EMS personnel were being treated. They almost all had to be checked out. A common scene was seeing an officer come in with his bulletproof vest half on or half off, panting, complaining of chest pain and things of that nature. There were 2 EKG monitors in the specific room that I was working in throughout the evening. And it was just a very, believe it or not, a calm scene. People really did what they had to do. There wasn't a lot of upheaval, and it's contagious. As people relaxed, these people have seen some of the most horrific things they've ever seen. One of the paramedics that was being treated, and he just seemed devastated at what he saw down there without getting into the crazy details. He could barely speak, but how can you calm these people down? A lot of them haven't eaten all day since breakfast time, so at 11 o'clock at night, they're dehydrated. You know, how can you start an IV, et cetera, and give them oxygen and help them to get back to, you know, just mental thoughts.
So if you're calm, then they'll be calm. Okay. Obviously, a lot of the city, particularly lower Manhattan, was in a state of gridlock. Literally, people couldn't get in and out. So how were supplies brought in to help these people?
Well, I didn't see supplies getting bought in, although one of the pieces of B-roll that you might have seen before had people actually lining up, 50-plus people just carrying boxes in one after another, and it was really it was just a challenge trying to go through these materials. I don't know how they were bought there, but I do know that I received the materials in a gigantic box, bags. We had to go through them, sort the IVs, get the needles, the drugs. I know the 2 drugs that I happened to see were epinephrine and atropine that were bought in, and they were distributed equally amongst these teams to help care for the incoming wounded.
Who were you getting your orders from? Because I was down there, you know, very early on, and it just seemed like people were coming. They wanted to volunteer. They were qualified EMS. They wanted to do something, and it just seemed like everyone was headed towards the area without a lot of direction, though.
Right. Yeah, Rick, you bring up a real interesting point. I spent 4 hours sitting in a room with about 50 doctors being told we were needed, and just to find out that we really weren't needed up at the Red Cross initially. A lot of people, this is the first time they've ever seen something like this. What do you do? And you really have to wing it by ear a lot. I know down at the center where I was working by Chelsea Piers, you go with your training. You learn about this stuff and you study it over and over again. You go with it and everyone seems to work together as a team and you just kind of wing it. And that's what really everybody was doing. It was working fine.
And in fact, this is a community that pulls together. One thing that strikes me as being a relative newcomer to New York City is the way that we all pull together. You're a great example of that. Have you ever seen anything like this in all of your time being a medical volunteer?
Well, in my career, and I guess I'm not one of the older people in careers of this nature, but I have 6 solid years as an EMT, and I've done car accidents. I've seen all sorts of bad situations, mass casualty incidents with 30, 40, 50 people. This is something that will not be forgotten. I have never seen something like this in my entire life.
You talked about the team that you were with.
Yes.
I know that there was a particular doctor that a lot of people in our audience will have heard of who you were teamed with for part of the day.
Yes. Well, I guess Dr. Sean from the CBS TV show. And
Survivor.
Survivor. It's skipping my mind, but you got it. Yeah. Really interesting time. I met him outside of the St. Vinny's, and I just started talking to him. I don't watch Survivor. I never got into it, so I had no clue who I was talking to and just hanging out with and talking about how we're going to go into it. But
very quickly, are you going to go back and help today?
Well, 6 o'clock, all the MDs are supposed to show up. I'm going to try to go home and get about an hour of sleep and head back as well, and try to clean this mess up.
All right, Jamie Hazen, thank you very much for, first of all, for all the work that you did today downtown, and also for coming and talking to us.
Everybody deserves the credit. It's just not me. All of New York deserves it.
Jamie, thank you very much. Good luck to you.
Osama bin Laden, of course, is a name you're going to continue to hear. He's the prime suspect for these terror attacks, a possible link leading directly to the elusive fugitive. Fox's Todd Connor with details now in Fox Central. What do you know, Todd?
Well, Rick and Lori, U.S. intelligence sources tell Fox News that they intercepted cell phone calls that linked the attacks to Osama bin Laden and sympathizers in Daytona and Broward County, Florida. Also, Utah Senator Orrin Hatch says that U.S. intelligence intercepted communications between bin Laden supporters discussing specifically, he says, the attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon. Quote, they have an intercept of some information that included people associated with bin Laden who acknowledged a couple of targets were hit. End quote. That's Senator Orrin Hatch saying that. Also, our Carl Cameron has learned that U.S. investigators are checking into a Florida aviation school, Embry-Riddle University, that apparently recruits students from the Middle East. They may have simulators used to train that investigators in the U.S. believe might have been used to train pilots like this. Also, one last thing, investigators say a passenger list from one of the planes included the name of a bin Laden backer from Daytona. So a lot of fingers pointing at bin Laden, of course, the unofficial suspect, one of the unofficial suspects in this case so far. Rick and Lori, back to you.
Todd, thanks very much. Unfortunately, we have become all too familiar with these devastating acts of terror aimed directly at Americans.
We want to take a look back now at some of the attacks that have changed this country.
The attack was carried out by Jap torpedo planes together with dive bombers.
We went to war after terror came to our shores on the wings of Japanese bombers.
Bomb hit caused the Arizona to blow up.
We were terrified when car bombs exploded at our embassy in Beirut, but we prayed it wouldn't happen again on our soil until it did. We were a country under siege when a bomb went off in the basement of the World Trade Center.
It sounded like a bomb, then it sounded like something was falling, but it felt like an earthquake.
One guy came running out on fire. He was smoking, he was on fire.
It was terror in the heartland when a truck loaded with fertilizer blew up at the federal building in Oklahoma City, and we were outraged when we found out the man who did it was an American. The bombing in Centennial Park rocked the Olympic Games as the world watched, and the simultaneous attacks on our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania brought fear that terrorism was coming close to America. Then the USS Cole, a Navy vessel, bombed while it stopped to refuel in Aden, Yemen. But nothing could prepare us for today. 4 planes hijacked, each with a target. 2 to the World Trade Center, the 2 biggest buildings in New York City. 1 to the Pentagon, the heart of our military. The 4th crashed near Pittsburgh. Reportedly, it was heading for Camp David, the presidential retreat, and perhaps ironically, the location where the Camp David Middle East Peace Accord was signed. There is no doubt that terror has come to our shores, and the big question is who? Who is so full of hate that they could cause such destruction? The Afghanistan government, the Taliban, accused in the past of providing sanctuary for terrorist Osama bin Laden, claims they and he are not responsible. David Asman, Fox News.
Our country has been forever scarred by these coordinated attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon.
So now, will our way of life change all across the country?
The skyline of New York changed forever. And with it, the landscape of America. Today, the nation is reminded there are forces at work in our world that would destroy us all if they could.
This has been an absolutely unbelievable morning. The news is breaking almost faster than we can get it to you, and right now, both buildings are down now.
Taken down by enemies so motivated and so willing to act. Now, what will the United States response against them be? Not just today, but in the weeks to come and for the future of this nation.
The city is closed. You cannot leave the city.
Today in New York, the tunnels and bridges to Manhattan closed. Many of the subway stations down. The financial markets canceling trading. Workers sent home. Hospitals initiating enormous disaster plans. And in and around Washington, D.C., the Pentagon, the White House, the Capitol, all evacuated. The president airborne. Location undisclosed. Fighter jets escorting Air Force One. Across America, all air travel suspended for the first time in the nation's history. State and federal offices closed. And perhaps most ominously, the United States military went to its highest alert status. For them, we are at war. In the days and weeks that follow, America will take toll of this day. The wounded, treated, the dead, buried, then mourned. And even before the mourning is complete, the nation will turn to preventing this from happening again. But how? And what will those precautions be? Given today's events, no idea, no suggestion seems outrageous. Will armed fighter jets patrol the skies? Will anti-aircraft defenses be put into place in and around major cities? Will New York look like London during World War II? There is no event to which we can turn in order to put today into context. The attacks have no counterpart in world history. As a nation, we can recover, but we will never return to a time before 9/11/2001. Whatever the United States response will be, certainly we are in uncharted waters, and our very livelihoods are at stake. In New York, Shepard Smith, Fox News.
All right, we gotta run.
Fox News' continuing coverage of the tragedies in New York City and Washington will continue throughout the day. The Fox and Friends crew is coming up in just a couple of minutes to take things over. Thanks so much for being with us tonight and early this morning. I'm Lori Dew.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum. First now, a look back at the events that have shaken our nation, but ultimately have proved that the spirit of America will live on.
There was another one. We just saw another one. We just saw another one apparently go. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks.
We saw a shadow, it looked like a plane. Next thing we know, it was boom, and the floor started shaking.
We just felt a big explosion. Yeah, David, we are looking at the replay of what happened that you're describing. It happened just moments ago. It sure appears that the building simply collapsed.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America.
Everything came down. Couldn't see, couldn't breathe. It's terrible. I never seen nothing like it.
I saw the building just coming down.
We have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism.
Just saw a burst, a big burst, and then I saw people jumping out of the buildings.
This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour.
Everybody took cover to run. We ran down the subway, but the dust followed us down there.
I used to work in the 105th floor of the World Trade Center. We gotta go down there. I'm in shock. I know a lot of people are still up there. I mean, I don't know where they are. Of course.
Our thoughts and prayers are with those families and those injured and those who are the casualties of today's attack. We also remember those thousands of people who are rescue workers. We'd ask now that we all bow our heads in a moment of silence and remembrance. Thank you.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong.
Terrorists on a mission of murder, death on the East Coast. And even as we assess the damage, investigators start figuring out exactly who is behind this madness. Welcome to Fox and Friends. Starting at a special time, terrorism hits America. Life as we wake up this morning and as we begin our days has definitely changed here in our country.
It certainly is all different here in New York City. Just as we were leaving the air yesterday with our Fox and Friends program, the first video pictures of the top of Tower 1 of the World Trade Center. And take a look, brand new pictures. This just in this morning. That is the first jet airliner tearing into Tower 1. And of course, just a little while later, the second one came, and then we knew that that was no accident.
They say this was just a crew shooting in the area, happened to catch it. I think for most of you, you've never seen this angle. For me, this is the first time. When we first went on the air, or we were on the air for an hour and 45 minutes, when we see this crash, we thought there was a possibility this could have been an accident.
Right.
This is, as we know by now, that hardcore proof 10 minutes later, as soon as the other tower was slammed into Edie.
Well, let's update you exactly on the current conditions. What we know right now is that fire and unstable conditions are at the site of the World Trade Center, and that is making rescue attempts very difficult. There are approximately 2,000 rescue workers down there right now trying to find survivors, and the good news is there have been some people found alive. At this point, though, there is no conclusive word on the numbers of dead and injured, but the estimates go as high as 10,000. A Virginia fire chief indicates that up to 800 people could be dead in the Pentagon attack. Of course, 3 rings of the Pentagon were penetrated when the plane crashed there. And there's word Massachusetts investigators have identified at least 5 Arab men as suspects. The Boston Herald this morning reporting investigators seized a car loaded with Arabic language flight training manuals.
Yeah, and apparently, Edie, they were tipped off to that particular car because as these guys, these Arab guys, were getting out of their car at Logan International yesterday morning, they got into a fight with another guy who had just rented a car from National Car Rental. And then he told, when he landed on his flight, he heard about what had happened with the flight that had originated in Boston. And that's when he called the cops. That's when they found those Arabic flight training manuals.
Yeah, two of the guys were brothers. One was, in fact, a pilot. Now we go out to Eric Shawn, live standing by at the site of the World Trade Center. Eric, good morning to you.
Brian, Stephen, Edie, good morning. You know, you wouldn't think that anyone could possibly survive the carnage, the destruction of the World Trade Center of two 110-story towers, as well as number 7, a 48-story tall building. But at this early hour of this morning, we so far have 4 people who have been pulled from the rubble, miraculously alive. They include 2 New York City Port Authority police officers who are said to be in good condition, a woman who we don't know her condition, and a New York City firefighter who was conscious and talking, we're told. So far, 4 people, not very many when you consider the thousands that work here, 50,000 every day, that in the period of the 2 hours between the time the first plane hit and between the time the first tower started to crumble and completely become destroyed, that was 2 hours that may have saved a lot of lives. But so far the death toll, fears of the death toll could go as high as 10,000 people. Let's look at the mass cam, which gives a little higher shot. You can see the smoldering ruin in the middle of this street of Church Street, a 5 or 6 story tall skeletal part of the World Trade Center skin, smoldering ruins, a fire still inside in the basement. But there is, we have seen some other shots that we have taken that indicate that there are huge piles of debris, and sticking up out of some of that debris, the stars and stripes, Old Glory, as if it is defiantly saying, we will continue, the spirit of this country is not broken. There are other victims in the rubble who are calling authorities and calling loved ones on their cell phones. That is how authorities also know that there are more people who are alive in there. We've talked to construction workers. Their job has been to try and start removing some of the tons of concrete and twisted steel and rebar bars and iron from that area. They have begun that process. Heavy cranes have been brought in, but it has also been done by hand by construction workers who have been called here. More than 2,000 search and rescue people involved in this operation. It will certainly go on for at least a week, if not longer, for as long as anyone could possibly survive the carnage that we witnessed today. One doctor I talked to said really that there are horribly many body parts that have been found, and they're trying to have accounted for. Great fears for the first emergency workers who responded to the scene. 300 New York City firefighters feared dead. They're missing. Dozens of police officers also feared dead. Those are the folks who went rushing into the catastrophe when the plane first hit. The first plane hit. They, of course, not accounted for. So daylight has not yet broken here in downtown Manhattan, but the search by thousands of rescue workers, as well as police, the National Guard, and others, has begun, is continuing, and so far, of all those people who work in the World Trade Center that were not evacuated, only 4. But just the fact that 4 people have been pulled out alive is enough to give hope and inspiration to the workers who are here this morning. Back to you.
Eric, did you hear anything about the Millennium Hotel? We understand is on fire.
Yeah, the Millennium Hotel is just down on the left side from where we are now, so you can't really see it. It is standing. There is some fire in the Millennium Hotel in some of the windows, and we've heard reports that there is concern that that hotel could also come down. But the fire did not appear to be such a major type of fire in that when you compare that to the World Trade Center. Also, there has been 2 inches of soot and ash still on the streets from that, as well as a plume of white smoke that just eerily continues to surround the gaping hole and some of the burnout hulk of the number 7 World Trade Center, which was a 48-story office tower that exploded. So we have a very familiar sight when we think of the Khobar bombing, in the sense that you have an office building with all the windows blown out, some of it still standing, a lot of it still rubble, just a mixture, while the workers here try to go after the people who are still alive, the survivors still alive, trying to of course, rescue as many people as they can. It will be a long and arduous process that will continue through daybreak and through the days to come. Who knows how many people they will be able to pull out of here successfully.
All right, Eric Shawn, thank you for joining us live, covering it for us down at the World Trade Center, where the threat of the Millennium Hotel fire and possible imminent collapse of that building could make the rescue efforts down there even that more difficult.
Unbelievably, though, the Pentagon itself still on fire. David Schuster live on the scene. Good morning to you, David.
Still dumping just hundreds of gallons of water a minute on the roof of the Pentagon at this hour. When we were driving in about an hour ago over the Memorial Bridge on the north side of the Pentagon, you can literally smell the pungent, acrid odor in the air of sort of the burning, just all the different materials that are being dumped on top of that roof. So clearly, and there's even sort of a haze that's lifting off of that roof. So clearly firefighters still trying to put out to some of the ambers and trying to make sure that they've got the fire under control. The secondary aspect of what they're doing now is they also have cranes and hundreds of volunteers that are actually removing some of the wreckage from the south side of the Pentagon. The plane, the United jetliner that left from Washington Dulles that was supposed to go to San Francisco and that slammed into the side of the Pentagon at about 9:45 yesterday morning. That plane had 6,000 pounds of jet fuel on board, and that is one of the reasons why the fire was so extensive and the damage was so great. The plane apparently went a little bit farther into the Pentagon than initially suspected. The plane went not just into the E ring, the outer ring of the Pentagon, but also to the next two rings and possibly the third, destroying literally hundreds of offices. And according to Arlington Fire and Rescue, there may be as many as 850 dead or as few as 100, but at this stage, they just don't know. The Pentagon was evacuated yesterday, except for the National Military Command Center, which is in the basement of the Pentagon. This is the office that would coordinate any sort of military response. And according to counterintelligence sources, these attacks have all of the fingerprints of Osama bin Laden, the mastermind terrorist who's based in Afghanistan, multimillionaire. He has the resources, according to intelligence officials, to pull something like this off. There had been testimony on Capitol Hill as recently as a couple of weeks ago that perhaps this type of threat might be a possibility. As for the Pentagon has a lot of symbolism that it's put in play over the last 12 to 14 hours. Last night, even though reporters are getting their media briefings from out here, a gas station that's at least 500 yards from the Pentagon decided to have its briefing with Secretary Rumsfeld in the briefing room in the Pentagon last night as perhaps a show of symbolism, even though there was still a lot of smoke still filling the hallways. And about an hour ago, they raised the flag on the south side of the Pentagon, another show of symbolism for the people here, the military establishment. But again, as the rescue operation continues here at the Pentagon, counterintelligence sources, intelligence community, very active this morning. The National Security Agency going through literally millions of phone calls, electronic intercepts to try to determine exactly who may have been involved in this case. But again, officials say all of this seems to indicate that Osama bin Laden perhaps was the mastermind behind all of this.
David,
Steve, Edie, and Brian.
David, I wanted to ask you about Secretary Rumsfeld. I understand that he raced over to the Pentagon as soon as he heard about this. In fact, helped put some of the people on stretchers and then went down into the command center. He was also meeting with Representative Chris Cox out of California, who our viewers are familiar with. Cox said that immediately upon hearing about the World Trade Center disaster, that Rumsfeld predicted that we're going to see another one very soon. Did you hear about that?
That's right. Well, that's right. There was a lot of concern in the intelligence community that Osama bin Laden wouldn't strike just possibly one target if this was him, but that there would be a series of attacks. It was just a couple of years ago when the intelligence community foiled an attempt by Osama bin Laden to essentially hijack 11 jetliners over the Pacific. So there was a great deal of concern. As far as Donald Rumsfeld was concerned, we were told yesterday that apparently when he did find out his office is on the north side of the Pentagon. The jetliner crashed into the south side. A lot of people on the north side, frankly, didn't feel anything or hear anything, and that's how vast the Pentagon is and just how widespread it is. But in any case, when Rumsfeld was told that there was a problem, there was a fire, he apparently came outside, tried to help some of the rescuers, tried to get some of the people out of the wreckage, was then very quickly taken back inside into the National Military Command Center, this very secure bunker, in order to coordinate possible responses and consult with the president and the vice president. But but a great deal of concern. It's a very tight-knit community here in Arlington, Virginia, among the 23,000 employees at the Pentagon, very much a sense of family and community, and clearly a lot of people, even though it is the military, a lot of people still shaken up that you've got a 200-foot hole in the side of the Pentagon, and perhaps as many as 800 people who were killed yesterday. Edie?
David, you know what I had read, and I don't know if you can confirm this by now, but I understand that that area was under construction and that it could have even been worse than between 500 and 800 dead?
That's right, Brian. It wasn't exactly clear how many people were actually in their offices, but what we do know is that that part of the Pentagon underwent a renovation as recently as a couple of months ago, and there were many offices that were unoccupied. The question is, they're not exactly sure in which of the rings some of those offices were unoccupied. So there are some hopes that the plane may have gone into an area where people simply hadn't moved in yet, but there are also some fears that no, there may have been a lot of people, particularly with the Marines, who occupy a number of offices on that particular ring, that the casualty list may be pretty high.
All right, David Schuster live at the Pentagon. Okay, so yesterday, 2 flights take off from Boston. One bound for the World Trade Center. One takes off from Dulles. It wound up in the Pentagon. Then a 4th flight originating in Newark, New Jersey, United Flight 93, wound up crashing in Pennsylvania. Was it headed for Camp David? Colin Spencer joins us live from our nation's capital and our Washington, D.C. bureau. Good morning to you, Collins.
Well, good morning to you. I will talk about that in a second, folks, but I first wanted to mention that the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority is telling people not to come to area airports here in the Washington, D.C. area, so we just got that information. Also, all business should resume here in the nation's capital today. All roads near the White House and Old Executive Office building have reopened this morning, while most of the roads around Capitol Hill are open. Some of the roads that are closer to the Capitol and Supreme Court are closed. Now, Congress is expected to be back in session today after Capitol Hill was evacuated yesterday. Lawmakers will work on passing a resolution condemning the terrorist acts and show support for President Bush's efforts to find the perpetrators. A heavy police presence can be seen all around the district this morning. Officers, including military police, are stationed in front of many buildings and street corners. Now, one of the 4 planes hijacked yesterday was United Airlines flight number 93, which crashed outside Pittsburgh shortly before 10 a.m. It was a flight that left Newark at 8 a.m. headed to San Francisco. While approaching Cleveland, Ohio, radar showed the plane turning left, heading towards southwest Pennsylvania. U.S. officials say the Secret Service called the White House, telling them they believe the plane was reportedly headed towards Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland. People aboard the plane happened to manage to call loved ones, saying 3 men had taken over the plane and they said they had a bomb. Now, this morning, President Bush has invited congressional leaders to a unity meeting at the White House. Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta said he hoped to reopen the nation's air traffic system by 12 o'clock Eastern time today, but with stricter security measures in effect. So that's what's happening here in Washington. Back to you in New York.
All right. Thank you very much, Collins. We, of course, were all talking about this yesterday, and because we live in the metropolitan New York area, our families, our children, and their classmates, and those families were all impacted. Steve, you said that your kids' school started mobilizing immediately.
Absolutely. It turns out we live on the outskirts of New York City in suburban New Jersey, and they decided to go ahead and keep the school in session. A number of classrooms across the country, they were glued to their televisions, as was my son in his high school. And immediately, first of all, there was an announcement over the loudspeaker. The principal announced what had happened. Children started bursting into tears, and then they started having grief counselors come in, and one by one, several hundred of the kids from my son's school were called to the office, and they left. Presumably their parents worked in those buildings, and they left. By the end of the school day, only about a quarter of the student population was still at school.
And one of the most important things to do, especially no matter what age you are, is talk about it. We're going to give you that opportunity 17 minutes after the hour. Here's a question of the day. Terrorism hits America. We want you to speak out. But depending on where you are in this country, if you're in New York, we had a surreal scene even trying to get downtown to get here today. I had a surreal scene even going down to the area. Everyone, no matter what they did, they all came together and they all have their opinions. You all have your opinions on what we should do next, what happened.
You kept on thinking that the worst had happened. We saw the first crash, and several of us immediately speculated terrorism, but You still didn't want to believe it. Then you saw the second crash, and just as you thought, okay, that's it, you hear about the next, the Pentagon. Then you see the World Trade Center, you know, the first tower collapse.
And they started falling, and suddenly, for us in Midtown Manhattan, we felt like targets. People threw the people out in the streets. There wasn't a sense of panic, but people were concerned.
Well,
where is it going to end?
I had a chance to go all the way down there, right into the end, and all I saw was just thousands of firemen, half of which needed oxygen because they had the smoke inhalation. The other ones couldn't even get close because they couldn't penetrate in. Both buildings had just crashed. The smoke was just unbelievable. If you didn't have a mask and a shield or even a gas mask, you really couldn't do anything. And I just couldn't believe the amount of dust, debris, papers around.
Yeah.
No one really talking to each other. Everyone knowing this is just horrendous. 1 minute you're walking, the next minute you're looking left, and the next minute you're running the other way.
You know, Brian, that's what's interesting is New York City, the world's noisiest city, is absolutely quiet at this hour. And what we noticed last night after dinner was it's completely quiet. And Edie and I heard a jet airplane.
We did, and we raced to the window and looked out. And of course, you know, we saw the military choppers. Some plane had come up the Hudson or come down the Hudson, but it was just amazing because you heard that, and that's normally commonplace, but not now. You know, the problem
because you never know, is there another one?
Right. This morning, you know, we're talking about this as the terrorism, but it does not. It does not stop. It has not ended. Right now, we've got the Millennium Hotel down there next to the World Trade Center on fire and on the verge of collapse. And Brian, the smoke that you were mentioning the firefighters having to face will even increase when that happens. And we have people who are alive, who are getting out on their cell phone, who are still trapped.
Cell phones have revolutionized disasters. From the hijackers, from the people who had brave enough and had the presence of mind to grab their cell phones, call their family, or call whoever. And Barbara Olson will hear about that in a little while. But that gave us incredible insight into what actually happened on those airplanes and what is still happening on those destroyed buildings.
Well, ultimately, the goal of the terrorists was to terrorize the United States, and they certainly have done just that. We'll continue with the rest.
But there's a grit that's emerging.
Absolutely.
They galvanized the nation. That's where they made a mistake. It's no longer under debate. We know where we're going now.
You know what? It's like after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and the guy in charge for the Japanese said, I hope I have not awoken a sleeping giant. And of course,
you have today.
He did.
You did. That's right.
Lauren Green joins us right now for a look at how the rest of the world is reacting to the attacks. Good morning to you, Lauren.
Hey, good morning, Stephen, Edie, and Brian. As you can imagine, there's an immense amount of shock and outrage around the world, and the knowledge that the world will just not be the same. And of course, it is the biggest news. And for some people, it is good news, unfortunately. Thousands of Palestinians poured into the streets chanting "God is great" and handing out candy when they heard about what happened here. Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat condemned the attacks. As for our allies, flags are at half-mast over the Israeli parliament and other government buildings around the world. People have also lined up to give blood to be sent here. Other world leaders are expressing sympathy and support.
I know that you would want to join with me in sending the deepest condolences to President Bush and to the American people on behalf of the British people at these terrible events.
Stock markets are closed here. Those that are open overseas are doing poorly. The Tokyo market hit a 17-year low after opening 30 minutes late. And some of our allies are afraid of what might happen there. Israel closed off its borders entirely. Schools in Moscow, Bangkok, Jakarta, and Tokyo are closed today. Guys, let's take it back to you.
All right. Thank you.
Well, it seems like about an hour ago, I just saw Catherine Herridge coming in when they originally tried to send her over to Westchester Airport to find out where these planes were coming from. Couldn't get out. Catherine Herridge went to Chelsea Piers. Now, Catherine, we understand you're at St. Vincent's Hospital.
Yes, that's right, Brian. I have to say the atmosphere here is one of hope and determination. Emergency crews have been trying to get the injured in and out of the emergency room as quickly as possible so that they will be ready for what they hope will be a steady stream of injured when we get to daybreak. Just take a look over my shoulder. You can see some of the nurses and doctors, just a handful really, out on the sidewalk. You see some of the empty wheelchairs and empty stretchers in anticipation of some of the injured. And there is some reason to hope. In the last hour and a half, I have seen at least 3 ambulances, and in them we've been able to identify at least 1 police officer and 1 Marine rescue worker. Both of them were conscious. One thing that has really overcome hospital staff is just the number of volunteers who have come forward. Some 500 doctors, 150 nurses. They've had to deal with a number of different and very severe injuries, fractures, blunt trauma, abrasions to the eye. That is from the concrete dust. We had a briefing from doctors here at St. Vincent's late last night.
We had people with severe burns covering most of their bodies and their faces. We had a variety of people that came in cardiac arrest, either from trauma or just related to heart problems that they already had and were exacerbated by the whole event. We had a number of smoke inhalations and inhalational injuries to the lungs, fire and hot air burning people's lungs.
The latest concrete figures that we have are that 362 patients have been received at the hospital. There is some speculation that as many as 1,500 have been treated in the surrounding area. We also understand that 55 are in critical condition. There have been at least 3 deaths. And among the total, 45 police officers and firefighters, many of them, as I said, suffering from abrasions to the eye because of the heavy concrete dust, as well as smoke inhalation problems. One thing that really overcame me late last night was speaking to one of the emergency room nurses who said that when they had the first wave of injuries, mostly police officers and rescue workers, they were so covered in soot that they could not differentiate between them. Sending it back to you in the studio.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Catherine Herridge live at St. Vincent's Hospital, where they're out in the streets trying to solicit blood donations yesterday.
Yep, and they've got, meanwhile, on the west side of Manhattan, they have a mobile morgue set up at Chelsea Pier. Meanwhile, the Red Cross is trying to get as much relief to the victims possible after this terrorist attack.
Well, here with the latest on relief efforts from our Washington, D.C. bureau is Stacey McCaffrey, Holly McCaffrey, I'm sorry.
Shelley.
And she is a spokesperson for the national headquarters of the American Red Cross. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Well, tell me what the Red Cross is doing right now and how people across the country can help, because they all want to.
Absolutely. The American Red Cross is charged with caring for the families of victims. And today, as we begin a new day and the first day of recovery from this immense tragedy, the Red Cross is emphasizing recovery. We must recover. We have to pick up and move on with our lives and begin to deal with this whole tragedy that has affected all of America. And that involves a lot of mental health assistance. It's okay to talk about the tragedy. It's okay to talk to your children. And Red Cross trained mental health workers, licensed psychologists and psychiatrists are on the ground in New York and in Washington, D.C. and in Pennsylvania, as well as everywhere across the country to help save lives every day, and especially today as we recover from this tragedy.
Shelley, you just said recovery. Don't you mean rescue? Isn't the Red Cross still holding out hope that there are some people who are trapped inside the rubble?
Absolutely. It's just wonderful that we know that there are people who are still alive, and we know that there is rescue possible. In the meantime, families are worried about their loved ones. They don't know what's happened to their loved ones. They're wondering what's happening in New York and D.C. and Pennsylvania. And we want to make sure that those families, in addition to the rescue workers who have been working around the clock, all have the support that they need. And they will get that from the American Red Cross, that symbol of help.
And is there anything that could be in your training that could prepare you for this particular incident when people are trapped in a building at this magnitude, when we have an unprecedented disaster? Are you in uncharted waters in any respect?
The American Red Cross, all volunteers, have a lot of training, but I tell you what, there is nothing like this that has ever happened before. It is really an unprecedented event for all of our country.
Shelley, let's figure out exactly how people can help the American Red Cross right now. To give blood, what do they do?
Call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE, make an appointment, and keep that appointment.
Alrighty, and we also know that many people are going to be hit financially. They're going to be turning to the Red Cross for help as well with their families. You need money. How can people give money?
People can give money by calling 1-800-HELP-NOW or by calling their local chapter, which is probably the easiest way to go when there is such a huge tragedy like this.
Alrighty, let's reiterate those numbers. Blood donations, you want 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. Financial donations, 1-800-HELP-NOW.
All right.
Thank you very much. Shelley McCaffrey from the American Red Cross. She is the national spokesperson for them.
You know, Edie and Brian, shortly after the disaster in Lower Manhattan yesterday, the call went out for blood, and they had so many people lining up at hospitals in the southern half of Manhattan that they actually had to start busing people to other hospitals. So many people stood in line and rolled up their sleeves to give blood.
Well, it was amazing. I was at the NYU Downtown Medical Center, which they were dealing with about 250 people. They expected to be dealing with about 2,500 by the end of the day. And they said essentially they were going to be set up horribly as a morgue in a little while, but I watched them turning back people. We have enough blood for now.
Alrighty, well, a lot of people wanted to hear from our nation's leader, and they finally did last night when it was deemed safe for the president to give an address. President Bush promising that America will punish whoever is responsible for the attacks, as well, and this is significant, as any country that tries to protect them or sponsors them. Listen.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you, good night, and God bless America.
Wow, we need those words of reassurance more than ever.
We had heard the president speak twice earlier in the day yesterday, but after such an horrific day and such an emotional roller coaster, it was good to hear him say on TV, you know, we're going to get those guys, whoever did this, and we're going to get whoever is sponsoring them.
Well, you know what? Let's not make it an empty threat this time.
I think, yeah, it's just a matter of
find
right. Well, right now, we're going to go through it, all the people out there who are denying and other people that are implicated. But let's go to the phones right now, because it's going to give you out there a chance to talk about what you've all witnessed. Bob, you're in Colorado. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing about as well as anybody else, Bob.
Yeah, I just want to say all of us Americans are with you guys in New York and praying for the best as much as possible.
Yeah.
But I just want to say, I was listening yesterday. I've been listening to you guys since 9 o'clock yesterday morning. I've been awake since then, watching you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to this, former Secretary Eagleberger talking about the how the terrorists can do this.
Mm-hmm.
And
I was Bob, watch this picture, by the way. That's the first picture that shows the first airplane crashing into the side of Tower 1.
They were shooting a movie in the area. The guy happened to pan up.
Yeah.
Right, that's the United Airlines plane that crashed.
Yes, it is.
And I was a manager with American Airlines at O'Hare Airport for 7 years. And I know how these people can get these weapons on board these planes. I mean, when I drove into the airport at American, or any employee of American Airlines,
right.
O'Hare Airport or whatever, they just drive into the airport to the employee parking lot, they show their ID, and they just drive on through. There's no search.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Well, you know
those
what,
things
Bob?
will be changing, I'm sure.
Absolutely, but also there's a report in the Boston Herald this morning that apparently the terrorists used things in shaving kits, plus they had knives hidden in the handles
and
of
box
brushes
cutters,
and
according
things
to Barbara Olson, who called her husband and said they have box cutters and knives.
And a lot of people say, well, how could you hijack an airplane with a knife? And once again, according to the Boston Herald, apparently they were in the back of the airplane. They herded all the passengers into the back of the airplane, and they started killing the flight attendants. And that forced one of the pilots to open the door, and then then one of the hijackers took the controls of the plane.
Let's go out to California right now. Loretta,
yes.
Your thoughts this morning?
First of all, I want to say that our hearts and prayers are also with New York and Washington and everyone that's been affected. I want to say I am disgusted and sickened by Pakistan's reaction to this.
Oh.
It shows their total lack of respect for human life, not just ours as Americans, but theirs.
You know, I didn't catch that. What is
Palestinian?
No, it was,
Palestinian.
she means the
Excuse me.
Palestinian
Oh, yeah,
reaction.
the cheering. Americans will never forget that. We'll never forget that.
You know, and I think that it's being overlooked because the crashes occurred here in New York and then in Washington, D.C. and Pennsylvania. But I'm looking at the list of the passengers and crew members. We are going to roll that list for you later in our program. You will get to see exactly who was on this plane. But so many of them came from Massachusetts and New Hampshire, also many from California, Florida. We will show you that later on so you can see. This tragedy is spread all over the country.
And I tell you what, the devastation perhaps not concluded, Edie, because we know that World Trade Center Tower number 1, Tower number 2 collapsed, but also Tower number 7, which was just about 40 stories high, collapsed early last night. And Eric Shawn is live in Lower Manhattan with news that perhaps the Millennium Hotel, not too far from the World Trade Center, could fall next. Good morning, Eric.
Well, you know, the Millennium is smoking and smoldering. There is some fire on it. There is just some concern that if that continues, perhaps that could also go down. No indication, though, now that that is possible. The Millennium Hotel is across the street from the World Trade Center, so it certainly was not affected directly by the aircrafts that hit both towers or by any of the damage that was to the number 7 tower. You know, it's amazing to think that anyone could even survive this. Estimates of the death toll as high perhaps as 10,000, 50,000 people work in this building, and the heroes of this morning are the miraculous search and rescue folks who are risking their lives going into this building. Now, among them, we have one with us now who's Tanya Lofgren. Tanya is a volunteer. You're a manager at Crate and Barrel in Boston?
I'm an East Coast operations manager.
And get this, folks, you are a volunteer. You heard this call. You've done this before, search and rescue, and you came down here to New York City. Describe what you do, what you see, what do you look for when you try to save people who are trapped in the concrete?
Basically, we go in groups of 10 or 12, relatively small groups, and we often will go where the firemen aren't able to travel. So we go a little bit further in, crawling under much of the debris very slowly and carefully, and we try calling out for people if they hear our voices to please tap if they could find something near them, make a sound. After we're calling, we're all very still for several minutes to hear for any sign of.
Did you hear any tapping or any sound?
Well, there was one point where we thought we heard some tapping. We repeated it 3 or 4 times. We thought we heard some tapping. We concentrated in that area for over an hour. I think there were 6 or 7 people with me, and we don't know if we really heard anything or not. There's just so much debris shifting, but we made an attempt.
Now you're climbing in, I mean, tons of concrete, jagged steel. I mean, this stuff could fall on you and kill you.
I suppose that's true, although much of it has settled. At least we tried to find the huge I-beams, which are about 1.5 feet in width.
And you go down in between those in there looking for people?
We use those for actually like as if they were planks, and try to get further and further in. It's amazing. So what the firemen have been able to do, they've been able to stage some ladders throughout the debris so that people can go in those areas to do some more searching. But it's very sad, frustrating, horrible.
Do you think they'll be able to find many people alive in there?
You know, all you can do is hope. All you can do is hope. You hope they can.
Tanya, thank you, and our salute to you for volunteering and coming down here to try and save people's lives.
Everybody else that's still down there, they deserve it.
Thank you. So far, thanks to the work of the search and rescue and the firefighters and police officers, unbelievably, but 4 people have been rescued so far, we're told. One is a woman. Another is a New York City firefighter who was trapped. He is apparently doing well. 2 New York City Port Authority police officers in good condition pulled out of that. Let me show you the mass cam for a second, if we can, from our satellite truck. That's a higher vantage point looking down Church Street, and you can see the steel structure, about 6 stories of the outer skin, just smoldering ruins, and the puffs of white smoke because some of the Trade Center basement is still on fire. But take a look on the right of your screen, if you have that up now. Old Glory, the Stars and Stripes, the Port Authority flag, the New York City flag, the flag of the state of New York, defiantly rising above the smoldering ruins, as if to tell the terrorists that this country has not been defeated. 2,000 search and rescue people are here. They will be working through this morning and at least through the next week, if longer, trying to search for anybody else who has survived here. Some of the greatest fear, of course, is for more than 300 firefighters presumed lost and dead. They're the first people who raced to this tragedy when the aircraft hit the World Trade Center. We shot some video earlier this morning that shows some of the smoldering ruins, the front of the number 7 World Trade Center, the 48-story building that blew out a lot of the windows. It's just a skeletal hulk of this once magnificent 110-story tall building. So far, some heavy equipment has been brought in, cranes, dump trucks. So the effort right now is to try and remove and move the concrete, the tons of steel, the ironwork, the rebars, to try and get to some of the people who are alive and still trapped. Some, unbelievably, but some were calling on their cell phone to a 911 and authorities, as well as to their loved ones, to indicate that they were still alive and are still alive inside some of those ruins. It is miraculous that anyone survived, but so far, any good news that there is here this morning that we can report is that 4 people have been pulled out alive from the ruins of the World Trade Center. Back to you.
Hey, Eric. I remember when the Oklahoma City federal building was detonated. It collapsed straight down, and they didn't hold out a lot of hope for finding people, but they did pull a few live people from the rubble. But what's different about this implosion, essentially, is the fact that under the World Trade Center, there's a labyrinth of tunnels. There are train tunnels and there are concourses. There's a lot of a lot of places for people to hide in there, isn't there?
Yeah, there really are. There's a whole shopping center underneath there of stores and restaurants and department stores, banks. It's a mini city underneath the World Trade Center. So you've got to understand that if it falls down and completely telescopes inside, theoretically, you've got pockets and whole areas, such as Tanya was telling us from Search and Rescue, that people can still be alive and trapped and just trying to hopefully wait for being rescued.
Absolutely.
Because of this. That's why authorities here are not giving up, and when they found the first 2 Port Authority police officers alive, there was great rejoicing here. That's a real inspiration to try and urge the people here on to continue, that there can be hope that some people could be found, but the death toll could reach as high perhaps as 10,000 people, because you have to remember about 50,000 or so work here every single day.
Eric Shawn, live at what was the World Trade Center. Thank you, Eric.
Well, we have been utilizing our Fox resources throughout this 20-hour period now to get the latest information for you. Coming up, Brian, we have Colonel Ollie North, and
who has information, Edie, that no one else has.
It's incredible.
He's been working through the night to bring us the latest from his sources in the military.
We're going to let you have him tell you about that. Also,
Colonel David Hackworth will be joining us. We'll have Mayor Giuliani on live, and Colin Powell will also be joining us throughout the morning.
The Secretary of State, Colin Powell, returning from Peru yesterday, immediately trying to take command of the situation and start helping and try to figure out whether or not more attacks are planned.
We just saw live pictures of Eric Shawn at the World Trade Center, where they are still feverishly looking for bodies. A lot of those people who are pulled out are taken to Chelsea Pier, where we join Heather Nauert live right now. Good morning to you, Heather.
Good morning. We're on the west side of Manhattan, just north of the World Trade Center. We're here at what is normally a sports complex, but today it's being used as a triage center. It's called the Chelsea Piers Triage Center, where they're expected to bring people who are seeking medical treatment and eventually bring bodies. Now, nobody has shown up dead, or no dead people are here yet, but they expect that could change as day breaks. So far, they've treated about 175 firefighters and police, primarily for smoke inhalation, debris in the eyes, that type of thing. Now, we're here with the head volunteer coordinator of the Chelsea Piers Triage Unit. He was also the head volunteer coordinator at the Oklahoma City bombing. His name is Thad Proctor. Thad, how can you compare the situation to what you saw in Oklahoma City?
In Oklahoma City, it was more unorganized, basically because we didn't know what to expect. A lot of people that worked here in this, they have also worked in the Oklahoma City. They've all come from different places such as South Carolina, Massachusetts, so we really know kind of what we're doing now. We have everything under wrap. We're doing everything faster, more efficiently, and more proficient.
And what do you expect once day breaks?
Once day break, I really don't know what to expect, because whenever they bring, whatever they uncover is what we have to deal with. I don't know what to expect, so I can honestly tell you what to expect from that.
Okay, and what are you seeing in terms of volunteers, and what can people do locally and nationwide to try to help?
Now, volunteers, we have a lot now, but we are going to need a lot more. We would recommend them come down to Chelsea Piers and tell them they would like to volunteer, and then they'll direct them to me, and then I'll put them in the proper place, and that's basically all we need about that. We need as many people as we can. We need people to administer. We need people to do paperwork. We need people to, run medicine. It's all different things.
And based on your experience from what you saw when you were at Oklahoma City, is there any chance that people can be pulled? Of course, they found some people last night, but any chance that people can be pulled and treated and come out of this alive?
There is a chance. There's a great chance. Just like at Oklahoma, we found a lot of people. There's always a chance of people being saved.
Okay. Dad, thank you so much. Back to you.
All right, Heather Nauert, live at Chelsea Piers on Manhattan's west side this morning.
Where we understand there is a huge ice rink at Chelsea Piers, and we understand that that is going to be used as a makeshift morgue as well.
The Israelis, by the way, have offered their special unit. Unfortunately, they are very practiced in rescuing people in this situation. And Shimon Peres has said, listen, we can send our guys over to help rescue people. I hope we exercise that opportunity. But 13 minutes before the top of the hour, life was pretty normal about 24 hours ago, a little bit longer than that. Then this happened.
It started just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time, with word that a plane had crashed into one tower of New York's World Trade Center. It could have been an accident until this.
We just saw another one. We just saw another one. Another plane just flew into the second tower. This has to be deliberate, folks.
And Americans watched in shock as a second jetliner flew straight into the second tower.
Hey, let's go! I'm standing on the corner watching, taking pictures. You can see the wings of the plane come from the south and hit the middle of the second building.
We're walking the dogs and we saw a plane flying really low, a small jet, and it flew directly into the World Trade Center, and then all the pieces fell to the bottom in seconds.
It was chaos.
Just get out of the tunnel and the blue.
Built in the mid-1960s, the World Trade Center towered over Manhattan, each tower 110 stories. Over 40,000 people work in the two buildings. It is still unclear how many people were in the towers when the planes crashed and how the evacuation was going an hour later when we watched aghast as the towers collapsed. The skyline of Manhattan has changed forever. New York's Twin Towers are gone.
Pictures this of the second of the two World Trade Center towers collapsing.
Oh my God. There's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running in the other direction. There's been a huge explosion. Everyone's running for their lives, literally. Police, media. I see a woman pushing a baby carriage.
No, I'm all right. Let me. I saw the building falling down.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
So people jumping from the building.
I had just gotten out of the building. I was crossing the street when I heard some rumbling. I saw someone coming off the top of the building. I just ran. I didn't know where to go. My first reaction was to go down to a subway stop just to get some cover because I felt this cloud of all this stuff, the stuff coming down, the debris, and I thought that was the best, smartest thing. But I got stuck in there for a while. It was pitch dark.
And now all we are left with are questions. Who could have done this? What is the toll in human lives?
What happened was I was down in the basement. All of a sudden we heard a loud bang, and the elevator doors blew open. Some guy was burnt up, so I dragged him out. His skin was all hanging off. So I dragged him out and I pulled him out of the parking lot. This was what was left on it.
And what will happen now?
What will happen now?
That's the big question.
Well, they will be continuing the rescue efforts. We know that there are still people alive. At this hour, people are using their cell phones, and they are calling. Clearly, they're trapped in the rubble.
Right.
We also know, though, that there are still buildings down in that area on fire, and there is the potential for those to collapse and cause even more problems there.
Right.
They're also trying to figure out how to find the people who are responsible.
There was really so many phases to this. There was the planes hitting, and then, of course, the towers collapsing. And let's take a look at the first tower as it went down.
This is video after it happened. This is as the cameraman walks right up to what was the facade there on the street level of the World Trade Center. You know,
I believe this is Rob Ganane's camera, by the way, and he was walking up. He had no idea, obviously, what was about to happen.
Now, Flight 175 crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. That was the second airplane to hit the World Trade Center, but it hit lower, and that's why they speculate that was the first tower to collapse.
Right. Some experts have said they've estimated that when one of those airplanes crashed into one of the towers, it was the equivalent of a 6-point earthquake right there on those floors. So eventually, and we were watching, we've heard from experts talk about the fact that, you know, when we saw this yesterday, people said, oh my goodness, there was a bomb on there. There must have been a bomb that collapsed.
Must have been a bomb below.
Right, that finished the job. Well, it turns out we heard from experts who said that, you know what, the fire on those floors, probably 1,500 degrees. Steel can only withstand so much because the steel structure that holds the building up was on the outside, and essentially the building started to melt, and it gave way, and it toppled.
But what happened is everyone there that was close to it, we were driving in at the time, and people started separating. Everyone was walking, and all of a sudden you heard this thunderous crash, and this is not what I was talking about. And then as it collapsed, people didn't know if there was another bomb. They knew that structure had fallen down. They didn't know what caused it.
You know, Edie, as we just watched the second plane go in, when we were on the air at about 10 minutes before 9 o'clock in the East yesterday, and we were reporting that a plane had apparently hit the World Trade Center, we were treating it as an accident. When we saw live on the air that airplane crash into tower number 2, we knew that it was a crime.
Absolutely, and I thought we were under attack, you know, and they started being replayed in so many times you didn't know.
We were under attack.
You know, there would be more coming. And then word as we were walking down Fifth Avenue from a colonel who just happened to be in civilian clothes, they just hit the Pentagon. And that I think shook people as much as this shook people.
You know what? And there's an interesting story, I believe, in the Washington Post this morning that says that the flight that wound up hitting the Pentagon was essentially on a collision course with the White House. And at absolutely the very last moment, the plane made a 270 degree turn, banking so hard to the right over the White House, and wound up ditching in the Pentagon. So there's some feeling that perhaps it wasn't the Pentagon that was the guy's target. It was the White House.
We know that the White House had been contacted after the first 2 attacks, and a White House staffer was told that the White House was being targeted, and that is why everyone was evacuated immediately. The First Lady, Laura Bush, the Vice President, Dick Cheney, the First Lady's staff, all taken to an undisclosed location. They were basically bunkered in and sequestered in a small room with one TV, and that is how they kept up with what was going on. The First Lady was able to call her husband, the President, talk to him,
as
verify he was okay.
Across the country in the Air Force One.
And the next thing any mom does, calls the kids, and found out that her children had not been targeted and that they were fine as well.
And what about the push to get the President to make a decision with the President and the friction? And I think it's a good type of friction. The Secret Service wanted him to go to Colorado and go to a bunker inside a mountain to preserve his safety.
Right.
And instead, his staff went over and says, it's got to go to Washington. And it was a great symbol, a great speech. Rumsfeld, too, said, we're going to do it. We're going to have a briefing, and it's going to be from the Pentagon.
And you know why they did that? It was a great symbol that, you know what, the terrorists blew up some of our buildings, but they did not destroy the American spirit. Here, by the way, the very first picture of the very first plane crashing into tower number 1. This was about 8:45 yesterday morning, Eastern time. Apparently, a movie crew was in Lower Manhattan. They were filming something, and they heard the noise. They turned around, they aimed it, and that's what happened.
Well, as you can see from that video, not only were people taking pictures of what was happening down there, but there were thousands of people on the street, and many of us,
hundreds of thousands,
watched these events play out on television on our show. We will never forget it. Right. But imagine what it was like to actually be there at the World Trade Center. Take a look.
when we got down to the bottom floor, we thought we were okay, and then there was a collapse. We don't know what collapsed. There was a collapse of something. The police and fire department told us to go run to the wall and don't look outside. Next thing we know, billowing black smoke just came in, and I mean, it went down my mouth, up my nose, all over the place, and people were hysterical at that time.
Keep going. You're okay.
There was a big shaking. Some of the ceilings collapsed. Looks like there was a fire in the elevator shafts.
What did
the
you
whole
feel?
Floor shook. The building was shaking, and it felt like a bomb hit or a plane hit or something like that. But the whole floor was shaking.
Did hit.
A plane did hit. Yeah, and then we looked out the window. All we saw was debris all over the place. But we thought the building was going to topple over. It was going so.
Well, one of them did.
One of them did. We were in Tower 1. We made it out.
We do need to put it down now. I think we need to put it down now. Here we go. The one just got out of the tunnel in the blue.
The subway tunnel?
Yeah.
The subway.
Yeah.
I saw the building falling down. Saw people jumping from the building from the 100th floor, and I saw the building just coming down. What are you doing?
We just felt a big explosion. I didn't know what after the fact that we talked about, knew it was a plane. I was on the way down. It was pretty calm. There's some small fires, and from the 85 on below, there were small fires and some floods, but it wasn't that bad. And I had just gotten out of the building. I was crossing the street when I heard some rumbling. I saw someone coming off the top of the building. I just ran.
'There was nowhere to run. People were just falling down on top of each other. People were, panicking. They were scared. Here's a 100-foot, here's a 100-story building just collapsing, coming down. Where do you run? You couldn't help nobody. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. If you didn't have an oxygen tank, you couldn't even go in there. You couldn't because of the debris. Concrete would just choke you. All this white that you see in the street is concrete. It's concrete. This is all concrete that you're looking at. Everybody's pretty much depressed, but until we actually get numbers and find out what the actual story is, we can only hope and pray for the best.
All right, go down here and change it.
My heart broke. My heart bleeds for everybody in there. Civilians, firefighters, police.
You were supposed to be on the 22nd floor?
That's right.
Yeah, but I don't have a cell phone. What? You were on your way into work?
And I was late. I guess it wasn't my number.
All right, what are you going to be doing for the next hour?
It wasn't my number.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
America is shaken, but it is still standing, and the president promises to track down those responsible. The hunt has already begun.
6 a.m. in the east, 3 o'clock on the west coast, and America is waking up to a whole new country. This morning, of course, just about 21 hours ago, was when that first airplane crashed into Tower 1. Apparently, a crew from Gamma Press USA was in Lower Manhattan. They were taping at the time. They heard a noise. They tilted their camera upward, and the rest is history. Of course, about 20 minutes later, we realized that this was no accident because another plane crashed into the other tower, and we knew that this was murder.
And of course, then word came that the Pentagon was hit, another plane was down in Pittsburgh, and all those flights, all passenger airlines, were hijacked by, it looks to be, attackers, thanks to the heroic moves by these passengers to use their cell phone and call home, try to get word out that they were being hijacked before their eventual crash. And they had box cutters, they had knives. They made it through security.
Well, here is the latest information we have for you right now. New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani says some survivors are making cell phone calls. They are trapped in the rubble of the World Trade Center. The mayor says thousands of people, most likely, though, have died in the Twin Towers collapse. The death toll could reach 10,000. A Virginia fire chief says up to 800 people could be dead in the Pentagon attack. And there's word Massachusetts investigators have identified at least 5 Arab men as suspects. The Boston Herald reports investigators seized a car loaded with Arabic language flight training manuals.
And then that's the first, and of course, more news, disturbing news, that in Florida, in Broward County and in Daytona, conversations heard by an FBI agent that these guys, these lieutenants to Osama bin Laden, were talking about the hits that they made in the United States.
Well, Orrin Hatch, who of course is on the Senate Judiciary Committee, did tell an Associated Press reporter last night that there are, they have intercepted, intelligence sources have intercepted cellular phone messages where some of his lieutenants, people with ties to Osama bin Laden, have been talking about how they carried out these strikes successfully on some American targets. What's interesting this morning is the Boston Herald is doing some great reporting on this, and apparently shortly after what happened, cops broke into a car that was parked at Logan Airport in a rental car. It was a rental car, and apparently they discovered inside that there were a number of Arabic language flight training manuals. At least 5 Arab men had been in the car earlier. 2 of the men whose passports were traced to the United Arab Emirates were brothers, and one of the brothers was a trained pilot.
Well, you have to get training, and people wonder, how did they get training to fly 737s, 757s, all the planes involved? It turns out that not only are there these flight training schools that Brian was talking about, and we know that bin Laden backers have attended school there, and we know that one person was on the passenger manifest from one of the planes that crashed. But we also know from our Rita Cosby that bin Laden has a camp that includes pilot training in Afghanistan.
Yeah, and as we go out to Eric Shawn, keep in mind the Taliban has responded over in Afghanistan, and they said that they don't have a sophisticated web of operations, the Osama bin Laden, to be able to pull off an operation like this.
He's a billionaire's son. He can pay for anything. Eric Shawn is now live where the rescue efforts continue as we all wait and hope for the best. Eric, good morning.
Good morning. You talk about the flying, being able to fly. Not only apparently are they able to learn flying in some of these camps, but we've reported early yesterday that 3 of the alleged accomplices in the embassy bombing trial, which occurred, the bombing of the African embassies, two of the guys who flipped for the government testified against the perpetrators, and one who was convicted. They all learned how to fly, and they learned how to fly, took flying lessons in Oklahoma. That trial resulted in convictions today. One of bin Laden's alleged associates is supposed to be sentenced for his crimes. Well, that is happening a block away from us that way. 1 block that way, the frantic search and rescue. And there is some good news this morning. Incredibly, out of all those 10 or 20 or 30,000 people who are in the World Trade Center, so far this morning, 4. Just 4, but those are 4 of hope. 4 people pulled out alive from the ruins of the World Trade Center. Let's show the mass cam now. You can see the smoke and smoldering wreckage. You've got just smoldering ruins, a 4 or 5 story tall skeletal exterior of it in the middle of the street, as well as a mound. But just take a look on the right of your screen with what is defiantly standing proudly out of the mound, and now it's the flags, Old Glory, the Stars and Stripes, as well as the flags of the city and state of New York, untouched as if they are saying to the terrorists, take this. They are still standing. More than 2,000 search and rescue workers have been frantically working through the night to rescue the people. The 4 who have been rescued include a woman, 1 firefighter, and 2 Port Authority police officers. Let's show you some video we shot earlier this morning. Among the equipment being brought in, heavy cranes, heavy equipment. They've got to move tons of rubble and concrete and steel and iron to try and get to some of the people who are trapped in there. Some of the people, we have been told, have been using their cell phones to call authorities and also to have called loved ones. But the search is very frustrating. It is very slow and very tedious, as one can imagine. And of course, fear and concern, especially for the perhaps 300 firefighters, New York City firefighters, that's why they are called the bravest, who rushed to the scene when the first and second plane hit, who were then very possibly trapped when the buildings collapsed around them, as well as dozens of New York City police officers. The death toll could reach as high, we're told, perhaps as much as 10,000, but since there was 2 hours between the first airplane hit and between the time when the first tower collapsed, that did give a lot of time for a lot of people to get out. With us, though, live is Lieutenant Rick Sarasali of the New York City Fire Department. Rick, maybe up to 300 of your brothers and sisters unaccounted for. What does this do to you? What does this mean for the department and what you folks do?
Well, it's certainly a painful blow, Eric. No fire department in the world has ever just sustained this kind of damage. But we will go on. The remaining men are standing tall and ready to dig people out, and we will go on. The sun's coming up in the east right now, and it's a new day, and we will get through it.
And you're from a ladder company in the Bronx, and that's the upper ends of New York City, and you're down here.
Yes, we came down to cover for Ladder Company 1 down here on Duane Street, and I just want everybody out there to know that Engine Company 7 and Ladder Company 1, which were one of the first responders to this fire, everybody is okay in Engine Company 7 and Ladder Company 1. Everybody's okay, uninjured, and accounted for.
Is there an indication of where some of the most of the casualties came from?
I believe in the buildings. They were in the buildings trying to put out the fires when they collapsed.
Was there any notice that they knew that the buildings would collapse? Do you know if there were any type of warnings, or they try to get out?
Some guys got out. Some guys from Ladder 1 got out from the 30th floor. They were on the 30th floor when the building started to rumble, and they were able to escape. So that gives us good hope that a lot of people got out.
Rick, thank you very much, and our hats off and salute to you and the New York City Fire Department for the incredible job that you folks are doing.
Thank you, Eric. Good luck today, everybody.
Let me show you. We're at Ground Zero. We're talking about Osama bin Laden. This is believed to be the Osama bin Laden so-called terror manual. This was entered into evidence in the World Trade Center bombing, as well as the embassy bombings, which is the trial. Both trials occurred just up the block to the right of me. One was found in the possession of one of the accomplices who was convicted in the World Trade Center bombing, the other in a London apartment. And let me read to you just for a second from this terror manual. It says that among the targets, the best targets are, quote, blasting and destroying the enemies and attacking vital economic centers. And it also indicates that among the best candidates for recruitment are workers at airports. And let me also add that just 3 weeks ago, Osama bin Laden was quoted by a London paper as promising a, quote, very a big attack in the United States. And in June, he made a videotape, quote, calling on all the Mujahideen, your brothers in Palestine are waiting for you. It is time to penetrate America and Israel and hit them where it hurts the most. Perhaps we're witnessing behind me the handiwork of those words. We're live in Lower Manhattan. Eric Shawn, back to you.
Eric Shawn, thank you. The Mujahideen fought with us in the Persian Gulf War. They offered their services in. Things have certainly changed.
Well, the fear today is that it's not over. We know that the rescue efforts continue, but the fear certainly has to be there that we have not seen the end of it yet.
Because the whole aim of a terrorist is to instill terror in the hearts of Americans. As you can see right down there, it says the Pentagon is scheduled to reopen later today. However, National Airport will not reopen, but they will at 3 o'clock allow passengers to go in to claim their bags. Nonetheless, at the Pentagon, which is still on fire, David Schuster is live. Good morning, David.
There what? Steve, good morning. Indeed, a new day is dawning here at the Pentagon, but a lot of people in the Virginia and Washington area are going to be surprised but when they get a look at the clouds today. These are clouds of smoke still billowing from the Pentagon, still some embers smoldering. Rescue crews, fire crews have been pouring hundreds of gallons of water per minute on the roof of the Pentagon throughout the night. 4 or 5 cranes involved in the process. I can tell you that when we arrived a couple of hours ago this morning, we took the Memorial Bridge from Washington to Virginia and stopped on the bridge. You can literally smell the pungent, acrid smell in the air of all the smoke and all these dust particles wafting over the southern part of Washington, D.C. It's a scene that a lot of people are going to be surprised with this morning. The fire companies say it's a very aggressive effort to try to control the fires, to try to put out the embers, but there's a secondary aspect to their efforts this morning, and that involves essentially starting to peel away the wreckage. Once daylight comes, there will be a very aggressive search and rescue effort. Cadaver dogs, a lot of search and rescue teams will be on the scene. They're going to try to peel away some of the concrete, some of the structural barriers that were holding up the south side of this E-ring at the Pentagon. Some officials are suggesting that the damage may be more extensive than was initially thought. The American Airlines flight number 77, which took off from Washington Dulles and was supposed to go to Los Angeles, it was fully loaded with jet fuel. Officials say some 6,000 pounds of jet fuel on that plane when it hit the Pentagon at a speed approaching 600 miles per hour. A number of people who have been in the search and rescue area say that there's simply no trace whatsoever, that the aircraft is, quote, unrecognizable. And a number of officials are pointing out that the hole that was created in the side of the Pentagon, 200 feet wide, 5 floors of offices up and down, and at least 3 rings deep into the Pentagon. You've got 5 rings in the Pentagon before you get to the courtyard, and that is one of the reasons why the fire continues to burn. The jet fuel apparently in flames essentially splashed all over the south side of the Pentagon on at least 3 rings. Last night, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld came to the Pentagon briefing room, perhaps as a sign of symbolism. A lot of reporters have been getting our briefings out here at a gas station some 500 yards away from the Pentagon, but perhaps a show of symbolism that business continues at the Pentagon. The Secretary of Defense had his briefing inside the briefing room in the Pentagon, although a number of reporters noted that there was still some smoke wafting in the hallways, and this is on the opposite side of where the jetliner crashed into the Pentagon. The National Security Agency is involved in a very aggressive effort to try to go through millions of electronic intercepts and phone calls to try to figure out exactly who may have been responsible. Counterintelligence sources say that these attacks have all of the fingerprints of Osama bin Laden. While they haven't ruled him in or out, and they haven't ruled in or out any other suspects, they are suggesting that all of this seems to point to the bin Laden organization that Eric Shawn was mentioning. He has the resources. There had been warnings on Capitol Hill and congressional testimony that Osama bin Laden was capable of these very attacks, but a lot of folks in the intelligence community say they were still shocked and surprised by the enormity of the attacks yesterday and by the cleanup that still remains at this hour. Again, the Pentagon search and rescue effort is continuing. Once daylight emerges here, the effort will be even more aggressive than it is. But again, officials suggesting that perhaps as many as 800 people worked in the area of the Pentagon that was struck by that jetliner. We should find out perhaps later today what the estimates are as far as casualties. Steve, Edie, and Brian, back to you.
Hey, David, you know, walking here from our hotel, we obviously spent the night. We could not believe there was absolutely no one on the street, not a cab to be found. What's it like in D.C. as you came to work?
Pretty much the same. I mean, they've opened, as of last night, they opened a lot of the bridges into Washington, and so traffic was starting to pick up. They have closed a lot of the Highway 110, parts of 395, some of the exits to get near the Pentagon, but Washington is essentially, government workers are going back to work today, so the city will get back to some sort of semblance as business as usual. But I'm sure, Steve, Edie, and Brian, that the scenes that we have here at the Pentagon, as far as this sort of wide open area being closed off, really doesn't compare, I'm sure, with the scenes that you guys have there in Manhattan and Lower Manhattan. This particular strike, isolated really to the Pentagon. There's plenty of room there for the crews to do their work, plenty of room for the city to conduct the rest of business as usual, but I'm sure a far different scene here than what you've got there in New York City.
And in fact, David, this morning here in New York City, of course, Wall Street is closed. The bridges and tunnels leading into Manhattan are sealed off. The island essentially is completely sealed off.
Well, trains are coming in.
Right. New Jersey Transit is now running trains apparently into, underneath the Hudson River.
No buses,
but no
though.
buses, exactly.
Also, you can take the ferry if you're trying to get into Manhattan today.
There is a picture, live out our door.
I have never seen this.
Never, ever. Not only is it quiet, but just notice, usually there are cars and trucks parked along much of 6th Avenue.
It's 6:16 in the morning.
I know.
And this is an early rising town.
Absolutely. There are a few vehicles in front of our building, probably from news crews, but this is extraordinary.
Absolutely.
I heard one person say it was like, you know, like in those movies where a bomb is dropped, like a nuclear bomb is dropped and nobody's out there. It has that feeling.
Yeah.
Well, James Rosen is over at the White House to tell us what is coming out there, because that's a 24-hour shop with all these bombings. What's up, James?
O'Brien, Steve, and Edie, the White House may not have sustained any physical damage like Lower Manhattan or the Pentagon did, but it is very much this morning a changed place, a radically different place, just like Lower Manhattan and the Pentagon. This White House is forever changed, regardless of who the occupant will be. This unprecedented attack obviously represents an unprecedented test for the President of the United States, whoever that would be at this time. Mr. Bush was in Florida at the time the attacks began, preparing to give a speech. When he was notified, I am told, by his Chief of Staff, Andrew Card, of what was going on, he quickly told his crowd and then shortly thereafter made his exit aboard Air Force One. There was a time when the President was out west at the Strategic Air Command in Omaha, Nebraska. This apparently following protocol, though there was some muted criticism of his decision to do that instead of returning directly to Washington. The White House, of course, maintains that that was not yet a completely secure place for the President to be. At some point, the President returned to the White House and, of course, addressed the nation last night. During that speech, the very brief speech, all of about 4 minutes, the President explained what he has in mind for those responsible for this attack.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
That last sentence could be a reference to action the President may have in mind, perhaps against the Taliban government in Afghanistan, thought to be harboring Osama bin Laden, the mastermind terrorist who's linked to a number of attacks against American facilities over the past decade, and whom investigators may believe be linked to this series of attacks that went on yesterday, of course, in New York and Washington. There's a number of speculations going on around this town as to what kind of response the President will make, what level of force will be used. This, of course, has got to be considered the most severe kind of provocation that a nuclear superpower can be subjected to lose the Twin Towers, an audacious attack on the Pentagon itself. The question is, what kind of response will history show that the great superpower took to this kind of provocation? Steve, Edie, and Brian.
Hey, James, I've got a quick question for you. Do people at the White House feel that it's all over, that all the terrorist attacks have been carried out, or are they still at such a heightened state of readiness they're prepared for anything that could happen today or tomorrow or the next day?
I think, Steve, that the general consensus, not only here at the White House but around the world, is that this is not the end of an era. This is not the culmination of a process, but the beginning of an era, a very dark and frightening era. It is a changed White House. We are all changed people today.
All right, James Rosen live at the White House this morning. Speaking of frightening situation, we have some now frightening photographs. This is a live picture of, you know what, 24 hours ago, there used to be 2 twin towers standing 110 feet from the pavement of Manhattan. Today they are gone. There is still smoke and concrete dust and fire in Lower Manhattan.
And you know, Steve, building on your point that you said before about is there a feeling that this is over, 90% of Americans, according to an ABC poll, expect another attack, that it is not over, and 99% of this nation watched the broadcast reports yesterday.
Well, 100% of this nation is really mad and ready to go after whomever is responsible.
And I'll tell you, that was the feeling on the streets. It went from shock, but by the time I was leaving the truck, around 4 o'clock, there was anger. From the cab driver that was able to pull over and bring me back to other people, they have galvanized the nation. It's not debatable anymore. There's no possible feel of terror. No one's going to benefit if you do say there is a terror threat. This is real.
I think that is probably the one way that the Middle East underestimates America, because when they deal with us, quite frankly, and they had this problem with Warren Christopher and with Madeleine Albright, they see if people aren't very strong and sort of an in-your-face type of personality, they think you're weak. And I think that they see Americans as very forgiving, very understanding, very compassionate. But you know what? You come after us, we come back.
Well, bin Laden blew up those embassies in Africa, killed a couple hundred people. And
but there were no Americans in that. It was a tragic accident.
Right, exactly.
But you attack us here at home, on our turf, and it changes things.
And speaking of galvanizing the country, 24 hours ago, if you were watching some of the morning chat shows, they were talking about, the Social Security lockbox, and are we headed for a recession? Today, the nation, the United States of America, is galvanized, and we have got a new goal, and that is to find out whomever is responsible for this and bring them to justice.
Well, you have to say early on the indications are strong that we're going to get a name to this, because here we are less than 24 hours after the explosions, and they're already making tremendous progress thanks to the magic of cell phones and, we hope, surveillance cameras on who is behind this, who they were linked to, from the rental cars found to the people who actually bought the seats.
And they know that there are still people linked to several of the suspects who they have gotten the names of on the passenger manifest. And those people are still in the United States.
Do you know Barbara Olson named the seat number of the person that was causing all the trouble, of the hijackers, to her husband?
It was tough for me. I'm sure many of you have seen Barbara on our program, and while she was not a close, personal friend, it's a woman that I admired, I enjoyed talking to, found just to be an incredible human being.
Do you know, on her phone, she was taking control just like she does in life. She's like, what do we do next? Where do we go from here? We've been hijacked.
But she wasn't talking to some 911 operator. She was talking to the Solicitor General of the United States, her husband. What is so heartbreaking, as we look at the picture of Barbara Olson, once again, is the fact that she was not supposed to be on that flight. She was supposed to take a flight out to L.A. the day before. She stuck around in Washington yesterday morning to have breakfast with her husband, whose birthday was yesterday.
And there is going to be so many stories, unfortunately, like this. I can't imagine what it's going to be like as the names come cascading through.
Many of you may have known people or have friends who knew people on these planes, and we are going to give you the passenger list. We are going to roll that on our air later on during the program, so you can see exactly who the flight crew members were and who the passengers were.
Well, we know who was on the plane, because they handed out handed a boarding agent a ticket. But it's impossible to know at this early time who was underneath the building when it fell, or who was inside the Pentagon when it blew up. And there's a live picture from Arlington, Virginia. As you can see, as the sun comes up, the Potomac River is just to the left of that picture, and the sun coming up in the east. The smoke is continuing to drift over National Airport, which is just to the right-hand portion of the screen. And by the way, the airport there closed today. They will reopen at 3 o'clock this afternoon, so passengers can get their baggage. But at this point, America's air travel is still grounded.
But the nation continues. We've got Don Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense, heading to work in that building this morning, and the president will be at work as well. Colin Spencer is too. He is covering the situation for us live in Washington. Collins?
Good morning, gang. Well, as David Schuster alluded to moments ago, the nation's capital is trying to get back to work today. All roads near the White House and old executive office building where James Rosen is have reopened this morning, while most of the roads around Capitol Hill are open. Some of the roads that are closer to the Capitol and Supreme Court remain closed. Now, Congress is expected to be back in session after Capitol Hill was evacuated yesterday. Lawmakers will immediately start working on passing a resolution condemning the terrorist acts and show support for President Bush's efforts to find the perpetrators. A heavy police presence can be seen around the district this morning. Officers, including military police, are stationed in front of many buildings and street corners. I saw a few of them as I was driving in this morning. You know, one of the 4 planes hijacked yesterday was United Airlines flight number 93, which crashed outside Pittsburgh shortly before 10 a.m. It was a flight that left Newark at 8 a.m. a.m. headed to San Francisco. While approaching Cleveland, Ohio, radar showed the plane turning left, heading towards southwest Pennsylvania. U.S. officials say the Secret Service called the White House, telling them they believe the plane was reportedly headed towards Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland. People aboard the plane managed to make calls to loved ones saying 3 men had taken over the plane and they said they had a bomb. Now, Fox News has learned, as Steve mentioned earlier, there's a high probability that terrorist Osama bin Laden was behind the attacks. Intelligence sources say that cell phone calls were intercepted where bin Laden backers said some targets had been hit. Another intercepted call came from someone who appears to be a bin Laden backer on a plane who may have been talking to someone else on the plane or elsewhere. Now, this morning, President Bush has invited congressional leaders to a unity meeting at the White House. Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta said he had hoped to reopen the nation's air traffic system by 12 o'clock Eastern time today, but with stricter security measures in effect. However, new information coming from the Washington Airport Authority is they're telling folks not to come to area airports today, but they will open up at 3 p.m. Eastern time for people who left baggage behind yesterday. It's still unclear when the FAA will open the nation's air traffic system for business again. So that's what's going on here in Washington. Back to you, New York.
All right, thank you very much. Colin Spencer live in our nation's capital.
We know.
You know what, when I see the picture of the dome, and if you were watching TV yesterday, right after the congressional leaders spoke to the nation to reassure us that the government was still open for business, that less than 1 minute passage where they all stood on the steps of the U.S. Capitol and sang God Bless America just brought goosebumps to a lot of people.
And Denny Hastert was so strong coming out and talking about how Congress is going to come together behind the president. It just came from the heart. And I think that, and you saw the anger, and you saw that we're going to come together to try to track where this happened, where it emanated. But coming up in this show over the next 2.5 hours, what a lineup to give you insight on this tragedy. Caspar Weinberg will be joining us. Oliver North will be joining us. Along with that, Colonel David Hackworth will be here, along with Mayor Giuliani.
And Colin Powell, the Secretary of State.
Meanwhile, that picture says 1,000 words and emotes 1,000 emotions. There were, on that ground right underneath the smoke and the dust, 2 twin towers yesterday, 24 hours ago, but they are gone this morning. Now we're opening up our phone lines to you. We want to hear what you feel about that. Give us a call, 888-TEL-FOX. Right now, let's go down to St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan.
This is where many of the people were taken.
Ready?
Press conference to let us know the very latest status.
Good morning. I'm Mark Ackerman. That's A-C-K-E-R-M-A-N-N, Chief Corporate Services Officer of St. Vincent Catholic Medical Center. With me is Dr. Richard Westfall, W-E-S-T-F-A-L, Associate Director of the Trauma Center here at St. Vincent Catholic Medical Center. Let me first briefly update you on our numbers and what has happened during the night, and then Dr. Westfall can give you some information on our paramedics, our ambulances, what they've been doing, and what's been happening in the Trauma Center. Since 9:04 a.m. yesterday morning, St. Vincent Catholic Medical Center has received 361 individuals through our emergency room trauma center. 90 of those individuals have been admitted to St. Vincent's Manhattan. 4 of those individuals have died. 58 of the individuals who have come to St. Vincent are paramedics, firefighters, or police officers. We have 6 other hospitals in our system in Manhattan, Staten Island, Brooklyn, and Queens. Those hospitals received 42 additional patients, including 20 who were brought by barge over to St. Vincent, Staten Island. One of those individuals died at St. Vincent, Staten Island. Our paramedics were at the scene throughout the day yesterday. As you saw and continue to see, we are ready for what we hope will be additional survivors today. We are the closest trauma center, and thus if there are any miraculous recoveries from the wreckage, they will most likely be brought here. I'm going to ask Dr. Westfall to talk to you a bit about our paramedics on the work that they did, our ambulances, and the work that's happened in the trauma center, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Mark. Dr. Westfall, Associate Director of the Department of Emergency Medicine. Mr. Ackerman has mentioned the number of patients that we've had, the conditions, and the 4 deaths in Manhattan here. Our paramedics have had about 7 crews since 8 a.m. yesterday morning that have assisted Fidney EMS in obviously this massive undertaking of responding to critical trauma emergencies downtown. All of our crews have been able to participate and treat patients and move patients, and fortunately have not been injured or been critically injured themselves. We have in the emergency department right now all through the night a triple staff of nurses, physicians, physician assistants, and technical staff. The administrative senior management has been up, almost all of them, throughout the night, and we've been prepared and are awaiting victims from the site as well. We are, as I think Mayor Giuliani has said over and over, we are very hopeful, we are prepared, and we are expecting to work very hard to resuscitate victims as they're brought here and brought to other hospitals. I know that through the night I've been told by OEM and Fidney that other major hospitals in Manhattan have been similar to ourselves, and we've really decompressed the emergency department, so we're prepared for major injuries, major trauma, as we have had throughout the day.
I'd like to note a couple of important things. We want to first thank all New Yorkers and people from literally throughout the world who came to the hospital yesterday to volunteer their services. Doctors, nurses, just people off the street. We had over 800 people in line at one point in time to give blood. The mayor's office was kind enough to provide buses so we could bring them to other sites to donate that blood. Today, we are still in need of blood. All of New York is in need of blood donations. You should go to the New York Blood Center or the Red Cross, and we will provide those addresses to you. We can't stress enough the thanks to all of the volunteers, our neighborhood residents here in Greenwich Village. Behind my left, there are still tables set up where neighborhood residents are making sandwiches, bringing food. It's truly unbelievable, the outpouring of New Yorkers and the help that they have been. If anyone wants to give blood, we will provide that information to you. We've also received an inordinate amount of clothing through the night. We are very grateful for that, but we are really not in any need of any more of that right now. So we would just like to thank folks for that. It is very important to note that the trauma of this, from a psychological perspective, is going to be hitting New Yorkers more and more today. We particularly encourage parents to talk with their children. I went home for a few hours last night, and I have to tell you, at 2 o'clock in the morning, my teenage children and younger needed to talk. And it's very important that we encourage all parents to do that. In an effort to help with that, we have 3 mental health hotlines that are manned 24 hours a day. We will provide you with those numbers as well. There are many mental health crisis lines. We encourage all New Yorkers to take advantage of this. We have all suffered a terrible trauma in this city. We need to understand it and our feelings and to talk about it. So we encourage New Yorkers to take advantage of these. We have facilities in Westchester, Manhattan, and Staten Island that are manned 24 hours a day for this. We can take questions.
From the rubble overnight. Were any of them brought to this hospital?
There were no additional survivors brought here during the night. We did receive a number of firefighters, police officers, and paramedics, again, mostly with the corneal abrasions and literally lacerations on their hands. I don't know exactly what time it was, but during the night, we did receive the firefighters and paramedics.
Did you send medical teams down to ground zero?
Yeah, I'll let Dr. Westfall speak to that.
Did you send medical teams down to ground zero?
Yes.
Aided amputations?
well, I don't know about amputations, but to provide additional medical care, we did. We had about 2 crews of about a dozen doctors that went down to there to assist with treating patients. We also had a group, I believe, of about 4 physicians that went up to the Javits Center very late in the night to treat additional patients that were brought there as they had requested help. I cannot speak for that. I'm not aware.
Sir, how would you characterize your efforts to try to get people from Ground Zero? Are you frustrated by the sort of the debris you see there at this point? Are you able to get them out of there with kinds of swiftness?
Speaking for our paramedics that had been there all during the day, along with Fidney's paramedics and all other hospitals' paramedics, and if I could just echo what Mr. Ackerman said, I can't believe the number of hundreds of vehicles and ambulances that have responded from the tri-state area and all the metropolitan areas. I've seen Jersey, Connecticut, I've seen Westchester ambulances have all come. The thing I'd mention with the effort, I think from the very beginning, they have been working in the areas around the Trade Center and have not been inhibited. Obviously, for periods of time, our paramedics, I think all paramedics, were kept away from the buildings as they had a judgment that they were going to be coming down. So that was inhibited, but all through the night, they were assisting firefighters and other crews that were trying to extricate patients and then make judgments as to where they would bring them for care that was appropriate.
Do you expect to see a different kind of injury today as opposed to certainly you saw yesterday and last night?
Well, I think we would expect to see the victims that we would get today would probably have a number of problems besides the trauma and the injuries that they'd have, which would probably be more severe. We expect to see dehydrations and other complications of that haven't been, underneath for probably almost 24 hours right now.
Doctor, talked about trauma. How's your own staff over there, particularly since nobody's coming? You talked about trauma. And how are they doing?
Well, our staff, from the standpoint of our trauma team here, ourselves...
Psychological trauma.
Yeah.
How is your staff holding up, particularly since survivors...
Right. Our administrative staff, nurses and physicians have been assisted all throughout the 24 hours by our Department of Psychiatry, by our pastoral care, by our priests and sisters that have been down there, not just for the patients, but for our staff entirely. And, we've had a couple of individuals that have needed time to sit down and talk with them and to cry with them, and that's happened throughout the day.
I think it's just important to note, too, that a number of our nurses and physicians are married to firefighters and police officers, and they worked throughout the day yesterday and the night not knowing where their loved ones were. We're very grateful that all of our paramedics that were at the scene and physicians and nurses are okay. We did lose an ambulance. One of our ambulances was crushed in the debris, but our hearts certainly go out to our colleagues in the fire department and in the police department and all of the other victims. But just one at a time, please. One more, and then we'll go.
About anybody else who might be coming?
We have not gotten any information about new victims coming to us. Sure. We have in our system, entire system, 2,600 beds throughout the city. Yesterday we were able to transfer some of our patients to other sites, discharge patients appropriately, and then we opened up as many beds as possible here. We still have bed availability here.
Could you break down the type of injuries?
Sure.
Yeah. Of the patients who came in, again, over 361, right, we had, again, as was mentioned, we had 5 patients expire. 2 who came in what we call traumatic arrest from the injury, needing CPR coming in the door. Those patients both expired in the emergency department. A firefighter came in with major injuries and chest pain and went to the operating room and expired there. And then we had another individual come in during the night, during the morning hours with severe burns, who ended up expiring upstairs in our surgical ICU. 5th person was, as Mr. Ackerman mentioned, was brought to Staten Island, St. Vincent's, and expired there. I can tell you we had 50 major traumas and major injuries, and I can tell you, unfortunately, I happened to be here in '93 when we had the other World Trade Center disaster. I can tell you then, throughout the city, there were 10 deaths from that disaster, and here we had the first victim. That time we had 1 death the entire time, and know, you folks will know better than I the hundreds and perhaps thousands of people that may die from this. Yeah, there were major smoke inhalation patients. There were also, though, of the 50 victims, probably close to 30 victims had fractures of extremities, as well as we had a number of head lacerations, a number of people that required CAT scans during the night for major head trauma, but a myriad of injuries that you would expect from collapsing buildings and things related to that.
We're just going to take a couple more questions, and we'll talk individually.
No survivors overnight. At what point today will you start to worry about the well-being of those who may still be alive and alive?
I think that as time goes